33 Lessons on Capital. Reading Marx Politically. Harry Cleaver. 1. Introduction. 33 Lessons on the 33 chapters of Volume I of Karl Marx's Capital. What? Yet another book on capital? Why read this one, among so many? Well, if you are looking for a scholarly text that interprets capital as a work of economics or philosophy, this one is probably not for you. If you are seeking an interpretation designed to justify some partisan political platform, skip this one. If you need a philological treatise that draws on all editions and translations, look elsewhere. But, if you want to discover how what Marx wrote 150 years ago can help us understand our struggles and figure out what to do next, then this particular appropriation might provide some of what you are looking for. The basic premise behind this book is the notion that Marx wrote Capital to put a political weapon into the hands of those of us opposed to capitalism and struggling to get beyond it. What kind of weapon? Above all, a theoretical one, designed to vivisect capitalism in ways that reveal how it dominates, exploits and alienates us, but also its vulnerabilities. Although committing surgery on living animals for research, testing, or education is vile, vivisecting capitalism theoretically to figure out how to disrupt it, defeat it, and create real alternatives, is all too necessary. Point 1. Fortunately, Marx has not only given us tools for just such a purpose but has also shown us how to use them. This book aims to sharpen those tools by demonstrating how even the most abstract concepts in capital designate aspects of the antagonistic social relationships of capitalism in ways that help us resist and escape them. Capital was written as a political document, we do well to read it as such and put it to use. At the time of its publication in 1867, Marx's longtime engagement in the workers' movements of the mid-19th century made the political character of capital quite clear. Point 2. Yet, unlike earlier works, such as the relatively short and pithy Communist Manifesto of 1848, written with Engels for the Communist League at the beginning of the revolutions of 1848, Capital is a massive tome, rivaling in length and complexity such classic works as Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, 1776, or Hegel's Phenomenology of the Spirit, 1807. So, it is not surprising that economists have taken Capital to be offering an alternative economic analysis of capitalism and philosophers have read it as proposing an alternative philosophical science. But for those being exploited by capitalists at the time and doing their best often with Marx's support to organize resistance, Capital provided both historical perspective and analytical tools. True then, still true today. An example of his history-telling can be found in Chapter 10, where he sketches how capitalists, as they gained power, extended the length of the working day, forcing workers to work longer and longer. But he also sketches how workers, supported by social reformers, pushed back, forcing the government to create factory inspectors and then to pass factory acts imposing shorter hours. For workers, these were battles over how much of their lives they had to give up to their employers and how much they could retain for their own purposes. But his history is framed by his theory of absolute surplus value, chapters 7 to 11, which showed them how central such struggles were, not only to how much of their lives they were giving up, but how success in forcing down the length of the working day opened new possibilities for struggle. By creating more and more free time, successful work reduction made it possible to allocate more of their time and energy to exploring alternatives to capitalist ways of organizing their lives. By the time workers in the United States were fighting for a working day of 8 hours, their slogan was 8 hours of work, 8 hours of sleep and 8 hours for what we will. Similarly, his historical analysis of the increasing displacement of workers by machinery, chapters 12 to 15, emphasized how it was a response to their struggles to work less. Against capitalists and their political economists who touted the use of machinery as making it possible to produce more with less work, higher productivity, Capital shows how capitalists use machines in a strategy of relative surplus value to undermine workers' self-organization and increase profits by intensifying work. Armed with capital, Workers could argue, sure, we'll go along with new machines, but only if the increased productivity results in our having to work less. Machines should make our work both shorter and less onerous, not longer and more intense. Against employer and political economists' arguments that increases in wages were impossible given the limits of the wages fund or would reduce the wages of other workers, Chapter 24 of Capital provided an analysis that permitted workers to argue how, within the context of rising productivity, not only were increased wages compatible with increased profits but wages could rise at the same time that work was reduced. Enough with the bosses arrogating the entire fruits of increased productivity to themselves, they must share. But that was 150 years ago, give or take. What about today? How relevant are these issues and these analytical categories now? Unfortunately, struggles over the time of labor and the use of machines are still very much with us, not only in factories and offices but throughout society. For the first half of the 20th century, workers continued to hammer down the length of the working day, forcing capitalists to rely more and more on machines. Prototypical of the latter were the scientific management methods of Frederick Taylor, 1856 to 1915, applied on the assembly lines of Henry Ford, 1863 to 1947. Point 3 So iconic were these that some analysts characterize the whole period as one of Fordism. For a while, in the 1940s and 1950s, work time was stabilized for a great many at about 40 hours a week and deals cut over productivity won higher wages but not less work. But a new cycle of struggle in the 1960s, often by workers wanting more free time to enjoy their higher wages, not only undermined absolute surplus value through absenteeism and wildcat strikes but also undermined the capitalist use of machines through playing on the job and sabotage. The growth in productivity slowed and then declined, subverting relative surplus value. The capitalist counterattack was multi-pronged but ultimately, by the beginning of the 1980s, they succeeded in reducing wages and increasing working hours. The decades-long, on-again, off-again march of workers toward zero work was reversed and ever since capitalists have been using every ploy possible to increase work time. Similarly, as computers in both manufacturing and service industries have become the most ubiquitous machines of our time, capitalists have deployed them systematically both to raise productivity and to extort more work. Early on, this extortion was obvious as personal computers displaced typewriters and programs were written to count secretarial keystrokes per minute, providing overseers with the means of pressuring typists to work faster, much as control over the speed of Ford's assembly line provided the means to force manufacturing workers to work harder. Today, the widespread use of computers to compile data, metrics, is aimed at providing employers with new tools to increase workloads. At the same time, the deregulation of finance, the use of computer algorithms to guide speculation and the manipulation of debt have combined to enrich some capitalists while undermining workers' income and wealth, mostly dependent on home ownership, forcing workers into longer hours or second jobs. Finally, all these phenomena can be found far beyond the walls of factories and offices. They permeate schools, homes, and everyday life in ways Marx never dreamed of, but whose character can still be illuminated by applying his theories. And this is true not only of capitalist methods but of our resistance. Against Fordist methods which had provided a template for the organization of schools, students in the 1960s rebelled, demanding less work and more time for self-defined, even self-organized studies. One result was grade inflation or higher grades for less work. Another was the creation of whole new fields, example Black, Mexican American, or women's studies. As schools substituted programmed, handheld computers for slide rules or calculators, students who were once asked to solve only one or two problems are today expected to solve dozens. Not less work, but more work. As with metrics in offices and factories, computer tracking of grades has given professors and administrators a tool to fight grade inflation and impose speed up and more schoolwork. As women resisted subservience to housework, capital responded with household appliances, increasingly programmed and operated by built-in software. Although such equipment might be expected to result in less work, studies show that media promulgated, ever-increased standards of cleanliness and expectations of beautiful homes and gardens have resulted in more housework rather than less. 4 While the internet and social media have provided workers, students, and housewives with the means to organize against all this work, it has also provided capital with the means to track and subvert such organization, while spreading propaganda designed to accentuate well-known methods of dividing and conquering, i.e., the use of race, gender, ethnicity and national identity. In short, what we have today are new forms of old conflicts. In an age where capitalists have sought to convert all of society into a social factory, resistance and struggle are everywhere, and capital still provides us with many tools for understanding the strategies arrayed against us and some insight into how the resistance of those who came before us may still be relevant to our actions today. The obvious question is, what are those tools and how do we discover their usefulness? If, as I argued in Reading Capital Politically, RCP, capital is not a thing but an antagonistic set of social relationships analyzed by Marx in Capital, then each and every category he deploys in the development and presentation of his theory denotes some aspect of those relationships. 5 Above I mentioned his concepts of absolute and relative surplus value. My formulation of the phenomena these two categories denote are the result of my particular, some say idiosyncratic, understanding of what Marx means by value, a much disputed concept among both Marxists and their critics. In RCP, I dissected Chapter 1 of Volume I on the commodity and showed how each of the abstract concepts of the substance, measure, and form of value can be understood not only as designating aspects of commodities, commodity exchange and money, but also as revealing aspects of the class struggles of capitalism, of the antagonistic conflicts between capitalist efforts to subordinate life to commodity production and our resistance to such subordination. This new book systematically extends that kind of analysis to the other chapters of Volume I of Capital. Both RCP and this book are byproducts of some 4 decades of teaching, first at the l'Université de Sherbrooke in Quebec, then in the graduate program of the New School for Social Research in New York City, and then at the University of Texas at Austin. The notes that became RCP were drafted in New York and turned into a book in Austin. As years went by and time permitted, to help students work their way through the first volume of Capital, I supplemented my undergraduate lectures by creating outlines and writing commentaries on chapters 2 to 33, amplifying what I had time to say in the classroom for students to study at their leisure, independently of class times or office hours. When the World Wide Web became available and RCP went out of print, I scanned the book, used OCR to create a digital version, used basic HTML to code it, and uploaded it, along with my existing outlines and commentaries, to the course website as a study guide, illustrated with images, excerpts from literature, songs, and textbook-like concepts and questions for review. http://la.utexas.edu/users/h-cleaver/357k/357ksg.html. From that point on, I prepared new outlines and commentaries directly in HTML. Convinced by many folks that I should meld RCP's treatment of Chapter 1 with my notes on all the other chapters and publish the lot in the form of a hard copy book, I decided to try. I copied and pasted the study guide web pages into MS Word documents and edited them, removing course-specific material, revising the text to reduce the number of words to account consistent with an editor's notion of a reasonably sized book. In the process, I realized that I also needed to revise the substantive chapters of RCP to correspond to the mode of my treatment of the other chapters. In the process, I found myself writing an entirely new book, not merely an expansion of RCP. Eventually, the contents of this book will be merged with the fully illustrated versions of the commentaries and course materials on the web. The notes and commentaries on each chapter reflect the multiple objectives that I pursued in teaching Marx's ideas. I came to study Marx, as I believe many do, as the result of dissatisfaction with alternative approaches to struggles in which I was personally engaged and to others I judged significant. I discovered, bit by bit, diverse Marxist interpretations of capital, a diversity that reflects the contradictory politics of his interpreters. Trying to sort out those contradictions led me to examine their common source. As Friedrich Nietzsche, 1844 to 1900, said of history, so I have come to say of Marx, the best reason to study the man's writings is because they can enrich our lives, by informing our efforts to free ourselves of the constraints that limit us and by helping us discover freer ways to live, as individuals and as a society. Point 6. Objectives and elaborations. My primary objectives in my courses on Marx were twofold. Rejecting the roundabout approach of a survey course, I offered students who wanted to study his ideas, 1. The opportunity to read his original writings, and 2. What I judged to be one useful interpretation. Because I had come to believe that the indispensable core of his theory is his labor theory of value, I also decided that the most appropriate place to start was Volume I of Capital, his most systematic presentation of that theory, where he deploys it to reveal the nature of capitalism, the struggles to which it inevitably gives rise and the possibilities for transcending it. But teaching capital raised other pedagogical problems. In small graduate classes, everyone could read the same material, sit around a table and discuss it, with individuals' contributions informed by their own preoccupations, example other things they were studying or the subject of their thesis or dissertation. In large undergraduate classes, for the most part lecturing dominated. In both cases, my contributions in discussions or lectures reflected my reading of the material being covered. Because I agree that all readings involve interpretation, I never pretended that mine was a true and accurate exposition of what Marx really meant. On the contrary, I presented my reading/interpretation as one of many possible alternatives. Therefore, I suggested to my students that their studies could most usefully proceed through two stages. First, read and study Capital on their own, interpreting his words in terms of their own experience and knowledge of the world. Second, listen to and study my interpretation offered in discussions, in lectures, and in answers to their questions, while juxtaposing their interpretation to mine. That process would not only help maintain a critical distance from both Marx and my reading of him but also provide a basis for studying the writings of other Marxists, should they so choose. Point 7. A third objective was to demonstrate the contemporary relevance of Marx's theory, despite it being formulated in the mid-19th century and based on observation and analysis of relationships and events of that period. Ever since first reading it, I have taken his 11th thesis on Feuerbach, like Nietzsche's verdict on history, as fundamental. The point of studying the world, including the past and others' writings, is not just to understand it but to use that understanding to change it. Point 8. I originally approached Marx skeptically. In a graduate course on the history of economic thought, I was taught all the usual reasons for rejecting his theory. Nevertheless, I came to conclude that although much has changed since he wrote, the core of his theory of capitalism still illuminates its essential characteristics and helps us see clearly not only what we are fighting against, but how it impedes our efforts to craft real alternatives. A fourth objective derived from teaching in North America, given that most of Marx's examples and illustrations are drawn from the history of British and European capitalism. Sadly, given the usual superficiality of high school history courses in the U.S., for most of my students that history was largely unknown. Therefore, in my commentaries I presented what I hoped were more familiar local examples. So, for example, where Marx analyzed the enclosures and anti-vagrant legislation in England and Scotland, I pointed to the dynamics of enclosure on the western frontier and the anti-vagrancy laws in the post-Civil War South that forced freed slaves into near-slave labor. A fifth objective responded to students finding much of Capital abstract, dry, and dense. Although for those with the necessary background, both his text and footnotes are quite rich in literary and cultural illustrations and allusions, they often proved obscure to my students, whose course loads rarely left them time to seek out and study the original material. To partially compensate, I included in the web version of these notes colorful illustrations, drawn sometimes from historical or contemporary analyses, sometimes from literature, art, poetry or music dealing with the class struggles of capitalism in the past and in the present. I drew illustrations from 19th-century novels portraying the capitalist crimes against which Marx wrote and fought in the Britain of his time, and others from U.S. novelists addressing more recent but parallel conflicts closer to home. 9 I also included poems and songs that lament those crimes against humanity and nature or celebrate the struggles against them. In the web notes, where possible, I included hyperlinks to performances. However, to reduce those notes to book length, most illustrations have been eliminated or sharply abbreviated. A sixth objective was to amplify the material in Volume I with other writings by Marx that I felt made explicit things that are only implicit in Capital. For example, although I discover therein an exploration of the concrete forms of alienation caused by the capitalist subordination of life to work within industry, I also find it useful to draw upon his earlier writings that provide a framework for organizing our understanding of such alienation, a framework that he did not explicitly evoke in Capital. Therefore, in these notes you will sometimes find discussions of other writings. Extensions. Composed in the 1860s and published in 1867, Volume I of Capital is clearly dated. 10 Therefore, I have sought, in a limited way, to examine the relevance of his analysis to aspects of capitalism to which he paid scant attention, but which have since become extremely important. I address its relevance to developments that I have found to be either fundamental to the reshaping of the capitalist world in the years since Marx wrote, or most immediately familiar because of our common experiences at home and in schools. For example, Marx recognized how from its very beginning capitalism created a labor force, or working class, that included both the waged and the unwaged. In Part 8 on primitive accumulation, he points to the enclosures that drove people from their homes, tools, and land, leaving them without any source of income and putting pressure on them to seek a wage in the labor market. Some got jobs and a wage, many did not. In Chapter 25, dealing with ongoing accumulation, he analyzed those without a wage as part of a reserve army. As capitalism rampaged across the face of the earth, through colonialism and then neocolonialism down to contemporary neoliberal globalization, it has repeatedly enclosed commons and imposed waged labor, but it has simultaneously imposed many kinds of unwaged work. Understanding those impositions, and finding effective forms of resistance, I argue, can be usefully informed by extending Marx's analysis to their study. One of the most important early forms of unwaged labor within capitalism was slavery. Putting unwaged, enslaved Africans to work providing raw materials for manufacturing factories manned by waged labor shaped the entire subsequent history of capitalism. Even today, illegal slavery persists in forms such as human trafficking, and prisons impose de facto slavery by forcing prisoners to work for little or nothing. Moreover, racial discrimination and racist ideologies and behaviors continue to be widespread vehicles of capitalist domination, limiting the efforts of African Americans and others to improve their lives. Two other important sectors of the mostly unwaged have been peasants or small farmers in the countryside, often surviving on as yet unenclosed commons and part-time waged labor, and unwaged workers in cities, frequently migrants from rural areas or from other countries who make up what is often called the informal sector of those who manage to get by with little or no access to wages. Indeed, the majority of those involved in the great uprisings of the 20th century, the Mexican, Russian, and Chinese revolutions, were mostly unwaged peasants. So too with virtually all anti-colonial struggles such as those of the Vietnamese against French, Japanese, and American domination. So too with the Zapatista indigenous rebellion in Chiapas, Mexico against racism, cultural genocide, and capitalism at the end of the 20th century, which catalyzed what are now ongoing struggles for democracy in that country and the global rise of both an indigenous renaissance and an anti-capitalist movement. Therefore, I show the ways, and the degree to which, Marx's analysis of the unwaged can be extended to peasants, small farmers, and so-called urban marginals, and deepened by drawing upon the rest of his work. But those have not been the only important sectors of the unwaged. When Marx was writing, men, women, and children were all being driven into factories and other capitalist organized waged work sites. But the struggles he describes in Chapter 10 to reduce the working day of wage labor eventually bore fruit in some parts of the world and resulted in substantial reductions in the time of waged work, example in the US from 75 to 80 hours/week in 1880 down to approximately 40 hours/week in 1940. Over that same period, reformers succeeded in getting laws passed against most child labor and restrictions were placed on wage jobs for women. The resulting liberation of children and women, together constituting over half of the population from waged labor, posed serious problems for a capitalist system that bases most of its control on the imposition of work. Faced with the loss of the ability to control women and children directly, capitalists had to find other organizational ways of managing them. What it found and propagated were the nuclear family and public schooling, both structured to produce and reproduce the population as endlessly subordinated to the capitalist organization of life around work. In other words, capital invaded and colonized the time liberated from waged labor to make sure that women and children continued to work for it, but without a wage. Women would work as mothers and wives to procreate and reproduce the labor force, both waged and unwaged, and children would be incarcerated and disciplined for future roles as waged or unwaged workers. The relegation of most women to unwaged domestic work, together with most waged women being limited to low-wage jobs, reinforced gender as an essential means by which capital has divided people to control them. Like racism and racial discrimination, sexism and gender discrimination predated capitalism but have been systematically reproduced and cultivated for purposes of social control. Therefore, I return again and again to the relevance of Marx's analysis of waged labor for analyzing and understanding unwaged housework and unwaged schoolwork, and the racial and gender divisions that characterize unwaged as well as waged work. Finally, because Marx was primarily analyzing the characteristics of capitalism, the book, after all, is titled Capital. The bulk of the text is concerned with what capitalists have sought to impose, their own modes of organizing social life. He does make clear, however, that from the beginning and continuing throughout the history of the capitalist era, people have resisted having their lives subordinated to those modes and have fought to liberate themselves and to create alternatives. Unfortunately, he devoted relatively few words to describing or analyzing those struggles. There are exceptions, such as Chapter 10, which includes a discussion of the struggles to limit and then reduce the time of waged labor, but for the most part his analyses of capitalist ways of organizing every aspect of life are not accompanied by equally detailed treatments of the struggles against those ways and for alternatives. To overcome this limitation, I have sought to do two things: first, to bring in some of his writings that do address such struggles, and second, to amplify what he did write with the studies of others who have investigated and analyzed, in greater detail, the efforts of people to avoid being reduced to the status of mere worker both individually and collectively. So, for example, to complement Marx's discussion in Chapter 27 of Enclosure in England, I have brought in some of the work of bottom-up British Marxist historians who have unearthed long-buried stories of resistance to enclosure and of struggles to reverse it. The degree to which I have pursued these multiple objectives varies from chapter to chapter depending on their content and my familiarity with both the subject and relevant treatment by other authors. But in general, in each case, a brief outline of the content of Marx's analysis is followed by a commentary addressed to an elucidation of some aspects of his theory and to an examination of the degree to which that theory can be usefully extended to domains and times that neither he nor Engels sufficiently explored. Situating myself. These objectives and efforts have been shaped by a half-century of political engagement within universities, first as a student, then as a professor. During those years, I was either directly involved in various struggles, on and off campus, or supporting those of my students. My last extended, direct participation was in the networks of solidarity supporting the Zapatista rebellion in Chiapas, Mexico, the pro-democracy movement it catalyzed in that country and the alter globalization movement to which it gave birth around the world. Because of that personal history, I have struggled to avoid, not always successfully, the tendency of academics to situate themselves as outside observers and objective analysts of the world and its conflicts. Sometimes it's unavoidable, as when you are writing about historical events in which you did not participate. You can make your sympathies clear, but that's about it. Having been inside various struggles, however, has had consequences for my teaching, research, and writing. First, as a salaried professor, I have always shared with my mostly unwaged students my analysis of the situation in which we found ourselves, with all its carefully arranged structures of power, including the hierarchical relationships among professors, students, and administrators. Whether in graduate seminar conversations or in lectures to huge classes, I would ask students to consider the constraints on our ability to share knowledge and learn from each other. Second, my choice of both course content and research topics has always been determined by my politics, beginning with my early work on the Green Revolution, an outgrowth of a study group trying to understand the non-military aspects of the U.S. government's war against Vietnamese independence. That study, which revealed how capitalists have used money to subordinate scientific research to the political needs of policymakers, led me to gear my own work to helping those they were trying to control. So, I created courses in response to student demands and pursued research to contribute either to particular struggles or to the development of what I judged theory useful to such research. Third, believing that authors should not hide behind some pretended objectivity, I have tried to speak and write in ways that make my own political position explicit. Adopting Marxian analytical tools helps to achieve that objective, because they embody a critique of capitalism. But given the diversity of interpretations of Marx mentioned above, I have sometimes critiqued others' writings and analyses to differentiate my own position. Fourth, having chosen what to research and which theory to deploy, I have repeatedly faced the problem of how to write in ways that make my own position and politics clear. Point 11 I addressed this problem in my preface to Rupturing the Dialectic, 2017, and have tried, in this book, to follow the approach chosen there. Frequently in this book I use the first-person plural pronouns we and our, despite recognizing them as problematic. Sometimes they refer to all living beings, as in our very existence is threatened by the way capitalist industry poisons land, air, and water. Sometimes they refer to all of us who struggle against the way capitalism organizes society, as in we struggle against the subordination of our lives to capitalist-imposed work. My use of these terms, however, should not be read as a reductionism that ignores the complex heterogeneity of either living beings or of those of us who struggle. As I hope will be clear in what follows, I am not only acutely aware of those complexities but make no pretense of speaking for specific groups of which I am clearly not a member. Yet, I use these terms because I want to avoid the academic practice of analyzing conflict from outside and above, as if an objective observer, by being clear that what I have to say here is one expression of my political stance among those opposed to capitalism and striving to create alternatives. I also use these pronouns, where it seems reasonable to do so, to emphasize how capitalist ways of organizing the world impose common problems on us and how we have often found in the past, and can hopefully find in the future, complementary ways to struggle. Point 12. Although minimal in my commentaries on the history laid out in Part 8, but more frequently in Parts 1 through 7, I explicitly situate myself as a worker, as a member of the working class. I recognize that doing so is controversial. Throughout most of the history of Marxism, neither students nor professors have been seen as members of the working class, often defined purely as waged factory workers. At best, with Antonio Gramsci, 1891 to 1937, students and professors might aspire to becoming organic intellectuals allied with workers, but still apart. Only recently, for reasons that will appear in my commentaries, have universities been seen as edu factories and professors as one sort of white-collar worker laboring within them and struggling against their constraints. A final note, neither this book, nor my online study guide, attempts to confront everything written in capital. The book is an amazingly rich compendium of history and analysis, informed and illuminated by a wealth of references. There is no adequate substitute for reading and studying the original. 2. Capital, a critique of political economy. Famous, because it provides the most detailed and systematic critique of capitalism ever written, one, and because it has inspired generations of rebels in their thinking and actions. Capital, Volume I, has nevertheless been cited, condemned, or praised far more often than it has been read. Although Marx did warn, in his preface to the book, that beginnings are always difficult and the understanding of the first chapter will therefore present the greatest difficulty, too, he also thought that he had organized it in a way that would make it accessible to everyone, including young people, etc., who are thirsting for knowledge. 3. He was also delighted when it was published serially in France for workers, August 1872 to May 1875. 4. But over the years since his time, it has become a commonplace that most of those who start at the beginning, Part 1, chapters 1 to 3, containing the basics of his labor theory of value, fail to read the rest of the book. The usual explanation for that failure attributes it to the way in which he presented his theory. Despite his good intentions, instead of some clever hook to draw readers in, he filled those first pages with abstract categories deployed in a dense analysis of commodities, things bought and sold, and money. Although both commodities and money are familiar to everyone, neither the abstract categories of his theory nor his method of presentation are well known. While the logic of the presentation is clear enough, gradually adding determinations to move from the more abstract to the more concrete, why it is worthwhile to work through the abstractions and figure out what they all add up to has not been clear to generations of those who have tried but given up. Those who have struggled through the first chapters and then continued through the book, have discovered how vitally important all those abstractions are, a discovery that inevitably leads one back to rereading the opening chapters in the light of all that follows, and then rereading all that follows in the light of a clearer understanding of the basic concepts. One result of this perception by those of us who have found reading and studying the whole book worthwhile has been recurrent admonitions to start reading, not from the beginning, but from some later point in the text. For example, French Communist Party philosopher Louis Althusser, 1918-90, advised readers to skip Part 1, begin with Part 2, chapters 4 to 6, read the whole book through and then return to Part 1.5. Although the order I suggested to my students differed, it was nevertheless very much in the same spirit. For those new to Volume I recommended beginning with Marx's analysis of the historical origins of capitalism in Part 8 on primitive accumulation, chapters 26 to 33, and then taking up his theory in parts 1 through 7. I suggested that order, and organized my lectures and discussion accordingly, because material in Part 8 consists of vivid historical analyses that make the abstractions of Part 1 easier to understand. While reading everything in the book after Part 1, as Althusser recommended, would certainly make it obvious where Marx was going in those first 3 chapters, reading only Part 8 is enough, I have found, to reveal why he developed a labor theory of value and therefore why it is worth the trouble of studying his detailed but abstract presentation of that theory in Part I. Moreover, because the rest of the book, parts 2 through 7, deploys the categories developed in Part 1 to analyze all of the different aspects of capitalism addressed, how you understand those categories shapes how you understand those subsequent analyses. The same is true with respect to the second and third volumes of Capital. Compiled from his notebooks, by his friends and followers after his death in 1883, the material assembled in those 2 volumes use the same concepts presented in Volume I to analyze whole new aspects of the class relationships of capitalism. This book follows the same suggested order as my lectures and my online study guide. Because the bulk of my commentaries were written and organized on the basis of that order, comments on a given chapter often assume previous discussions or allude to later ones. 3. Part 8. So-called primitive accumulation. These last chapters, 26 to 33, provide an easy-to-understand historical context for the more theoretical analysis in chapters 1 to 25. Those earlier chapters spell out, step by step, Marx's analysis of the antagonistic social relationships of capitalism, beginning with a quite abstract presentation of his labor theory of value and building, gradually to a more concrete analysis of how those relationships are reproduced on an ever-expanding scale. What these final chapters make clear is why Marx formulated a labor theory of value as his primary theoretical tool. He shows us how capitalism came into the world as a new form of social domination whose most fundamental method of controlling society was the endless imposition of work. In Marx's analysis, that imposition generated an antagonistic two-class structure, a capitalist class that imposes work and a working class that resists. The chapters in Part 8 are organized in a way that highlights the creation of these two classes. Chapter 26, The Secret of Primitive Accumulation. This introductory chapter reveals the hidden secret of the creation of a new kind of class society, how most people were stripped of their means of living independently, forcing them to work for a new class of overlords. Chapter 27, The Expropriation of the Agricultural Population from the Land. Sketching the first step in the historical creation of the working class, Chapter 27 analyzes and illustrates how and when people's pre-capitalist ways of life were violently destroyed. Most of the examples are from England and Scotland, for which Marx had the most material. The violence of the expropriation lay both in the use of physical force to overcome resistance to being dispossessed and in the whole-scale destruction of traditional ways of living. Chapter 28, Bloody Legislation Against the Expropriated. In the second step of creating a working class, the expropriated were forced into the labor market to sell their ability and willingness to work to some capitalist. Here again, violence was required because even stripped of the means of independent livelihood, a great many people turned to vagabondage or direct appropriation, rather than selling their abilities to capitalists. Chapter 29, The Genesis of the Capitalist Farmer. Marx's analysis of the emergence of the capitalist class, a new ruling class whose power to impose work was progressively based on having enough money to hire workers and purchase the means of production necessary to put them to work producing commodities, begins with the appearance of agrarian capitalists. Instead of merely collecting rents from tenants, the owners of great landed estates or those hired by such landowners, reorganized agriculture to produce for the market. Chapter 30, Impact of the Agricultural Revolution on Industry. The creation of a home market for industrial capital. Expropriated and dispossessed, people were forced to buy what they needed to live, creating markets for the commodities many of them now produced for their capitalist employers. Chapter 31, The Genesis of the Industrial Capitalist. Alongside agrarian capitalists came captains of industry, capitalists able to amass sufficient fortunes to hire workers and purchase the means of production necessary for manufacturing and then large-scale industry. Their means included state subsidies, profitable loans to the government and colonial pillage and exploitation. Chapter 32, The Historical Tendency of Capitalist Accumulation. This chapter provides both a historical summation and a logical conclusion, not only to Part 8, but to the whole book. It provides sweeping overviews of the rise of capitalism as a new historical phenomenon, of how its methods of imposing work and exploiting people generates resistance and, finally, of how that resistance has the potential to become revolution, overthrowing and transcending it. Chapter 33, The Modern Theory of Colonialism. In what amounts to an appendix to Chapter 31's brief evocation of colonialism as one of the means through which capitalists amassed enough money to finance investment, Marx analyzes the writings of one economist who not only understood how capitalism requires the creation of a working class but proposed some policies for achieving it. Chapter 26, The Secret of Primitive Accumulation. Outline of Marx's analysis. The myth of political economy. Frugal elite, who accumulated wealth, vs lazy rascals, who spent it all and were left with nothing but their skins to sell. Actual history. Capitalists replaced guild masters, or feudal lords, and created a working class, displaced from the soil, stripped of their tools and autonomy. Capitalists gained control of the means of production via conquest, enslavement, robbery, murder, in short, force. 1. Primitive accumulation, therefore, is the historical process of divorcing the producer from the means of production too. Workers are freed in a double sense. One, neither are they owned as means of production, i.e., as slaves. Two, nor do they own the means of production, they suffer a change in form of servitude. Capitalist era dates from the 16th century. Commentary. What makes capitalism a new kind of society has been the creation of two new classes, a capitalist one made up of those who seek to organize most people's lives around the work of producing commodities, and another, a class of workers, made up of those whose lives are subordinated to that organization. The secret of this creation, hidden by pro-capitalist political apologists in the telling of history, is that the emerging class of capitalists imposed this social order with brutality and violence, forcibly separating people from their means of livelihood and destroying their ways of life. Those means included privately owned tools, formal and informal land tenure and commons, such as pastures, fishing waters, forests, and often language and culture to which everyone in a community had access. Although this forcible separation created a situation where the reality, and threat, of destitution and starvation would largely replace the lash as a coercive instrument of control, violence has continued to provide capitalists with a supplementary weapon for keeping people subordinated, right down to the present. This is true whether the violence has been wielded by corporate goons, paramilitary thugs, or by government police and military. Marx both critiques political economy by showing it to be at once apologetic and false, and gives an overview of the actual processes through which capitalism emerged as a new kind of social order. An outline of the history he examines more thoroughly in the subsequent chapters. Point 3. His analysis temporarily ignores the central subjects of political economy, the interactions of money and commodities, to focus on the social conflicts that shaped the new world in which those things came to figure so centrally. The violence that capitalists required to impose their order reveals the depth of resistance. The agents of this new order, the knights of industry, exploited every opportunity to achieve power, to subordinate the exploited classes of the old order in a new way, and to usurp the power of the feudal lords, the knights of the sword. The myths of political economy. Myths about the class structure of capitalism have served to justify both its historical origins and ongoing class disparities. The central myth, still promulgated today, is a morality tale that portrays capitalists as obtaining their wealth by frugally saving and investing. It suggests that everyone has always been able to become a capitalist by the same means, and those who do not, have no one to blame but themselves. In 19th century English literature, this myth was already the object of ridicule far more acerbic than Marx's. For example, in Charles Dickens's 1812-70, 1854 novel Hard Times, which narrates the lives and tragedies of several people in a fictional Manchester-style, manufacturing city called Coketown, we find many passages where various persons are repeating this myth. Examples include the self-praising speeches of Mr. Josiah Bounderby, the novel's central capitalist, constantly bragging, falsely it turns out, about how he raised himself out of the mud to his present august position as mill owner and banker. Point 4. More concise is a pretty exchange between Bounderby's ex-housekeeper Mrs. Sparsit and Bitzer, his light porter, general spy and informer at the bank, in which the repetition of the myth reveals both a disdain for those irrational creatures, workers, who put human relationships before personal profit, and a self-delusion about the origins of wealth. Both, of course, are merely repeating the self-justifying truisms of Bounderby in an almost ritual, and mutually reinforcing, manner. Point 5. The effect is both comic and appalling. A subtler, but even more biting indictment of the myth of the self-made man, is contained in The Professor by Charlotte Bronte, 1816-55, written in 1846. The protagonist, a young man who becomes a school teacher, only achieves success by fully participating in a dog-eat-dog world fully shaped by the laissez-faire, competitive capitalism of the 19th century. The novel portrays the necessary combination of aggressiveness and defensiveness required for survival, as well as the ultimate loneliness and isolation of even the most successful competitors for status and love. It is an amazingly modern treatment of the psychological consequences of what Marx in his 1844 manuscripts and social critics in the 20th century call the alienation of individuals in capitalist society. The pressures to which the young professor succumbs and the behaviors that he adopts continue to be depressingly widespread in contemporary academia, where academics are pitted against each other in an endless struggle for publication, research funds, and promotion. In American literature and popular culture, this myth has taken many forms, including the novels for young adults of Horatio Alger, 1832-99. With the rise of the modern corporation with its many-leveled wage and salary hierarchy, the myth has taken the form of stories of energetic individuals who work hard and scheme their way up that hierarchy, perhaps even to the top. From Horatio Alger's Young Men to Michael J. Fox in The Secret of My Success, 1987, or Melanie Griffith in Working Girl, 1988, the myth has changed little. It has, however, also been repeatedly critiqued, in novels such as Sinclair Lewis's Babbitt, 1922, or poems such as Edwin Robertson's Richard Cory, 1897, made famous in Simon and Garfunkel's musical interpretation, 1966. Point 6. I return to these critiques in my commentary on Chapter 7. Controversy: was Marx an historical materialist? Declining to take on the history of capitalism everywhere, Marx announces that he will take the example of England as the classic case. Indeed, throughout Capital most of Marx's examples are drawn from British history, although from time to time, including in the section on primitive accumulation, he brings in experiences in other countries. However, since Capital was published in 1867, there are many, including his best friend and collaborator Friedrich Engels, 1820-95, who have tried to turn Marx's analysis of the rise of capitalism into a general theory of history, i.e., historical materialism. Engels's efforts in this direction built on a few generalizations that he and Marx had made in their early joint works, The German Ideology, c. 1846, and The Communist Manifesto, 1848. In the former, they insisted on the material foundations of human life in the genesis of ideology. In the latter, aimed at differentiating their communist movement from a variety of socialist efforts, they famously wrote, "The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles." A decade later, in his brief preface to his contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, 1859, Marx wrote, "In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. The changes in the economic foundation lead sooner or later to the transformation of the whole immense superstructure. Point 7. Given the generic character of this passage, characterizing human history in general, it is easy enough to understand why some would see it as a first step toward a general theory of human history. Engels, but not Marx, went on to attempt the elaboration of such a general theory in writings such as Anti-Düring, 1878, and in the Dialectics of Nature, 1883, where he pushed beyond a general theory of history, to sketch a virtual cosmology, a dialectical materialism encompassing all of nature as well as human history, a cosmology in which historical materialism constituted a subset of a broader vision. These works became essential references for official Soviet ideology, referred to in shorthand as histomat and diamat. At their nadir, during Stalin's regime, both were reduced to a virtual catechism to which all Soviet intellectuals were forced to adhere. They were also used to justify when it suited Soviet interests demands that members of the Soviet organized Third International in regions of the Global South support the development of capitalism against so-called feudal forces. In the wake of Stalin's death in 1953 and of the Soviet crushing of the Hungarian Revolution in 1956, the theory was refurbished as an elaborate structural model by Althusser and his collaborators. The ongoing appeal of one version of historical materialism or another is evident in the continuing publication of the academic journal Historical Materialism, 1997, its conferences and its book series. Unfortunately for those attached to the idea of a general theory of history, Marx wrote his own commentary on this kind of interpretation of his work. One author to whom Marx took exception was Nikolai K. Mikhailovsky, 1842–1904, who had used Marx's analysis of primitive accumulation to argue the historical necessity for all countries, including Russia, to pass through the stage of capitalism. Yes, the Tsar should be overthrown, but that overthrow must be followed by accelerating capitalist industrialization of the country. This was a highly political issue in Russia in the 1870s and remained so right through the Russian Revolution when the Bolsheviks seized power and pursued precisely such a policy. Others, such as the populists, recognized no such inevitability, argued and organized for a revolution of workers and peasants that would undercut the beginnings of capitalism in Russia and permit a direct passage from the traditional village mir, a communal form of organization, to communism. In the process of rejecting Mikhailovsky's interpretation, Marx refused the conversion of his theory into historical materialism. It is absolutely necessary for him to metamorphose my historical sketch of the genesis of capitalism in Western Europe into a historico-philosophical theory of general development, imposed by fate for all peoples, whatever the historical circumstances in which they are placed. 8. Elsewhere in the same letter, to illustrate his objection to applying his analysis willy-nilly, Marx points out how the expropriation of peasants in ancient Rome led not to wage labor but to slavery. 4 years later, in a letter to Varazé Sulich, 1849–1919, one of his translators, he again rejected the generalization of his theory and insisted on the open-ended possibilities of the Russian village mir as the possible basis of a new society. The historical inevitability of this process, the genesis of capitalist production, is expressly limited to the countries of Western Europe. Hence, the analysis presented in Capital does not adduce reasons either for or against the viability of the rural commune, but the special study which I have made of it, and the material which I drew from original sources, has convinced me that this commune is the fulcrum of the social regeneration in Russia. 9. He hoped, we now know, vainly, that revolution might give the mir a chance to become the point of departure for the growth of an alternative, more attractive culture and civilization. 10. From these notes and from the treatment in Capital, I draw two conclusions. First, this section on primitive accumulation shows the conditions and processes through which capitalism emerged and which it must maintain to reproduce its social order. People must be separated from alternative means of livelihood and driven into the labor market, where they can gain their bread only by working for business. 11. Second, it is a mistake to see this analysis as a linear stages theory that says all peoples must pass through these processes. Even today, when it can be argued that all countries have long been caught up in the capitalist web and their people fitted into its net of exploitation, there is nothing in Marx that argues each subordinated group must progress through predetermined stages of development before they can fight to be free of capitalism. In a world organized around an extremely complex multinational division of labor, it makes no sense to interpret the call for a universal development of productive forces as a call for universal industrialization. Marx shows us how capitalist development has always involved underdevelopment, both as a process and as a strategy. the development of capitalism is not only based on the underdevelopment and impoverishment of all other modes of life, but in the process, it generates a poverty it can never abolish, because it provides an ongoing threat that not being directly exploited by capitalism can be worse than being exploited by it. Point 12. The division of labor, a corresponding income hierarchy, and the promise of upward mobility have provided capitalists with carrots to induce acceptance of its rules of the game, but also with the sticks of unemployment and poverty to club people into line when the carrot does not provide sufficient motivation. Extensions: capitalism cannot eliminate the alternatives. As he argues here, and again in chapter 25 on accumulation, capitalist development never means giving everyone a living wage in exchange for work. On the contrary, many, perhaps most, on a world scale, of those whose ways of life are progressively destroyed are doomed to remain unwaged and poor. This is one reason why so many people have resisted and fought to preserve their independence as communities and their uniqueness as cultures. In the United States, as in other so-called developed capitalist countries, most people have lost that struggle and been swept into the world of factories, offices, ghettos, and suburbs. Some have preserved unique cultural attributes by forming rural or urban communities. We have the Amish in the countryside, Native Americans on reservations, and ethnic communities in cities. Others, from time to time, have broken away to form intentional communities that escape, to some degree, subordination to wage labor. But most people have been integrated into the waged/unwaged hierarchies of capitalist society. In the global South, where factories have been fewer and capitalist development has concentrated its poverty, a higher percentage of people have had better luck in preserving some land, some control over their means of production, and more of their traditional culture. They are not outside of capitalism, they too are exploited, as we will see, in a variety of ways, yet they still have some space that supports their ongoing struggle for autonomy. In Capital, Marx does not talk much about these situations because his historical examples are mostly drawn from the British Isles, where very little of pre-capitalist social forms and culture survived. Point 13. One place where access to land and community cohesion have made possible resistance to total subsumption to capitalism and a certain degree of autonomy is Mexico. In the early 1990s, in the run-up to the passage of the North American Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, the Mexican government pushed through a constitutional amendment aimed at undercutting one of the few fruits of the Mexican Revolution, 1910-20, won by peasants and the indigenous, the collective ownership of land in the form of ejidos, where the land belonged to communities and not to individuals and could not be bought and sold. While not organized like the Russian Mir, the ejidos nevertheless provided the material foundations for peasant, especially indigenous, communities to survive and preserve elements of their languages, music, dress, and self-organization quite different from the institutions of the centralized Mexican state. Thus, they have formed unwanted rigidities to Mexican and American business with an interest in expanding their investments and tapping more people as cheap labor. While the amendment of the Mexican Constitution pleased business, indigenous communities saw it as a death knell foretelling widespread ethnic genocide. As a result, in the southern state of Chiapas, the indigenous members of many communities united to form, equip, and launch a rebellion against such a destiny. These are the Zapatistas, self-named after one of the heroes of the Mexican Revolution, Emiliano Zapata, 1879–1919, a peasant from the state of Morelos who became leader of the Liberation Army of the South. On January 1, 1994, the same day NAFTA went into effect, fighters of the Ejército Zapatista de Liberación Nacional, EZLN, or Zapatista Army of National Liberation, poured out of the jungles and forests and seized 6 cities in Chiapas. As they did so, they explained their rebellion as a last-ditch defense against their extermination as peoples and demanded official recognition of their rights to preserve and evolve, in their own ways, their traditional forms of social organization. The Mexican government counterattacked with troops but was soon forced into negotiations by widespread protests all over Mexico and around the world. Those protests were sparked by the ability of the Zapatistas, especially their main early spokesperson Subcommandant Marcos, to clearly articulate not only NAFTA's threat to their communities and their demands for autonomy, but also a more general critique of neoliberalism that resonated around the world, so much so as even to inspire foreign musicians, such as the band Rage Against the Machine, to celebrate their rebellion in the song People of the Sunday 14, outflanked and defeated repeatedly in the subsequent political struggle. The state attacked again in early 1995 and was again forced to back off. Over the last 2 decades, the conflict has continued, and so far, despite the constitutional amendment permitting communities to be privatized, broken up, sold off and dispersed, the indigenous of the Zapatista movement have been successful in resisting such pressures. Indeed, they have continued to reorganize themselves in more and more explicitly anti-capitalist ways and carried those efforts to the rest of grassroots Mexico, seeking ways of building a nationwide, anti-capitalist movement. 15 They continue to resist the final enclosure of the Mexican countryside and the completion of the kinds of processes described by Marx in these chapters. Because many pre-capitalist forms in Britain were also exploitative, such as the rural world of tenants dominated by a landed aristocracy, Marx had no nostalgia for them. In many areas of the rest of the world, however, those cultures which predated capitalism were either not exploitative, or the people had spheres of autonomy filled with their own traditions, skills, and rituals, as in Mexico, where strong elements of pre-Columbian, Mesoamerican culture have survived and evolved. 16 Where capitalism has succeeded in destroying such cultures, the world has suffered an absolute loss of cultural diversity and human meaning, with little to take their place other than the alienated world of capitalist poverty. Where capitalism has failed to impose its own rules of the game because of people's resistance, the conflict continues. Late in his life, Marx not only studied the peasant mir in Russia but also delved into anthropological works on so-called primitive cultures, looking, his notebooks suggest, for further possibilities of avoiding the evils of capitalism through the further development of autonomous cultural practices. 17. Today, we can look around the world, to some degree in the US and in the other developed capitalist countries, but to a larger degree in the global south, and see the wide variety of distinct ways of life that still offer a diverse array of alternatives to the dominant culture of capitalism. Whether these alternatives are judged satisfying or seen as points of departure, they show something extremely important: capital has never been able to shape the world entirely according to its own rules. Beyond the survival of pre-capitalist cultural practices, people have also repeatedly created new kinds of social relationships that are incompatible with capitalist rules of the game, and in the process, have posed new alternatives to it. In his theoretical chapters, Marx shows capitalism really has no creativity at all, but lives by absorbing and harnessing the creativity of those it dominates. The realization of this constant failure of capital to bend all people during all their lives to its demands alerts us to the essential source of potential change, those alternatives created and elaborated through struggle. With these notes of warning about too simplistic an adoption of Marx's analysis as being universally valid in its details, and even more so as a prescription for a painful but necessary historical passage, we can proceed to examine the elements of this original accumulation which Marx selected for more detailed treatment. Chapter 27, The Expropriation of the Agricultural Population from the Land. Outline of Marx's analysis. England, serfdom disappeared by last part of 14th century. Mostly independent peasants in 15th century. Part-time laborers. Right to common land for grazing, timber, etc. Small peasant properties. Prelude to revolution, last third of 15th century to first third of 16th century. Dissolution of bands of feudal retainers. Partly by royal power reducing wealth of aristocracy. Partly by feudal lords. Driving peasants from land for sheep walks, to take advantage of increased price of wool. Usurping commons. Destruction of houses. Feudal legislation for 150 years after Henry VII, 1489, tried to stem this trend, i.e., to 1630. 16th century, Reformation. Colossal spoliation of Catholic Church property, ex-feudal proprietor of land. Dissolution of monasteries. Estates given to royal favorites, drove out hereditary subtenants. Estates sold at nominal prices. 17th century, Glorious Revolution of William of Orange. Theft of state lands, seized and given away or sold at low prices. 18th century, law becomes tool of land theft. Bills for the enclosure of commons by Parliament dominated by landed and capitalist profit grubbers. 19th century, the clearing of the estates. Clearing of cottages and people. Particularly dramatic in Scotland, example by the Duchess of Sutherland. 15,000 people pushed out by British soldiers in appropriation of 794,000 acres of land, pushed to seashore. Later driven away when seashore was let to London fishmongers. Conversion of sheep walks to deer forests for sport, led to famine. Results. 1. Destruction of yeomanry, independent peasants, by 1750. Replaced by tenants at will, small farmers on yearly leases, a servile rabble, sheep/deer, and agricultural labor. 2. Destruction of a whole system of private property and its replacement by another. 3. Driving of people into the manufacturing towns, creation of the human material to be shaped into an industrial working class, driven from the land and forbidden to emigrate. Commentary. This historical analysis of the first step in the creation of the working class centers the forcible expropriation of the means of livelihood of peasants and craftspeople. In England, some 6 million acres or 1/4 of the cultivated acreage was enclosed by direct act of Parliament. Another 4 to 7 million acres are estimated to have been enclosed privately. 18 By these actions, millions of people were rendered homeless and without income. This expropriation of the land was a long process, 300 to 400 years, and only through considerable violence were these changes accomplished. Vast numbers resisted and had to be forcibly dispossessed, a violence that forced them to seek refuge in woodland or cities or even flee abroad. One area of dispossession, which Marx highlights, is the Highlands in Scotland, where the Duchess of Sutherland and others drove their clansmen from the land. Such enclosures and the human misery produced were fought by those directly victimized and protested by sympathizers. The long and tragic history of the enclosures with their terrible costs to humans and to nature left an indelible mark on the various cultures of the British Isles. These costs were a central issue in the transformation wrought by the rise of capitalism, the commercialization of agriculture and the industrialization of manufacturing. Not surprisingly, they have also become the inspiration of folk music that remembers and laments. The Highland Clearances, written by Andy Stewart, blasts Queen Victoria for sanctioning the kind of Highland clearances carried out by the Duchess of Sutherland, evokes the burning of the peasant crofts and recalls those who were forced to take ship for the new, and hopefully better, world. 19. While the new capitalist farmers were on the offensive, they found it no easy task to drive off and pauperize the population. There was violent resistance to physical removal, there were polemics written by economists and others, and from time to time, there was even legislation against the process, though largely ignored and unenforced. As we see in the subsequent chapter, the dispossessed also turned to vagabondage and brigandry out of desperation and to avenge themselves for the loss of their land and livelihoods. This process that Marx analyzes in Britain has been universal throughout the bloody history of the creation of the capitalist world. Marx mentions Germany, Sweden, and France in passing, but it has been employed everywhere capitalists invaded, from Asia, through the Middle East and Africa to the Western Hemisphere. In all those regions, British capitalists, backed by their government's army and navy, established private property by force and fiat against the indigenous peoples and their customs, no matter how varied. So too did the Dutch in the East Indies. In the lands of the Incas and Aztecs, the violence of the Spanish conquistadors and expropriators is well known. Both Spaniards and Portuguese established huge colonial empires in South America, bequeathing the region the title of Latin America following the imposition of their own languages on indigenous peoples. 20 The Dutch also carved out pieces of South America and Southern Africa. Throughout the age of imperialism, capitalists, backed by their governments, competed, both economically and militarily, frequently displacing one another in wars for the control of the peoples, resources, markets, and investment opportunities throughout the world. Over time, primitive accumulation became a recurrent aspect of capitalist development. Despite capitalist efforts to extend their control throughout the world, that world was just too large and its people too numerous and too resisting for capitalist investment to expand as rapidly as its colonial control. As we see in Chapter 25, capitalists have sought to use undispossessed people left on the land as a vast, latent reserve army to be expelled and exploited when needed. Today, these conflicts continue as capital repeatedly seeks to steal what little land remains in the hands of small farmers, peasants, and indigenous communities. Undeterred by government regulation, private capitalists clear-cut tropical rainforests, which remain the home of diverse traditional cultures. Governments seize both private and public lands for corporate investors in airports, golf courses, or mining. As such enclosures continue, so too do the struggles against enclosure, sometimes in the courts, sometimes in the streets and forests. 21. Because his subject is the creation of the working class, Marx's focuses on the dispossession of independent peasants and does not dwell either on the general nature of the pre-capitalist system, or on details of the ways of life being wiped out. His general interpretive analysis grasps the transition in terms of where it is headed but gives little sense of the kind of societies that were being destroyed. As a result, he leaves us no feeling for either the world of the peasants who are being driven off their land, or for the world of the landed estates whose retainers were being let go to join the unemployed, potentially waged labor force. Marx's reasons for this absence can be explained partly by ignorance, partly by just not taking the time away from trying to understand the kind of world capitalists were imposing to examine the world, it was replacing. Certainly, Marx had no nostalgia for any kind of feudalism, nor was he a pastoralist wanting to turn history back to mythical peasant utopias. What little attention he did pay to peasant struggles before writing Capital, mainly those of French peasants, led him to be dismissive of their revolutionary potential. 22 However, as I have mentioned, years after Capital was published, debates in Russia over the importance of peasant life as a potential point of departure for a post-capitalist future led him to a much more sympathetic examination of the peasant mere. 23. Whatever Marx's reasons for largely neglecting the study of the world, resisting capitalist enclosure, similar ongoing struggles, many of which have survived for hundreds of years, demand that we do the work he only began with his investigation of Russian peasant life and try to understand what such people have been fighting to protect. See below, the last part of these commentaries on this chapter. Literary illustrations. Traces of this great drama abound in English literature. While several middle or upper-class poets wrote pastoral verses idealizing a vanishing world they knew only as tourists, lamenting its passing through enclosure, a handful of those who worked the land also chronicled the destruction of their world. One such was John Clare, 1793–1864. Born in the village of Helpstone, Northamptonshire, Clare was a landless agricultural laborer who worked various jobs. He was also an acute and sympathetic observer of the countryside around him and a harsh critic of the way nature and the people who worked it were being wiped out by enclosures. His poem The Maoris begins with an evocation of a beautiful, wide-open natural area of unbounded freedom, unmolested by fence or plow, where Clare had spent his boyhood. But then comes enclosure that builds fences, improves the land, trampling on labor's rights and turning the poor into slaves. Clara's contempt for this process and the character of those responsible are crystal clear. Fence now meets fence in owner's little bounds. Of fields and meadow large as garden grounds. In little parcels little minds to please. With men and flocks imprisoned ill at ease. 24. The drama of this long period lay both in the loss of those various rural ways of life that Marx failed to study and in their replacement by the highly urbanized world of industrial capitalism, with its satanic mills, money values, and new kinds of class antagonism. The so-called industrial novels of the 19th century, however, reflected and nourished political and philosophical debates about the human meaning of these changes. More than fiction, these novels are invaluable historical canvases on which their authors painted, in rich detail, their changing world. While the central interests in novels are their characters, whose personal dramas and development make up the narrative structure, the books also contain a variety of vivid portrayals of various aspects of English society, some disappearing and some coming to dominate. One of those novelists who was preoccupied in her writing with the social and human meanings of the transition was Elizabeth Gaskell, 1810–65. Her novel Mary Barton, A Story of Manchester Life was published in 1848, the same year as Marx and Engels's Communist Manifesto. The wife of a Unitarian minister in Manchester, Gaskell was intimately familiar with the working-class world she portrayed, and although, unlike Marx, she hoped for a reconciliation of the classes, her novel gives a sympathetic and very human portrayal of the difficult lives and struggles of manufacturing workers. While Mary Barton only marginally evokes the transition from an agrarian England to an industrializing one, through the character of Alice Wilson, another of Gaskell's novels, North and South, 1855, deals with it quite directly. 25 The south of the novel is the largely agrarian south of England from which the main heroine of the story comes, and the north is the increasingly industrial north of that country to which the heroine moves. Discovering a whole new world, she reflects upon all the differences between the two. Here too, Gaskell portrays the class struggles of industrial capitalism, this time through the eyes of the daughter of a disillusioned minister. Writing under the pseudonym of George Eliot, Mary Ann Evans, 1819–80, is perhaps best known for Silas Marner, 1861, and Middlemarch, 1872. But she also published Felix Holt, the Radical, in 1866, just before Marx published Volume I of Capital. In that novel, Eliot constructs a dramatic tableau of provincial English life with working-class coal miners on one side and the old rural gentry on the other. Her portrayal of the latter conveys just the intense feeling for this disappearing world that is missing in Marx. While only a reading of the whole novel, with its poetic and striking presentation of individual lives, can do it justice, it includes brilliant snapshots of the world being displaced by capitalism. Her metaphor of the dinosaur evokes the quantitative importance of those estate retainers whose dismissal preoccupies Marx, and of the imminent extinction of the class which had subordinated so many people, at such great expense, to its own luxurious lifestyle. But a man of Sir Maximus's rank is like those antediluvian animals whom the system of things condemned to carry such a huge bulk that they really could not inspect their bodily appurtenance, and had no conception of their own tails. Their parasites doubtless had a merry time of it, and after did extremely well when the high-bred saurian himself was ill at ease. Treby Manor, measured from the front saloon to the remotest shed, was as large as a moderate-sized village, and there were certainly more lights burning in it every evening, more wine, spirits, and ale drunk, more waste and more folly, than could be found in some large villages. There was fast revelry in the steward's room, and slow revelry in the Scotch bailiff's room, short whist, costume, and flirtation in the housekeeper's room, and the same at a lower price in the servants' hall, a select Olympian feast in the private apartment of the cook, who was a much grander person than her ladyship, and wore gold and jewellery to a vast amount of suet, a gambling group in the stables, and the coachman, perhaps the most innocent member of the establishment, tippling in majestic solitude by a fire in the harness room. For Sir Maximus, as everyone said, was a gentleman of the right sort, condescended to no mean inquires, greeted his head servants with a good evening, gentlemen, when he met them in the park, and only snarled in a subdued way when he looked over the accounts, willing to endure some personal inconvenience in order to keep up the institutions of the country, to maintain his hereditary establishment, and do his duty in that station of life, the station of a long-tailed saurian to which it had pleased Providence to call him. 26. The passing of such grand estates was often gradual and often due to their owners' resistance to changing times, such as the need to modernize the agriculture upon which their rents and incomes were based. Such resistance is part of the tale told in the hugely popular, ITV/PBS Masterpiece Theatre mini-series Downton Abbey, 2010-15. 27. Tales of Resistance. Marx's analysis also lacks a detailed examination of the resistance that shaped and forced changes in capital's expropriation and organization of labor. Marx tells us what was done, but he rarely gives a satisfying analysis of the power shifts that made it possible. The Russian anarchist Peter Kropotkin, 1842-1921, spells out what needs to be done for the study of all workers' struggles, overtly revolutionary or otherwise. In the histories hitherto written we do not yet see the people, nor do we see how revolutions began. The stereotyped phrases about the desperate condition of people previous to revolutions fail to explain whence amid this desperation came the hope of something better, whence came the revolutionary spirit. And therefore, after reading these histories, we put them aside, and going back to first sources, try to learn from them what caused the people to rise and what was its true part in revolutions, what advantages it obtained from a revolution, what ideas it launched into circulation, what faults of tactics it committed. 28. This perspective suggests some areas of Marx's argument that need more research. 1. Dissolution of feudal retainers. The reduction of wealth of the feudal nobility that forced them to let servants go is cited but not analyzed. The dismissal of servants is easy to understand, they could hardly fight to stay, though the above passage from George Eliot suggests why they might want to do so. The issue is, what did they do when dismissed, how did they live and struggle? 2. Similarly, the issue of the Reformation and the overthrow of the hegemony of the Catholic Church needs an examination of the popular forces at play in the English Reformation, forces which not only displaced the Roman Church but nearly overthrew the whole regime during the English Revolution of the 17th century, see below. 3. More important are the usurpation of the common lands through enclosure. Why this was desired, Marx makes clear. How the power was mobilized to do so, he does not. How did the peasants resist? How was the clearing carried out so that peasant resistance was crushed? British troops were used at times. But how were they turned against their own people? One can speculate, but Marx tells us very little about the actual dynamics of this decomposition of the peasantry. We get neither analysis of politico-military tactics of repression nor of the tactics of resistance that failed, Kropotkin's faults of tactics. 4. Laws were passed against enclosure for 150 years, but to no avail. A clear split between legislative and executive action. Why? What were the forces that led the latter to defy the former? Fortunately, we can gain some insights into these things by studying the writings of historians such as E. P. Thompson, 1924-93. In his Making of the English Working Class, 1963, he revealed new information about agrarian struggles in the period 1790 to 1830. How was it possible for the laborer to be held at brute subsistence level? He asks and begins to give an answer that takes into account peasant resistance. 29. Note that he is discussing labor revolt in the later stages of expropriation, the last gasp of the resisting peasantry and the continuing resistance of the new class of agricultural workers. On the side of resistance, he cites various kinds of actions, threats to overseers, sporadic sabotage, burning corn ricks, sullen and discontented spirits, turnip pilfering, alehouse scrounging, poaching and layabouts. In 1816, after the Napoleonic War years, 1793 to 1815, when the return of troops caused problems in East Anglia, dispossessed field laborers rose up demanding minimum wages and price maxims. There were food riots, forced levies for money from the gentry, and the destruction of labor displacing threshing machines. 30. The laborers' revolt of 1830 included multi-village strikes, thresher breaking, demand for land, extortion of money, robbery, etc. This movement gained the sympathy of many in the middle class and some concessions. On the side of the capitalist farmers and gentry, Thompson mentions various means that were used to repress such rebellions: mobilization of servants and retainers, grooms, huntsmen, gamekeepers with pistols, shotguns, etc., as well as the use of government troops. Overall, he sketches relatively isolated revolts on which superior military force could be focused. Isolation due to the inability to organize beyond local villages was, in turn, due to the difficulty of communication as well as the unevenness of exploitation. Enclosures were not carried out everywhere at once but piece by piece. Isolated in both space and time, peasant resistance could be destroyed by local goons and government troops. As we ask these questions of enclosures in the present period, so too must we ask them of those of the 15th to 19th centuries. We ask them so that we can learn of past strengths and weaknesses in order to do better today. Land is still being seized, people are still being displaced, and resistance continues. The peasantry or land question and the capitalist need for labor are still pressing ones. Even when the question is of a shift from unwaged exploitation to waged exploitation, or vice versa, rather than of primitive accumulation, the fundamental conflict still plagues us. Reversing enclosure? Was the earth made to preserve a few covetous proud men to live at ease, and for them to bag and barn up the treasures of the earth from others that these may beg or starve in a fruitful land, or was it made to preserve all her children? 31. Gerard Winstanley, 1609–76, was a leader of the Diggers or True Levelers movement against enclosures, a movement that not only resisted but sought to reverse the process by seizing and working unused, enclosed land. One important moment of those struggles took place in 1649, a time of explosive political conflicts in England. The poor harvests of 1648 had led to widespread hunger and unemployment, and the urgency of demands for change had led to widespread radical demands, even within Cromwell's army. Marxist historian Christopher Hill, 1912–2003, a compatriot of E. P. Thompson, did the research necessary to provide a detailed description of the struggles and repression of the Diggers in 1649 in his book The World Turned Upside Down, 1984. 32. As part of those struggles, Winstanley wrote a battle song, "You Noble Diggers All," calling workers to battle to reclaim common lands from the greedy hands of private property. 33. The song blasts not only the landlords and their violence but also the lawyers who manipulated the laws to the landlords' advantage and the priests who wielded their religious doctrine to condemn workers and justify the violence used against them. In a fine example of reappropriating past struggles, Leon Ross Elson not only resurrected Winstanley's song, but wrote one of his own, whose title World Turned Upside Down was probably taken from Christopher Hill's book. 34. Scotsman Dick Gohan, who has performed the song, wrote this about it: "The mark of a great song is its ability to speak universals about specific happenings and to be relevant to all times. Sometimes we, Scots and Irish, forget that the first colony of the British Empire was in fact England." 35. For a visual, and visceral, sense of the struggles, see the 1975 film Winstanley, directed by Kevin Brownlow and Andrew Marlowe, noted for the quality of its attention to historical detail. The Diggers' attempt to reverse the process of enclosure and clearing failed. But that failure was only one moment in a multitude of struggles that shaped the emerging class composition of England. And the Diggers' visions, of the common use of the land, and of the right of people to eat and to determine their own lives, are still shared by many, and not all diggers have failed. The 20th century saw a vast resurgence of demands for land reform, the restoration to people of land previously taken from them. During the Mexican Revolution begun in 1910, Mexican peasants cut barbed wire fences and retook their land in revolts dramatically portrayed in the film Viva Zapata. 1952. 36. During the Russian Revolution of 1917, with the slogan "Bread and Land," millions of peasants reappropriated what had once been theirs. In China in 1927, Mao Zedong visited Hunan province and discovered that the revolution had begun without him. poor peasants were expropriating the rich and redistributing the land. In Vietnam, peasants joined the Viet Minh against colonialists who had seized their land for rice and rubber production for export, fighting in turn, the French, the Japanese, the French again and finally the Americans. Those were four great revolutionary moments when the reappropriation of land, the reversal of enclosure, was a central issue. We could multiply the examples of such conflicts 1,000-fold, throughout Asia, Africa and the Americas. Today, two current struggles come immediately to mind, those of the landless laborers in Brazil, MST, and of the Zapatistas in southern Mexico who have fought to reclaim lands previously stolen and concentrated in the hands of capitalist farmers. Enclosing water. Echoing the sad tale of Highlanders pushed to the seashore by the Duchess of Sutherland, who then let the seashore to the big London fishmongers, an Irish song tells the story of the resistance of fishermen in Northern Ireland to their dispossession by British colonialism. 37 The original expropriation of eel fishing rights was carried out under the orders of King Charles I in the mid-1600s. The tomb eel fishery referred to in the song was formed in the late 1950s and was awarded exclusive fishing rights by a British court in 1963. Lough Neagh is both the largest freshwater lake in the British Isles, 153 square miles, and the largest eel fishing area in Northern Ireland, with an annual take of about 600 tons. On the jacket of their record This is Free Belfast, the men of no property give the following background. Northern Ireland's Great Lough Neagh is the richest fishing ground of Western Europe. Instead of this natural treasure being the heritage and property of all the people, the fishing rights to its greatest catch, eels, are controlled exclusively by one company, the Dutch-controlled Tomb Eel Fisheries, N.I., Ltd. This company prosecutes the fishermen and can revoke their licenses. 38. The lyrics of The Great Eel Robbery include these lines. The waters of Lough Neagh we fished, as our fathers did before. But because of the tomb eel fishery, we cannot fish no more. But though we've had a setback, the decision will reverse. We'll smash that great monopoly on Lough Neagh's rocky shore, and Irishmen will gain their right to fish there evermore. The song ends with a promise of continuing struggle to win back fishing rights for local fishermen. And indeed, the fishermen formed a Lough Neagh Fishermen's Association and registered as a trade union to fight for their rights. According to one account, the fishermen successfully formed a cooperative society that was able to buy 20% of the shares of Tomb Eel Fishery, N.I., Ltd. When the majority shareholders counterattacked by refusing to buy eels from the Irish Fishing Cooperative, the latter bypassed Tomb and developed new markets in Europe. With the profits they realized from those markets, they were able to buy out the other 80% of the shares of Tomb, and as forecast in the song, the full rights to eel fishing finally reverted to local Irish fishermen. 39. There is another interesting dimension to this story. The song notes that the Dutch company held a great monopoly that stretches Europe round. Leaving aside the empirical question of the exact market share of the company, fishing, not just in Europe but around the world, has become increasingly concentrated in the hands of huge multinational corporations using advanced technology to maximize their take and profits. One result has been global overfishing and a dramatic depletion of many species of fish. Moreover, because fish eat fish, this has caused a disruption of ocean ecological balance, creating a growing crisis, one that cannot be overcome by the substitution of aquaculture or farm fishing for wild catch. The Associated Press reports that this overfishing and depletion includes the European eel. 40 Not only are prices rising rapidly as supply shrinks, but the reduction in the eel population is also creating worries about the impact on other animals who eat them, example cormorants, herons, otters and other European wildlife. In contrast to this overfishing, the Irish fishermen of Lough Neagh carefully manage their fishing in ways designed to sustain the eel population on which their livelihood depends. This is often the case with local fishing, as with local agriculture. A multinational corporation can deplete what they see as a resource and move on. Local populations, dependent on the sustainability of their ecosystem, are often more careful in how they interact with it. Point 41. Enclosures in the United States. In North America, the initial expropriation of the agricultural population was the displacement and extermination of Native Americans. Forming a diverse array of cultures based on various mixtures of agriculture, hunting, and gathering, these peoples filled the land when the Europeans invaded. Their hunting and gathering spread out over wide regions, and their agricultural methods often involved shifting and moving about. To the Europeans, used to dense populations where virtually every available hectare of arable land was cultivated, or given over to city building, North America looked empty, or so they pretended. As the Europeans pushed inland, they sought to either subordinate or eliminate those in their way. For the most part, the indigenous population never accepted assimilation. With few exceptions, they were never put to work directly, either as slaves or as wage labor. They simply refused, preferring to fight or to die. In some cases, the European invaders were able to tap the Indians' labor indirectly through the fur trade, but mostly they simply pushed them out of the way and killed them when they resisted. That resistance, of course, was great, long and bloody. It took a 200-year war to secure the majority of the land and to eliminate most of the Indians, confining the few who remained to reservations. This is a history that has been, for the most part, passed over quickly at all levels of school, from elementary to university. Ignorance of Native American culture and stereotypical images of barbaric savages were promulgated to rationalize their destruction, and only recently have begun to be replaced by more informed and less racist knowledge and treatments. With respect to Native American resistance, for a long time about the only aspects of that history whose memory was preserved with respect were some of their more effective armed struggles, preserved ironically by the military forces that defeated them, but that still honor the brilliance of their strategies and tactics of war. Fortunately, the neglect and failure to appreciate the resilience and creativity of Native American resistance has been increasingly countered in recent years, first by student struggles to create space and to gain resources for Native American studies, and second, by histories written from the point of view of the indigenous. Point 42. Beyond these accounts of primitive accumulation in Britain and North America understood as the creation of the classes of capitalist society, we must also recognize that both processes cannot be properly analyzed within national or even continental bounds. Because the indigenous population would not work for a wage, and because indentured European servants often escaped their servitude, the North American working class was constructed, in part, through the enslavement of Africans. That enslavement ripped people from their land and forcibly transported them across the Atlantic to plantations where they were put to work on land stolen from the Cherokee, Chsalaki, the Creek, Muskogee, the Chickasaw, Chickasha, the Choctaw, Chata, and the Seminole, Meskwaki. Just as the displaced agricultural population in Britain migrated from rural areas towards cities and even abroad, so too did the African slave trade force a migration that contributed to the formation of a working class throughout much of the Atlantic basin. Thus, primitive accumulation in the New World was closely interlocked with that of Europe and Africa, making it mandatory to study the formation of an Atlantic working class rather than a purely North American one. 43. This history and its study is complicated by the process of separating people from the land being repeatedly renewed. European settlers, who displaced the indigenous population, used the land they seized to ground their own independence from the growing capitalist demands for labor. For the most part, the frontier was not settled by capitalist plantation owners and ranchers employing slave or waged labor, but by family farmers who came west precisely to escape the factories and slums of both Western Europe and the American East Coast. The frontier moved west year after year and generation after generation as part of a struggle for freedom from exploitation, even as the indigenous population lost its freedom, and often its very existence. This westward movement of pioneers, mountain men, and homesteaders provided not only the inspiration for ideals such as Jefferson's agrarian democracy, but also an ongoing problem for capitalists who wanted to integrate the labor of these independent agriculturalists into a wider project of accumulation. As late as the 19th century, most U.S. citizens still lived on the land and their labor, like that of the indigenous before them, could only be tapped through the market. They could only be exploited through unequal exchange in which they sold agricultural produce that took a great deal of labor to create and bought manufactured products that took much less. With the development of capitalist banking and finance, they were also exploited through mortgages and bank loans. Over the years, these methods all worked together to generate a slow but inexorable process of dispossession, through which the vast majority of independent farmers lost their farms and were forced into wage labor. This process is still going on, even though only 3 or 4% of Americans still live on the land. It accelerates in hard times, when farm prices are low and mortgages and bank loans cannot be repaid, and slows during upturns when expanding demand and government subsidies keep farm output prices up and credit cheap. As might be expected, this process, like earlier periods, generated considerable resistance. From the Whiskey Rebellion, 1791–94, through the populist revolt of the 19th century to the American farm movement of the 1970s, supported by Willie Nelson's Farm Aid concerts, it has been a long and bitter history. Repeatedly, the dreams of independence of many generations of American farmers have been crushed and, like the British yeomen and Native Americans before them, they and their families have been driven from the land. Typical of the popular music of farmer resistance are two songs, one from the period of the populist revolt and the second from that of the American farm movement. The Farmer is the Man originated among Western farmers after the Civil War and became famous during the populist revolt of the 1890s. In that song, those responsible for the exploitation and ultimate enclosure of family farmers' lands and tools are the mortgage men and bankers who get it all. 44 The more recent song about the loss of family farms is Rain on the Scarecrow by John Cougar Mellencamp. 45 The song is bleaker, more about loss than about struggle, but fitting, given that most farmers have lost and very few remain. The story is the same. The crops we grew last summer weren't enough to pay the loan/couldn't buy the seed to plant this spring, and the farmer's bank foreclosed. Women, witches, and the enclosure of the body. Marx's analysis of the enclosures focuses on the theft of peasants' land, one of their basic means of subsistence and sources of power to resist exploitation by others, whether landlords who charge rent or capitalists who profit from paying low wages. The loss of land was often accompanied by the loss of most other means of subsistence including home and tools, such as spinning wheels, axes, saws, looms, cauldrons, which allowed peasants to provide themselves with housing, furniture, clothes, and food. Thus, along with the expropriation of the means of production went that of the means of reproduction of reproducing daily life for oneself and one's family. Accompanying this expropriation of land and the material means of reproduction came another expropriation even more intimate, that of women's bodies. During this period, a wide variety of women's social practices and rights came under attack, including their right to regulate their own fertility and their equality with men in both work and struggle. Their proper roles were redefined as broodmare and housewife. Their rights and possibilities were dramatically reduced as they were more deeply subordinated to men in both homes and waged workplaces. The nature of this repression unfolded in Britain and Western Europe during 1550 to 1650, the period of the Great Witch Hunt, which saw tens of thousands of women tortured and executed for once common practices that had been criminalized. Most of the victims of this repression were poor peasant women singled out in a population that was resisting the enclosures. In Britain, this period is bracketed by the 1549 Kett's Rebellion against enclosures and the English Revolution, which sought to turn the whole new order upside down. During those years, the state, in collaboration with both Catholic and Protestant churches, accelerated a wave of repression against women that had been growing with the rise of capitalism and popular resistance to it. Midwives, sages-femmes, or wise women, in French, were accused of being in league with the devil and preventing procreation or committing infanticide. This persecution was the beginning of a process where women were forced to procreate more workers for the labor market and increasingly excluded from all aspects of obstetrics and gynecology, which were taken over by men and the state. Rebellious women who spoke out or who insisted on their rights and their desires were accused of witchcraft and killed, as examples to all others. Such attacks struck directly at the important roles women had played in peasant revolt. Any and all manifestations of sexual desire outside of marriage, adultery, procreation, prostitution, etc. were criminalized. 46 The sexuality of the young was repressed, of the old ridiculed. Indeed, the stereotypical image of the witch as an old, evil, and lascivious crone dates from this period. Women in general were accused by demonologists of insatiable sexuality capable of dominating men and causing impotence. 47. The attack on women was orchestrated also to strike at men's sexual freedom and to undermine any solidarity between men and women while redirecting the energy of both into work for capital. 48 Women were to procreate and recreate the working class, while men were to do the work of disciplining women, and eventually both would be driven into the factory. Not surprisingly, along with the aggravation of antagonistic relations between men and women, the period of the witch hunts also saw the demonization and criminalization of all other unproductive sexual activity, such as homosexuality and public, collective sexuality, both of which had been common during the Middle Ages. 49. Land, capital, and the struggle for the preservation of cultural diversity. For much of the world, the kind of enclosure Marx is talking about has meant the destruction of entire ways of life that were deeply rooted in people's relationships to the land, both material and spiritual. In capitalism, land becomes a commodity, something to be bought and sold, a source of profits, and mainly, a vehicle for the control and exploitation of other humans. Unlike indigenous cultures, capitalism has no place for a spiritual relation to the land, or to the other creatures who dwell upon it. Instead of being one with the rest of nature, capitalism sees it all as usable and exploitable resources. 50 For thousands of years, Native Americans lived in balance on the land, hunting and gathering only what they needed for their limited populations and cultivating a little ground for a few crops. Instead of shaping human culture in harmony with the surrounding ecology, capitalism wantonly destroys and pillages the earth. The commons are drawn and quartered into little parcels, little minds to please. Forests are clear-cut for lumber and left as wasteland. Whole species, such as the buffalo, are hunted to near extinction. Grasslands are stripped through overgrazing and turned into deserts. Mountains are ripped apart by mountaintop removal and strip mining more generally. Rivers are turned into open sewers and lakes into cesspools or sterilized with acid rain. Oceans are polluted, overfished, and littered with plastic waste. The only spaces spared this exploitation are those that have been fought for and won against the logic of capitalist economics, a few reservations where Native Americans have refused the temptation of selling their mineral rights, a few national parks and areas of wilderness, and a variety of so far commercially valueless lands. Understanding the human meaning of this destruction requires studying the cultures being destroyed and their ongoing struggles to preserve what is left. Much has been learned by anthropologists and sympathetic outsiders who have observed and tried to understand in the years since Marx studied those few reports available to him. 51 From indigenous communities in southern Mexico to hunter-gatherers in the Amazon and beyond, people whose cultures contain strong pre- or anti-capitalist elements still survive and resist. In a few cases, resistance has mutated into efforts to expand, often through land seizure, to obtain more space for these cultures to grow and evolve. However limited our ability to understand those cultures, we can realize the rich diversity of human being which is at stake and measure the losses humanity has sustained as capitalism has done its best to exterminate all but the most superficial differences around the world, to undermine people's ability to live differently through the expropriation of their land, of their tools, of control over their bodies, integrating them poorly equipped into its spiritless world of endless work. Recent decades have seen the flourishing of resistance both to capitalist ecological destruction and to the cultural genocide it perpetrates. Films dealing with these tragedies include The Emerald Forest, 1985, Amazonia, Voices from the Rainforest, 1991, Medicine Man, 1992, Ferngully, 1992, Zapatista, 1999, The Burning Season, 2008, and Avatar, 2009. The Emerald Forest shows some of the classic methods used in the Amazon by its invaders, pitting tribe against tribe, murder, and the slaughter of the forest. But it also shows some of the spiritual richness of the indigenous culture and the close relations between humans and the animal world. Amazonia contains numerous interviews with Brazilian Indians and rubber tappers, once enemies, now increasingly allied in the attempt to defend the rainforest and the autonomy of their lives against the inroads of ranchers, miners, and government development projects such as roads and dams. It also points out that of the 900 tribes in the Amazon at the time of colonial conquest, only 180 remain, the other 720 were wiped out. Medicine Man deals with how the destruction of the rainforests also involves the destruction of a rich and diverse source of medicinal resources. Ferngully, an animated feature-length fantasy film, simply celebrates the beauty of the forests. Zapatista documents the indigenous uprising in Chiapas while providing background that makes it understandable. The Burning Season documents forest clearance for commercial palm oil production in Indonesia and its impact on orangutans and global warming. Although science fiction and located on another, fictional planet, the critical acclaim and worldwide popularity of Avatar's portrayal of the conflict between a rapacious capitalist corporation and an indigenous people demonstrates the degree to which people all over have become sympathetic to the struggle against capitalist depredations. There are many more films dealing with these issues. Chapter 28, Bloody Legislation Against the Expropriated. Commentary. The conversion of dispossessed peasants and artisans into waged and potentially waged workers involved a long and brutal campaign to drive them into the labor market, a campaign whose difficulty was due to resistance, documented in centuries of bloody legislation aimed at its suppression. Outline of Marx's analysis. People resisted, choosing to become beggars, robbers, and vagabonds instead of exploited factory workers. Thus, the use of violence to reduce them to a labor force. 1530, Henry VIII, 1491–1547. Whipping. Slicing off heirs. Hanging. 72,000 thieves put to death. 1547, Edward VI, 1537–53. Slavery. Whip and chains. Branded V on chest of vagabonds. Execution. Children taken. 1572, Elizabeth, 1533–1603. Branded ear. Execution. James I, 1566–1625. Public whipping. Branded R on left shoulder. Execution. Early period, direct extra economic force. Later period, silent compulsion of economic relations or natural laws. The state, the rising bourgeoisie needs the power of the state. To lengthen the working day, Chapter 10. To set maximum wages, punishment more severe for acceptance than payment. Outlawing of combinations, contracts, oaths from 14th century to the 19th century, until laws against combinations of workers collapsed in 1825 in the face of the threatening attitude of the proletariat. Only against its will, and under the pressure of the masses, did the English Parliament give up the laws against strikes and trade unions. In part, resistance was a refusal of the factory and the refusal to be reduced to a machine among machines in that factory. The following statement by one American manager reveals how capitalists saw workers: "I regard my work people just as I regard my machinery. They must look out for themselves as I do for myself. When my machines get old and useless, I reject them and get new, and these people are part of my machinery." 52. No residue here of the paternalism of feudal times, much less the closeness and mutual support of so-called primitive cultures, only the most violent redefinition of human beings as animate tools, an attitude echoed in more recent times by economists who consider workers human capital. 53. Charlie Chaplin's classic film Modern Times, 1936, presents an eloquent visual representation of workers as part of the machinery, paced by machinery, eaten up by machinery and driven crazy by the factory. Although it concerns the assembly line of Fordism in the 20th century, its basic vision is every bit as valid for earlier periods. As early as 1857, Marx observed in his Grundriss notebooks, they must be forced to work within the conditions posited by capital. 54 They do not go willingly from fields, forests, and villages to the satanic mills of early capitalist factories and into the dank tenements available to them. Force must be used because they resist. Marx cites begging, vagabondage and robbing as forms taken by the resistance, and he describes the bloody legislation passed to repress them. However, he does not analyze these activities in any detail. We get no texture of this resistance, only of punishment by whip and branding iron. When he analyzes the factory in chapters 13, 14, and 15 on cooperation, the division of labor, machinery, and modern industry, he does show how the struggle continued inside the factories through machine breaking, strikes and so on. The continuing brutality of factory work, described by Rebecca Harding Davis in her book Life in the Iron Mills, 1861, through that portrayed by Bruce Springsteen in his song Factory, 1978, goes far to explain why so many have resisted being forced to work in them. 55 The day-to-day violence of work and of the struggle over that work have shaped our world both on the job and off. Both Davis and Springsteen portray the consequences of factory work for community and family life. She evokes man layered by day in dens of drunkenness and infamy, while he remembers his daddy coming home with death in his eyes and somebody's gonna get hurt tonight. The street as an alternative to the factory. Begging was already a form of refusal in the feudal period, where various persons made use of a certain space created by Catholic attitudes toward almsgiving to live without working. This was a struggle because there was, even then, an attempt to distinguish between deserving and undeserving beggars, and the undeserving included those judged able to work. By the 15th and 16th centuries, the attempts to control begging advanced with the need for labor in the emerging capitalist factories, and with the growing militancy of the beggars. In 1529, a great riot exploded in Lyons, France. Mobs of destitute people pillaged the homes of the rich, broke into the municipal granary, and occupied the city hall in protest against the soaring price of bread. The Grande Rebellion caused profound concern in Lyons, and over the next few years the new system of poor relief was put into effect. 56. The Lyons system of poor relief had two sides: 1, it granted bread, etc., and 2, it aimed at regulating the poor and forcing them to work. Tickets were allocated, like food stamps, for bread. Children were housed in hospital asylums, vocational training was provided, they were then placed in domestic service or apprenticed. The city government also provided support for industry, especially the Lyons silk industry, to help provide jobs. Finally, begging was forbidden, a new special police force was set up, the chasseurs-coquins, and if any beggars were caught, they were put to work at hard labor or thrown into jail. This was the kind of treatment so thoroughly portrayed in Victor Hugo's great novel Les Miserables, 1862. Despite such state tactics, begging remained widespread. Beggars used many kinds of tricks in their trade. Some feigned illnesses by chewing soap, foaming at the mouth and acting epileptic. There were at one time 19 secret societies in Rome, ranging from gibbering idiots, illness fakirs to tradesmen who had lost their jobs. In 1627, an Italian monk listed 33 types of false beggars that included tears at will, flour for communion wafers, mad as result of tarantula bite, and so on. Sir Thomas More complained of sturdy and valiente beggars, cloaking their idle life under the colors of some disease or sickness. 57. Clearly, many people preferred the colorful life of the street to the drab drudgery of the factory and the grim gray existence of the factory family. Henry Mayhew, 1812–87, a playwright and a founder of the satirical weekly Punch, was also an investigative reporter. He interviewed vagrants, both the temporarily jobless and the permanently unwaged, gathered their stories, published them in the Morning Chronicle in London and later in his book London Labour and the London Poor, 1851. The vagrants often juxtaposed the joys of wandering and begging to the drudgery of waged labour. 58. History has also recorded considerable sympathy for beggars among common people to the point of helping them resist arrest, probably because most workers knew they might become beggars themselves, by choice or because of downturns in the industrial cycle. Garrity notes, French archives contain evidence showing that the police were often harassed by crowds when they attempted to arrest beggars. 59. Even more colorful, the history of robbery and crime provides rich material for the beginning of a class analysis of crimes against property. 60. On the one side, workers directly appropriate what they have produced but is now owned by capitalists, whether on the job or in the larger society. On the other side, capitalist theft is legalized, from their domestic enclosure of land, homes, and tools to their foreign conquests. Such analysis reveals how business has succeeded in pitting workers against workers, from communities where desperate workers rob other workers, nativists against immigrants and colonial armies to carry out the dirty work of spreading capitalist theft across the face of the earth. Controversy, the nature of the state. Marx doesn't analyze the state in the abstract but rather shows us concretely. 61. Here the state appears as government, as legislation, statute of laborers, etc., as the House of Commons, as police and armies. In this period, capital succeeds in turning the state as government into a tool, an organ of its class rule. This is done both via laws for capital that are enforced, and via laws against capital that are not enforced, such as those against enclosures. 62. Yet the passage of some laws that favor the working class shows that the government is also a terrain of class conflict. What ultimately matters are neither debate nor votes, but acts. Which and whether laws are passed and enforced is a function of class power. During this period of bloody legislation, capital succeeded in using state power for its own ends, against workers and against the old landed aristocracy. Capitalist power is clearly greater than that of workers, yet the balance of power also shifts and causes shifts in government action. Marx attributes the collapse of laws against combinations of workers in 1825 to the threatening attitude of the proletariat. 63. Similarly, the abandonment of laws against strikes was done only under the pressure of the masses. 64. Similar shifts in power, resulting in changes in laws concerning the length of the working day, are analyzed in Chapter 10. Two observations can be made. First, government appears as an organ of capitalist class rule only to the degree that it acts in the interests of that class. It is also a terrain, a space where struggle ensues, and working class power may be reflected in both parliamentary debate and in executive action. Today the growth of working class power has resulted in many enforced laws which benefit workers to the detriment of capital. This does not mean that government is a neutral third party, mediating between the classes as sometimes depicted. It does mean that no simple theory of government as capitalist state will suffice. Second, although Marx does mention some of the victories won by the working class as well as some defeats, he does not analyze or describe the struggles that produce these changes. While we can see both the need for struggle and its possible effectiveness, we learn nothing of the methods used and how they succeeded. What concretely constituted the threatening attitude of the proletariat? How did the masses exert pressure? Of these things we learn little. Working class struggles. E. P. Thompson's Making of the English Working Class reveals something of those struggles which Marx mentions but fails to analyze in detail. Examining the period between the Combination Acts of 1799 and 1800 and their repeal in 1824, 25,65 he shows us how the rising anger and militancy of both reformist intellectuals and workers took a number of forms, including clandestine political groupings and secret unionism, but never congealed into any centralized movement. He shows how such underground activity developed rapidly in response to the anti-combination laws and acts. Workers drew together and swore secret oaths in multiple conspiracies. When they could not strike openly, they developed covert methods for sabotaging production, methods that would leave little evidence for prosecution. 66. In such ways were the threatening attitudes of the proletariat expressed and the Combination Acts undermined to such a degree that by 1824 a repeal bill was moved through Parliament by men arguing that the acts had favored combination and needed to be abolished to undermine the growth of working-class organizations. Much to these persons' despair, however, repeal was followed immediately by widespread, now legal, strikes and conflict. Efforts to reinstate the acts in 1825 were immediately attacked by a storm of protests, petitions, meetings, and deputations from every trade. The reinstatement efforts failed, opening the way for the great wave of general unionism between 1832 and 1834-67. We need this kind of history and analysis to complement Marx's sketch in Capital. We need to examine how those before us fought being forced into the labor market and factories, and then how they fought once there, how they fought singly, in small groups, in relationship to political groups and to the emerging unions. We need to examine how their struggles interacted with the plans of capital. What methods worked, which did not. Beyond understanding how capital imposed its system, and maintained it only by fierce repression of widespread militancy, we need to learn lessons for today from the history of those struggles. Vagrancy laws during Reconstruction. In the United States, the early post-Civil War period provided a very close parallel to this use of vicious legislation to force a population freed from the land into service to capital. Large numbers of newly freed slaves, together with many uprooted and burned out whites, roamed the South wanting only 40 acres and a mule to begin a new life. The failure of the Reconstruction Act of 1867 to include land reform, the breakup and redistribution of the old plantation land to those who had worked it, condemned the war-freed and uprooted population to search for work where they could find it. Southern landowners, of course, wanted to reinstitute the plantation system via wage labor, under conditions similar to the slavery they had lost. Most of the freed and uprooted, however, refused to return to those conditions. Failing to entice these potential workers into such employment, the capitalists used force in a method strikingly like that used in England. Harsh laws in most southern states criminalized vagabondage, petty pilfering and other crimes against property, resulting in a rapid increase in the number of people thrown into prison. In some cases, such as the notorious Parchman Penitentiary, a huge prison plantation in the Mississippi, the government imposed what amounted to slave labor. To help finance the penal system, it also supplied a large quantity of cheap labor to capitalists who were unwilling to pay sufficiently high wages to attract a workforce. State governments would lease out prisoners to work in chain gangs at nominal cost to local and national capitalists. C. Van Woodward, 1908-99, in his book Origins of the New South, 1951, provides us with horrifying descriptions. 68. The conditions in these state-provisioned labor camps rivaled not only the brutality of the English situation in the 16th and 17th centuries, but the Soviet Gulag and Nazis' camps of the 20th century. It is always worth remembering the slogan over the entrance to the German concentration camp at Auschwitz was the very capitalist slogan Arbeit macht frei, work makes you free. In some ways, labor camps and prison labor are the quintessential expression of capitalist society. They are among the few places where the illusions of freedom are discarded, and work is imposed directly and brutally. With this kind of treatment, death rates were high. But it didn't matter because there were always more vagabonds or petty criminals to be shipped out to the mines or swamps to be worked to death for the sake of capitalist profits. 69. This was very similar to the period when the slave trade supplied so many slaves that cheap new muscle could be had to replace that driven into the grave. In Chapter 10, Marx discusses the abuses capitalists inflict when the supply of labor is cheap. Hence the Negro labor in the southern states of the American Union preserved a moderately patriarchal character as long as production was chiefly directed to the satisfaction of immediate local requirements. But in proportion as the export of cotton became of vital interest to those states, the overworking of the Negro and sometimes the consumption of his life in 7 years of labor, became a factor in a calculated and calculating system. 70. Once the slave trade was abolished and slaves became hard to replace, their treatment improved to ensure reproduction. In the post-Civil War South, the roaming masses provided the same kind of surplus labor supply as the slave hunting grounds of Africa, with the same kinds of abuses. Workers did not accept such barbaric treatment passively. Crime grew in response to repression, and in turn swelled the ranks of prison labor. Non-prison labor, finding itself undercut by cheap convict labor, fought against this involuntary servitude of so many of their number. When convicts were used to break strikes and displace legal laborers, open conflict over this issue became widespread. Woodward quotes one Colonel Collier, who was the Tennessee Democratic leader and general counsel to the Tennessee Coal, Iron, and Railroad Company. "We found that we were right in calculating that free laborers would be loath to enter upon strikes when they saw that the company was amply provided with convict labor." 71. By 1891, however, the good Colonel's workers had had enough. When the company offered a contract with no strike and other objectionable clauses and the workers refused it, the company ordered convicts to tear down their houses and build stockades for the convicts who were to replace free labor. The evicted miners then marched in force on the stockades and, without bloodshed, compelled guards, officers and convicts to board a train for Knoxville. Governor John P. Buchanan, with 3 companies of militia, promptly returned the convicts to the stockades. A few days later, more than 1,000 armed miners packed the guards and convicts off to Knoxville a second time, and those of another company along with them, again without bloodshed. The conflict over convict labor continued until October 31, 1891, when the workers forcibly freed the convicts of the Tennessee Coal Mine Company, allowed them all to escape, and burned down the stockades. They repeated the same tactics later at 2 other mining companies, releasing in all some 500 convicts. The mine operators of the area then employed free labor. 72. In other words, in this instance the workers won and defeated the strategy of capital by using armed force. Unfortunately, even today, almost 2 decades into the 21st century, penal labor is thriving. Many prisons in the U.S. are still being run as gulags, with their inmates either put to work by the prison itself or rented out to private capital. 73. Controversy: the wage, its absence, and the imposition of work. Although primitive accumulation has often been defined as the creation of a waged proletariat, we have seen how that very process also involved the creation of the unwaged, from vagabonds through slaves to housewives and children. Regarding slavery, Marxists have debated the status of slaves because they are not waged. Some, such as historian Eugene Genovese, 1930–2012, have argued that slavery constituted a different kind of social system articulated with capitalism. Others, myself included, see American slave labor as a peculiar form of labor within capitalism, a form of unwaged labor essential to the functioning of both Southern and Atlantic capitalism. Cotton slavery in the U.S. was the material foundation of the cotton textile mills in Manchester, England. In Capital, Marx often described wage labor as wage slavery or as veiled or indirect slavery, marking the similarity of wage to slave labor. Clearly the distance between the two for him was not great. 74. Elsewhere he wrote, "I do not mean indirect slavery, the slavery of the proletariat, I mean direct slavery, the slavery of the blacks in Suriname, in Brazil, in the southern regions of North America. Direct slavery is the pivot of our industrialism today as much as machinery, credit, etc. Without slavery, you have no cotton, without cotton you have no modern industry. It is slavery that has given value to the colonies, it was the colonies that created world trade, it is world trade that is the necessary condition for large-scale industry." 75. On the other hand, in Chapter 3, he contrasts enclosure freeing of Englishmen who entered the capitalist labor market with the impoverishment of Roman plebs through debt. The latter led to slavery and former to capitalism. His analysis grasps slavery within its historical context. In the ancient world, it defines a social system. In the capitalist 19th century, it is a peculiar form of labor control within a system based more on exchange than on direct coercion. Yet the coercion of the market is not far from that of the whip. During the late slave period, just before the Civil War, the South was beginning to industrialize, partly in response to resentment over terms of trade between the raw materials of the South and the industrial products of the North. Robert S. Starobin, 1939-71, in a book on this industrialization effort, noted how the situation of the slave was being transformed by the needs of industry for greater labor mobility. 76 Rather than being inseparable from the plantation, some slaves were being sent out by their owners to seek work for wages. The industrially employed slaves would then turn over part of their wage to their owner. This meant a dramatic transformation in the day-to-day habits and behavior of the slaves as well as their relationship with their owners. In short, they were acting less like slaves and more like wage labor. Eric Williams, 1911-81, argued that slavery itself originated from the struggles of both free-waged workers and indentured workers in the colonies. Capital had to seek out new sources of cheap and totally controlled labor to compensate for the concessions made to workers at home and the facility with which the indentured could escape. 77 Slaves, of course, fought for freedom, through overt revolts and by escaping. 78 At least some English workers saw the freedom of slaves as beneficial to them. Marx even wrote to Lincoln congratulating him on the freeing of the slaves and his re-election in 1864 in a letter on behalf of the International Working Men's Association, the first international. 79 During the Civil War, British textile capitalists supported the Southern cause, because they depended upon cheap, slave-produced Southern cotton. Some even argued that Britain should enter the war on the Southern side. Demonstrations by British workers helped block such intervention. Within the U.S., many Northern workers also saw, to some degree, that their ability to win higher wages and better working conditions depended upon ending a situation where some workers were literally made slaves to work at extremely low wages. In Chapter 10, Marx notes, "In the United States of America, every independent workers' movement was paralyzed as long as slavery disfigured a part of the republic. Labor in a white skin cannot emancipate itself where it is branded in a black skin. However, a new life immediately arose from the death of slavery. The first fruit of the American Civil War was the 8 hours agitation which ran from the Atlantic to the Pacific. 80. As the struggles of the waged and unwaged were linked, so too are many, and eventually all, conflicts between various groups of workers and capital interconnected. If the power of American workers in the North and of British workers was limited by slavery in the early 19th century, today we see plenty of evidence of how the power of those same workers is limited by the weakness of workers in the global South. Multinational corporations and free trade have increased capital's ability to shift jobs from high to low wage areas, undercutting the livelihoods of workers in the former areas with little or no improvement for workers in the latter ones. The solution to this problem today, as in the 19th century, is an acceleration of the international circulation of struggle via the self-conscious collaboration between higher, lower, and unwaged workers. 81. Chapter 29, The Genesis of the Capitalist Farmer. Outline of Marx's analysis. Genesis of the capitalist farmer, was a slow process evolving through many centuries. For England. 1. First form, the bailiff, himself a serf, like Roman vilius. 2. Second form, emerging in second half of the 14th century was the farmer, provided by the landlord with seed, cattle, and farm implements, exploits more wage labor. 3. Third form, métayer, or sharecropper, who advances part of inputs, rest advanced by landowner and they divide the output. 4. Fourth form, 15th century on, capitalist farmer proper, owns capital, employs wage labor and pays rent. This emerging class gets boost in 15th/16th century from 1. Usurpation of the common lands which allows expansion in cattle and manure. 2. Fall in value of gold causing a rise in prices, example agricultural output, undermining real wages and rents, raising profits. So, by the end of the 16th century, England had a class of capitalist farmers. Commentary. Analyzing the emergence of the capitalist class, Marx begins in the countryside, where he began his discussion of the genesis of the working class. The expropriation of the rural population also involved landed proprietors reorganizing the countryside, directly or through intermediaries. In some cases, landlords took over supervision of waged workers on their enlarged domains. In most, they hired others to reorganize agricultural production, increasing its commercialization, demanding only their share of the surplus value as rent. The examples Marx gives shows the decreasing control of landlords, per se, and the increasing control of the emerging class of capitalist farmers. Like the capitalist class more generally, in order to emerge as a dominant class, agrarian capitalists had to first gain control over production, independent of the landlords, and second, employ a reorganized labor force to produce a marketable surplus. As the point of departure of this process in Europe varied enormously, so too did the paths along which the new class emerged. They varied from region to region and country to country. The history in the United States was just as varied, starting from family farming, waged labor, and plantation slavery. After slavery was ended by revolt and civil war, small farmers, whether independent or sharecroppers, were slowly squeezed off the land in an ongoing process of enclosure by large-scale capitalist agribusiness, with considerable help from the U.S. government. The resistance to market forces in American farming. In the United States, the westward movement of people seeking alternatives to the emerging factories, in Europe and on the east coast of America, created a class of independent family farmers linked together in many kinds of community. These farmers were akin to the independent yeoman farmers Marx saw being wiped out in England. Obtaining land by displacing Native Americans, their labor could only be harnessed/exploited by the emerging capitalist system through the market, the manipulation of domestic terms of trade and high interest rates. Such exploitation culminated in the populist revolt in the late 19th century, when millions of American farmers joined together to protest, among other things, the falling ratio of the prices they received for their crops to the prices they paid for their tools, seeds, etc. They also protested the limitation of the money supply to gold that kept supplies of money limited, prices down and interest rates up, and demanded the monetization of silver. 82. Throughout much of the following 20th century, farmers had to struggle against a tendency for the terms of their trade to fall and thus for their situation to worsen. 83. A blues song, 7-Cent Cotton, composed in 1927 by Sampson Pittman, dealt with just such a problem: low prices for cotton and high prices for just about everything the farmers had to buy. The song begins, 7-cent cotton and 40 cents meat / how in the world / can a poor man eat? / flour up high and / cotton down low / how in the world / can we raise the dough? 84. Other methods of exploitation included debt peonage, through which farmers would become indebted to landowners, banks, or suppliers and forced to produce commercial crops to pay off their debt. This was the fate of many ex-slaves after the Civil War. For those who escaped imprisonment and de facto slavery, see my commentary on Chapter 28, and were unable to obtain land, they often found themselves sharecropping others' land and trapped in perpetual debt. 85. Others have been subordinated via the modern putting out or contract farming system, whereby small farm owners sign contracts with food chains or food processing corporations and must follow the methods and instructions of their buyers. In both cases, as in the case of slavery, people's skills and labor have been manipulated and exploited by capital without this being done through the wage. Capitalists have not always found it easy to entice or compel American family farmers to produce for the market, and thus expose themselves to exploitation. The traditional American family farm is a complex combination of animal husbandry, vegetable, and grain growing, designed from the first to be largely self-supporting. Animal wastes are returned to the soil as nutrients, the animals feed on grain or their byproducts or on fallow pastures being renewed by nitrogen-fixing crops. Drying, butchering, salting, canning and more recently freezing have provided farm families with food the year round. In these circumstances, it is possible for small farmers, if they are not caught by the debt traps of suppliers or bankers, to produce for the market only to the degree that they choose, selling just enough to buy things they cannot produce. In research for his PhD dissertation, Riccardo Salvatore discovered how the refusal of New England farmers to produce hides for even a regional leather market forced East Coast shoe producers to import hides from as far away as Argentina and California. 86 Those farmers who refused to subordinate their production to the market were opting for a certain culture and way of life in which they were working for themselves and their own self-defined needs. In a process that Marx analyzes with respect to industry in Chapter 25, American agriculture has suffered gradual processes of both proletarianization and centralization. Exploited and then foreclosed, most small farmers have been driven off the land and into rural or urban labor markets. Some, in self-defense, have survived by banding together in farmer cooperatives. 87 Parallel has been the rise of larger, more wealthy farmers and ranchers and their takeover by Eastern or European investment companies. American agribusiness emerged from open-range wars, where the stronger stole from the weaker, and from some buying up others' land, often at cut-rate prices from foreclosing banks. The big farms and ranches fenced the land and hired ever more laborers, including cowboys to manage herds and cattle drives, armed cowboys who, sometimes, struck for higher wages. 88 In these ways, the experience of England has been essentially repeated in North America, albeit with some variation. The period of the Populist Revolt was the last important instance of large and small American farmers combining in a common political cause. Subsequently, the state, through the Department of Agriculture, went out of its way to destroy this alliance by supporting the growth of the American Farm Federation that catered to large farmers and by directing its increasing number of agricultural extension agents to push new technology mainly toward more affluent farmers who could afford the necessary investment. 89 In recent years, the revival of the farm movement in response to the latest credit crunches and crises of parity in output and input prices has been supported by those few small farmers who are left, and some large farmers who stand to gain from price supports. This movement is on a very small scale in comparison to the Populist Revolt, in large measure because while in 1870 almost 50% of Americans still worked the land, today that number has been reduced to 3 to 4% and is still declining. As its operations and the need for cheap farm labor grew, agribusiness turned to immigrant labor, both legal through the Bracero program and illegal. By the 1960s, however, field workers, mostly Mexican, or Mexican-American, began to form unions, fight for union recognition, higher wages, and better working conditions in the Central Valley of California. They fought in part through strikes and in part through a nationwide grape boycott that mobilized millions of shoppers, mainly housewives, in their support. Many of us who were supporting the resistance of peasants in Southeast Asia to U.S. government counterinsurgency war also lent our time and energy to support that struggle in the American countryside. The struggles of farm workers have been commemorated in song. An early one, Deportee, Plain Wreck at Los Gatos, 1948, by Woody Guthrie, lamented the exploitation of immigrant workers. Another, the Corrido de Delano or the Ballad of Delano by Lalo Guerrero, 1916-2005, celebrated the battles of the United Farm Workers in California. The song begins, in 1965 or 1966, more or less our people rose up in the fields of Delano demanding better wages for working the land. Among the many other musical expressions of such rural conflicts in that period was Maggie's Farm by Bob Dylan. His song, however, was more than an expression of rural revolt, it expressed a whole cycle of social struggles of the late 1960s, the revolt against capitalist work in all its forms. Maggie's Farm could be any farm, factory, office, or schoolroom where people were put to work and mistreated. The miseries that Dylan describes are those of all workers, ideas which can't be realized because work drains away energy, low wages, penalties for the infraction of stupid rules, the blindness of bosses to anything besides their pursuit of profit, their frequent enjoyment of their power over workers, the shadow of the state standing behind them to protect them from workers' revolt, ideology that hides hypocrisy. Yet, the song reveals the struggle for self-realization despite the oppressions of boring work. It begins, "I ain't gonna work on Maggie's farm no more / no, I ain't gonna work on Maggie's farm no more / well, I wake up in the morning / hold my hands and pray for rain / I got a head full of ideas that are driving me insane / it's a shame the way she makes me scrub the floor." Parallels in the Global South. Colonial plantations, on land stolen from indigenous populations, faced resistance and had to resort to many different forms of coerced labor. 90 For the most part, such agriculture produced raw materials for the industries of the colonizing countries, example American, Egyptian or Indian cotton, Caribbean sugar or Vietnamese rice and rubber. See the films Burn, 1969, and The Mission, 1986, for dramatic portrayals of the colonial period in Latin America. The post-colonial period perpetuated the same pattern of dependence on former colonial trade. Like some American family farmers, many peasant communities have refused to gear their production to the demands of the market. Some, seduced by market income in the past, have withdrawn after nasty experiences of finding their income subject to wild fluctuations in market prices. Periods of downturns in crop prices have shown them that their medium and long-run income, not to mention their cultural ways of life, are more secure when their production is essentially organized to meet their own needs and only surpluses are offered to the market. On the other hand, in the post-colonial era, influential commercial producers reacted to such market price instability by demanding considerable state intervention to lessen such fluctuations and stabilize income. In this way, new independent governments gained some control over their economies, which had been and continued to be dependent on former colonial trade. Such interventions, such as subsidizing the prices of basic food crops, were long opposed by development economists and foreign governments who wanted to open those markets to their own exports. That long opposition culminated in the trumpeted free market, neoliberal ideology of the Reagan administration in the 1980s. On every front, the U.S. government pressured foreign governments to open their markets and reduce government regulation. The ideology was that of 18th and 19th century liberalism: free markets are the best solution to all economic problems. 91 The actual strategy was merely a variant of colonial force: hammer down all those defenses that local groups had erected to their subordination by multinational capital. During the 1982 debt crisis in Mexico, for instance, the International Monetary Fund demanded the elimination of subsidies supporting the price of the basic food crop, maize, as one condition, among many, for debt rollover. It was accepted and enforced by the Mexican government. The result was a drop in maize prices and a flood of maize imports from the U.S. that convinced many peasants to abandon market-geared monoculture and return to more diverse production patterns designed for local needs. This pattern has been replicated worldwide. Such neoliberal policies have continued to be pursued by Democratic as well as Republican administrations. A decade after Mexico's de facto default, the Clinton administration pushed through the neoliberal NAFTA that went into effect on January 1, 1994, an implementation met by the indigenous Zapatista uprising. Within a year, the peso went belly up, and that same administration demanded further opening of the Mexican economy to foreign investment and trade as conditions for bailing out speculators. In all these cases, the welfare of both farmers and consumers was subordinated to that of multinational corporations, including agribusiness. The use of inflation in primitive and mature accumulation. Marx's analysis of the way inflation, a general rise of prices, enriched capitalist farmers in the 16th century is still instructive in our own period. The utilization of inflation by capitalists to transfer value from waged workers, and others on fixed income, to themselves, the owners of the commodities whose prices are rising, became a conscious policy in the 1940s to 1960s, a period in which capitalist macroeconomic policy was dominated by the thought of John Maynard Keynes, 1883 to 1946. Keynes had seen how inflation could be used to undermine real wages in the presence of money illusion. Then development economists such as Sir William Arthur Lewis, 1915–91, recommended state-generated inflation as a way to increase savings and investment to spur accumulation in the global South. 92 In some countries, such as Brazil, this was institutionalized, not only with inflation but with differential indexation whereby wages were indexed at a lower rate than capital values. In the 1970s, rapid inflation was the only way capital could undermine real wages, given that, in the late 1960s, nominal wages had grown more rapidly than productivity and undermined profits. Thus, the acceptance by U.S. capital of the quadrupling of oil prices by the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, in 1974 and again in 1978, in the hope and expectation that hundreds of billions of petrodollars would be recycled through Western banks and become available for capital to use against workers. 93 Inflation successfully prevented the rapid rise of real wages and an accelerated fall in the share of profits. However, workers' continued success in raising nominal wages generated accelerating inflation that became, for business, more of a problem than a useful strategy. At that point, policies attacking inflation became a euphemism for what were really attacks on wages. This points to a basic lesson to be learned from the study of this part of capital. In his analysis of the period of primitive accumulation, Marx outlines and analyzes then new phenomena, which become established patterns of mature accumulation. We can approach primitive accumulation by looking backward and asking how the mechanisms of capitalist domination became established, but we can also examine the ongoing patterns of accumulation to discover how the same mechanisms have been continually re-employed. Land, for example, is still being enclosed and people continue to struggle against enclosure or to reverse it, seeking the re-establishment of ever larger commons as one vehicle for escaping capitalist domination. Certainly, the structure of the section, 2 chapters on the emergence of the working class, and 3 on the emergence of the capitalist class, points to a fundamental point which many Marxists have overlooked. Socially speaking, accumulation is an accumulation of classes, and the accumulating quantities of money, means of production, commodities, factories, etc., are only moments, or elements, in the social accumulation of the antagonistic social struggles which make up the interactions of those classes. Chapter 30, Impact of the Agricultural Revolution on Industry. The creation of a home market for industrial capital. Commentary. The expropriation of land and the bloody legislation against the expropriated produced not only a proletariat available for work in capitalist industry, but also a market for the goods being produced by that industry. Previously, that market was quite limited because most people produced what they needed. It was restricted to the wealthy with money to spend or to local exchange, often under conditions of barter or reciprocity within a community. Marx points out that the rise of a waged working class also meant the rise of a class of consumers who increasingly bought everything they needed in the market. Outline of Marx's analysis. Point of departure: largely self-sufficient peasantry, which worked the land, produced raw materials and processed them into final consumption goods, example raised sheep, worked wool into thread and hence into cloth and clothes. Expropriation of the land had 3 results. 1. Peasants became workers and landlords either became or hired agrarian capitalists. 2. Produced raw materials, along with the land, became the property of the agrarian capitalists. 3. The destruction of independent artisanal and handicraft production so that all consumer goods had to be purchased. Destruction of artisanal production begins with expropriation of the land, which often involved the destruction of villages and means of artisanal tools such as looms. Is temporarily limited by the rise of cottage industry, subordinated to merchant capital. This begins the period of manufacturing controlled by merchants, in isolated workshops, with the aim of profits. Is completed with the rise of industrial factories in which production and workers are concentrated in labor barracks. Creates the home market, which replaces homemade or artisan goods produced to meet local needs. Home market means demand for food, clothes, housing, etc., all from people who had previously provided their own but are now working for wages and buying what they need on the market. The imposition of the market. As we saw in chapter 28, throwing peasants off the land does not necessarily mean they will present themselves at the factory gates or constitute an immediate market for capitalists' goods. The inability to produce one's own food or clothing does not mean those who need to eat or to be clothed will have the money necessary to buy what they need, or that buying them is the only way to obtain them. They could also be appropriated directly. In legend, Robin Hood and his merry men poached the king's deer. As commons were enclosed, peasants continued to gather wood in forests for huts and fires and poached game on now private land. 94 Along with the laws against vagabondage, aimed at creating a class of waged workers, came other laws aimed at preventing such direct appropriation, i.e., property laws that imposed the market as the only legal way to acquire goods. These laws were every bit as bloody, perhaps more so, than those against vagabondage. In the 17th and 18th centuries, British courts regularly hanged people for petty theft. Historian Peter Linnebaugh coined the term thanatocracy for this rule by death. 95. While this distinction between direct appropriation and buying with a wage may seem clear-cut, historically it was not so neatly defined. During the period of manufacturing, it was commonplace in many trades, for the workers to take part of their income in the form of directly appropriated means of production. For example, silk workers would appropriate scraps of silk cloth, shoemakers would keep excess leather, shipwrights would help themselves to scrap lumber, sailors would take tobacco being transported in their ships, cowboys could take part of their pay in cabs or put their own brand on mavericks, and so on. In each case the workers would either consume the material directly, sell it for money, or work it up into a product, example leather into shoes, and sell that for money. 96 Eventually, this kind of activity was criminalized. Laws were passed attacking these non-wage forms of income, and through them the real wage was lowered, making the workers poorer and the employers richer. Moreover, the struggle over such appropriation led to a variety of new methods of production, from hogsheads, large wooden barrels, in shipping, to make pilfering more difficult, to Mirabeau's fabriques réunies in which workers could be watched over, their labor process more carefully controlled and waste limited. Valorization and disvalorization. Another way of looking at the emergence of the home market is the commodification of production, that is to say, how goods which had been produced for use came to be produced for sale. This is characteristic of the capitalist organization of life. Capitalists convert human activities into commodity-producing ones. The people capitalists put to work produce not just useful items or services but commodities that can be sold to make a profit, or so the capitalists hope. This whole process of putting people to work producing commodities, sold to realize a profit, which is then reinvested to begin the whole process over again, Marx calls, in chapter 7, valorization or the self-valorization of capital. 97. Capitalist valorization is quite the reverse from the point of view of displaced peasants and artisans. Peasants displaced from the land lose their ability to farm, not only in the direct sense that without land they cannot grow food, but over time the very skills necessary for farming are lost within a generation. Their children, raised away from the land, never acquire the skills of their parents. Artisans, who knew how to spin thread or weave cloth but lost their spinning wheels and looms, soon lose their skills in those handicrafts. Their children never gain them. Thus, the creation of value for the capitalist means the creation of what Ivan Illich has called disvalue for the expropriated. 98 This loss of skill, this loss of the ability to produce for oneself to meet one's own needs, involves two related processes, devalorization and disvalorization. Where certain skills and abilities and knowledges are lost completely, not just by the individual but by society, we can say there has been devalorization or the destruction of value. Where the skills and abilities are lost to individuals but taken over and incorporated into capital and the production of commodities, we can say the people have suffered disvalorization, the displacement of personal and communal skills into the production of commodities. 99. These processes, although begun in the earliest period of primitive accumulation, continue to this day. In Chapter 15 of Capital, on machinery and modern industry, Marx analyzes this process in terms of descaling. He shows how the development of machines has involved the mechanical reproduction of skills that workers then no longer exercise. The more this process develops, the fewer aspects of traditional skill are exercised by the workers. The result is a real process of abstraction through which work is steadily reduced to simple machine tending. Today, the processes of devalorization and disvalorization are most evident in the Third World. In barrios and villages, we find people whose abilities to meet their own needs are being undermined by the intrusion of the market. Sometimes, as in the case of the substitution of marketed baby formula for breastfeeding, the results have been dramatic: malnourishment, crippling, and even death. 100 In other cases, say the substitution of store-bought clothing for homespun, the results are not so immediately obvious or dramatic, but, in the long run, cultural traditions and ways of life are lost. Example: patterns unique to communities woven into clothing, traditional reverence for the earth. The creation of the home market replaces diverse cultural practices and ways of being by a single way of doing things and similar goods. Capitalists like to point with pride to the array of colors and styles available in your average department store, or the array of foods available in supermarkets. But compared to the pre-existing diversity of styles in clothing and cuisines, their vaunted choices pale, mere variations to maximize sales. Under these circumstances, people have long fought against the subordination of their activities to capitalist accumulation and for the preservation of their cultures, which cannot survive independently of the structure of those activities. Just as peasants struggled against the expropriation of their land, so too did the artisans among them struggle against the destruction or subordination of their tools and crafts. As described in Chapter 15, during the early period of manufacture, workers sometimes smashed machines that would subordinate their skills, increase their work, and lower their income. 101 Such struggles also constituted a defense of ways of life, of patterns of interactions, within a community and between generations, parent, child, apprenticeships. Looking primarily at Europe, Marx saw the rigidities of the guilds with their strict rules that limited production, the number of journeymen working under a master, and so on. In those conditions, he saw capitalism bringing a certain freeing up, a liberation of production from artificial restraint, thus an historically progressive force. But the guilds were mainly city institutions, and Marx never closely explored the great variety of cultural practices in the countryside, at least not until late in his life, long after Capital was written. Then, he began to read ethnographic studies and was drawn into debates about the Russian mir, or peasant commune. As a result, he showed a greater appreciation of such alternative forms of social organization. Unfortunately, none of this shows up in Capital. It was never revised to take account of this new appreciation. The realities and costs of agricultural development. Marx does address a fundamental difficulty inherent in the rise of an industry based on a labor force separated from the land. If expropriation led to a fall in production of foodstuffs, because of fewer people working the land and agrarian capitalists replacing food production with raw material production for multiplying factories, there would be a serious problem in feeding those forced off. However, he was aware of two factors that tended to offset such a difficulty. First, England had increasing recourse to importing foodstuffs from the continent. 102 Second, the concentration of the land in the hands of an emerging capitalist class was accompanied by an increase in agricultural productivity, an early green revolution that involved innovations such as crop rotation, the spreading use of nitrogen-fixing crops, drainage, land reclamation, and water meadows. 103 These improved methods were implemented primarily by the greater cooperation and intensity of work by wage laborers under the control of agrarian capitalists. Under these circumstances, the setting free of part of the agricultural population was accompanied by a similar setting free of part of the product of the soil, now sold in the market to those forced into the cities. 104. Increased productivity has often been used as a justification for changes in land tenure by policymakers in Western capitalist countries as well as by those in the Soviet bloc who imposed collectivization. But 2 points temper this rationale. First, it is easy to find many areas of the world where land was expropriated but then not cultivated at all, and so productivity did not rise. In some cases, the land was monopolized purely with the intent of preventing the indigenous population from having recourse to subsistence farming. Examples are common in Central America. When the CIA overthrew the government of Guatemala in 1954, it was partly because its democratically elected president, Jacobo Arbenz Guzman, 1913-71, had appropriated unused lands of the United Fruit Company for distribution to landless peasants. 105 In other areas, expropriated lands have been used productively and then abandoned but not given back to their original owners, example in the Brazilian Northeast where, when the price of sugar dropped, sugar cane lands were abandoned. In the Soviet Union and other so-called socialist countries, peasant resentment and resistance to forced labor systematically undermine the productivity of the state or collective farms. Second, the basic argument that changes in land tenure can raise productivity is, itself, questionable. Questionable not because data on productivity, such as pounds of wool per acre or per hour of labor, do not show a rise, but because of the narrow notion of productivity. Traditional self-sustaining agriculture has almost always involved a complex mix of interrelated activities well known in traditional American family farming that long dominated U.S. agriculture. The traditional family farm engaged in both cropping and husbandry. Corn provided food for the table, feed for cattle as well as marketable produce. Cattle provided milk and milk byproducts, meat, income through the sale of meat and hides as well as fertilizer for the fields. Rotated nitrogen-fixing crops such as alfalfa or clover provided feed for the cattle as well as fertilizer to the soil. Gardens provided a balance of vegetables and fruit for the table, and sometimes for sale in local markets. Pigs absorbed table waste while producing meat for consumption or sale, and so on. The replacement of a large number of such farms by a few commercial agribusiness operations that produce just one crop, such as hybrid corn, or feedlot cattle or pigs, has involved the substitution of a simple monoculture system, whose productivity is narrowly defined and easy to measure, for a complex system whose productivity is not so simply measured, or even conceptualized. That complex system was a way of life that integrated humans and nature as well as nature itself. 106 Destroying such ways of life replaces complex, balanced ecosystems by simplified, unbalanced ones, often with disastrous consequences for the land, for water, and for human life. 107 In short, the decline of traditional farming involved tremendous human and ecological costs in terms of the destruction of ways of being that could not be legitimately compared with or compensated for by increased productivity. What has been true in the United States has also been true around the world, from the destruction of Mexican milpas and communities to the commercialization of Asian wet paddy rice culture. Chapter 31, The Genesis of the Industrial Capitalist. Outline of Marx's analysis. Industrial capital grew up more rapidly than agrarian capital. Less through gradual accumulation by workers or artisans. More through the annexation of labor by merchant or usurer capital. Despite traditional restrictions of guilds, etc. Began in seaports and villages beyond such constraints. Accelerated and solidified through the victory of capital over the feudal ruling classes. Financed by wealth accumulated through force. The wealth that financed the rise of industry was not accumulated through frugality, but rather by force. Above all, in the beginning, by colonialism. Enslavement and entombment in minds of the indigenous population of America. Conquest and plunder of India. Enslavement of Africans. Monopolization of trade, including the opium trade in China. But also, the use of banks, the national debt and taxation. Force is the midwife of every old society which is pregnant with a new one. Colonialism, Dutch, English, Spanish. violence and the plunder of wealth, massacre and the direct theft of land and riches, enslavement of populations, monopolization of trade, including the slave trade, English East India Company in India, salt, tea, betel, opium, Dutch East Indies Company in Indonesia, slaves, trade, exports of local wealth, imports from the home country, concentrated wealth in the hands of those who invested it in industry, led to commercial wars between competing colonial powers. Public debt, one of the earliest and longest-lasting mechanisms. Private finance capital loaned money to the state in exchange for negotiable bonds. The state used the money to finance the violence of primitive accumulation, army, navy. Repaid the debt with interest, through the imposition of taxes on the people, which concentrated more money in the hands of finance capital. The circulation of state debt and the creation of large-scale banking gives rise to the massive expansion of credit in the hands of capitalists. Before the rise of consumer credit, trade protection, monopolization of trade and the extortion of heavy taxes combine in the use of protective duties, export premiums, the destruction of competing industries, example Irish woolens, Indian cottons, all of which plundered both the English people and their trading partners and concentrated wealth in the hands of capitalists. These methods financed industrialization. In England, the impoverishment of the workers, the enslavement of their children, who were not free agents in the labor markets, cruel working conditions and minimal pay, the rise of night work, the beds never get cold. In the colonies, slavery, the veiled slavery of the wage laborers in Europe needed the unqualified slavery of the New World as its pedestal. Scalp hunting and murder. If money, Marx concludes, comes into the world with a congenital blood stain on one cheek, capital comes dripping from head to toe, from every pore, with blood and dirt. Commentary. Industrial capital, the prototypical form of capital, emerged alongside agrarian capitalism. Marx refutes the myth that this emergence was accomplished purely through conscientious frugality and entrepreneurial investment by describing the actual sources of finance for investment that became permanent features of capitalism, well beyond the early period of primitive accumulation. The myth of entrepreneurship. Marx's attack on the myth of entrepreneurial frugality remains important because it still flourishes. It became foundational to the ideology of upward mobility, which claims that anyone who works hard can move up the income hierarchy, even to the very top. Recently, it has been refurbished as part of the right-wing attack on those roles of the state used by workers for their own protection. In the United States, amidst the crisis of Keynesianism in the 1970s, this ideology was elaborated by neoconservatives, and soon became known in the rest of the world by the label neoliberalism. 108 Marx accepts the grain of truth that many small guild masters, independent small artisans and even wage laborers, transformed themselves into capitalists. 109 But he argues that such personal initiative, savings, and investment were not the major mechanisms by which industrial capitalism emerged. Nor we can add, are small businesses today the major source of capitalist expansion? Since the 1970s, attacks on the Keynesian social and environmental programs and regulations have been rationalized by the pretense that they undermine entrepreneurship. State paternalism, neoliberals have claimed, whether of welfare state in the West or of socialist governments in the East, creates dependency and tends to snuff out the entrepreneurial spirit vital to the building of free enterprise and society more generally. Targets have included programs that support working class income and increase workers' ability to resist exploitation, as well as environmental, occupational safety and health regulations that workers have imposed on business to limit damage to both humans and the rest of nature. Neoliberals call for deregulation to cut corporate costs and enhance private profits, the selling off, enclosure, of public lands for purposes of exploitation, the removal of environmental regulations to encourage investment, the reduction or elimination of social safety net programs, vouchers to finance private schools outside the public school system, and in countries now freed from Soviet-style regimes, the substitution of private farming for state or collective farms. Hypocrisy is blatant in the steadfast opposition these same capitalist apologists maintain to any reduction in the role of government in the defense and subsidization of corporations, and in their repeated support for supply-side tax cuts that supposedly increase investment but actually benefit the wealthy at the expense of everyone else. Such policies have rightly given rise to the term corporate welfare. Analyzing the rise of industrial capitalism shows us how these arguments are just as ideological and self-serving as those Marx confronted in the 19th century. Even during the birth of capitalism, in the supposed golden age of laissez-faire, before the rise of big government or the welfare state, the role of the state was crucial for the emergence and survival of capitalism. Whether describing the state use of armed violence to capture and maintain colonies for exploitation by free enterprise, or analyzing the use of national debt and taxation to finance such violence and to transfer income from workers to capital, Marx highlights the ways in which the greatest and most important entrepreneurial ability of all was the ability to mobilize, not individual creativity, but state power in the service of capital accumulation. Similarly, he shows how the main beneficiaries of this ability were not small, entrepreneurial firms, built with individual initiative, but giant monopolistic trading and industrial enterprises such as the British and Dutch East India Companies, built and sustained by state charters and armed support. The myth of entrepreneurship derives its strength partly from the ubiquitous propaganda apparatus of capital, but also from an extremely important truth hidden beneath all its distortions and hypocrisy. Within capitalism, the real sources of creativity and innovation are social individuals working and thinking within a collective process. The myth of entrepreneurship misleads by pointing only to the innovative individual, from Horatio Alger to Steve Jobs, while ignoring both the social fabric enabling such individuals to create and their dependence on capitalist finance, which turns their innovations into new modes of exploitation. The real source of innovation and wealth, Marx argues, is living labor, including creative thinking. Capitalists, as such, serve as mere managers of a system in which dead labor in the form of capital, whether means of production or money, dominates living labor. Where those who work and think have the power to force capital to harness rather than repress such creativity, the system accumulates and develops rapidly. Where workers are weak and capital powerful and rigid in its control, the system can accumulate only quantitatively and tends to stagnate. In the West, the right wing calls for a liberation of entrepreneurship, but their policy prescriptions have been focused primarily on liberating not individuals but multinational corporations from constraints that benefit workers and protect the environment. In the last years of the Cold War, Soviet reformers, such as Mikhail Gorbachev, found themselves caught in a contradiction. They needed looser industrial and political controls, to achieve more flexibility and rapid accumulation, but feared the result would be explosive expressions of discontent they could not manage. Their fears soon proved to be justified. The Berlin Wall fell and their regime with it, soon replaced by a savage mafia capitalism dedicated to maximum exploitation and repression. The reality of neoliberalism is Trump's authoritarianism and Putin's dictatorship. Capitalist development and the role of the state. Thus, capitalists' attitude toward the state depends entirely on the degree to which it serves their needs. Where, during the early period of primitive accumulation, industrial capitalists did not have the power to use the state to eliminate guild rules inimical to their business interests, they set up operations in seaports and villages where such restrictions did not obtain. Where and when capitalists were able to usurp state power, they used it to craft a world more to their own convenience. They pillaged the global south through colonialism. They impoverished and disvalorized their employees through low wages and taxation. In both areas, they imposed a murderously repressive social order based on slavery and the exploitation of children. The central role of colonialism in the original accumulation of industrial capital consists of a series of mechanisms, some crass and violent, some subtler but still violent, which facilitated amassing the wealth that financed British industrialization. 110 These mechanisms became quasi-permanent features of capitalism right up to the decolonialization period after World War II. The violence he describes in the initial conquest and plundering was required to overcome the fierce resistance of the people being colonized. The example he cites from the United States scalping and murdering Native American men, women, and children was far from unique, as people everywhere resisted integration into the invading European capitalist takeover of their lands. The violence did not disappear with the stabilization of colonial rule because resistance did not disappear. Violence begot violence. In the French colony of Vietnam, for example, military force was required to maintain control against both passive resistance and armed struggle. It took their military defeat at Dien Bien Phu in 1954 to force their withdrawal from Indochina. The history of colonialism is one long drama of invasion, resistance, conquest, exploitation, continued resistance, and continued repression. But repression ultimately failed, as one anti-colonial struggle after another succeeded in pushing foreign governments and their repressive apparatus out. Unfortunately, as colonized people were to learn to their chagrin, the end of formal colonialization did not always mean the end to the mechanisms of exploitation. One such mechanism was trade internal to the colony, trade between the colony and the colonizing country, and trade with the outside world. Marx describes the case of India where the British took over the trade in consumer items such as salt, betel, opium, and rice. 111 In the case of rice, he claims that the British created a famine in the process. Indeed, famine became recurrent. 112 Most notorious was the Bengal famine of 1943 in which over 2 million people died. 4 years later, the British were finally forced out. Another example of British efforts to monopolize trade within a colony was Nigeria, which came into direct conflict with the market women who had traditionally dominated domestic trade. When the women sought to affirm their traditional rights, the British violently repressed them. 113 The rise of British industry at home. The central subject of this chapter was fueled by the monopolization of colonial foreign trade. Colonialism meant an extension of the markets for industrial output beyond the home market. 114 Colonial powers prevented any other country's industries from selling in their conquered territories, and destroyed local industry, either directly, by cutting off the thumbs of weavers, or indirectly by underselling at lower prices. 115 In the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels commented on this aspect of capitalist expansion. The bourgeoisie has resolved personal worth into exchange value, and in place of the numberless infeasible chartered freedoms, has set up that single, unconscionable freedom: free trade. The cheap prices of its commodities are the heavy artillery with which it batters down all Chinese walls, with which it forces the barbarians' intensely obstinate hatred of foreigners to capitulate. 116 The reference to Chinese walls, of course, is not to the Great Wall of China, built to keep out nomadic tribes and to tax commerce on the Silk Road, but to the efforts of the Chinese ruling class to keep out Western capitalist merchants and their cheap and often noxious commodities. The walls were battered down both by cheap commodities and by the gunboats of the Western powers that forced China to accept their trade. 117 European capitalists not only imposed exports on their colonies, they also demanded protectionist measures to limit imports at home to keep prices and profits up. Demands for free trade or for protectionism depended purely on what was useful to a particular set of capitalists at any point in time. Arguments for either set of policies could draw on the writings of economists, always ready to provide rationales for capitalist demands. The proponents of free trade could draw on classical political economists such as Adam Smith, 1723-90, and David Ricardo, 1772-1823. The latter was especially useful because he provided a theory of comparative advantage that argued that all parties could gain from trade. The proponents of protectionism had not only the arguments of U.S. Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton, 1755-1804, for protecting American industry, but the book The National System of Political Economy, 1841, by Friedrich List, 1789 to 1846, who turned Hamilton's arguments into systematic economic theory. 118 List, who had supported the new German customs union to facilitate wider trade, came to modify his embrace of free trade by supporting the argument that infant industries deserve protection until they can get their production costs lowered enough to become competitive in world markets. The imposition of barriers to imports helped create the home markets required by new industry. By limiting supply, protectionist measures raise the prices at which industrialists can sell, boosting their profits and ability to invest. In consumer goods industries, the higher prices undercut the real wages of their customers, who pay this supposedly limited, short-term subsidy for the sake of the development of industry. In a speech given in January 1848, the year he and Engels published the Manifesto, Marx addressed free trade and protectionist policies directly and at length. After reproducing the arguments on all sides, especially mocking capitalist arguments about how one policy or the other would benefit workers, he shows how, on the contrary, workers suffer from both policies. What is free trade, he asks, under the present conditions of society? His answer, freedom of capital. Freedom of capital to crush the worker. What of protection? The protective system is nothing but a means of establishing manufacture upon a large scale, that is to say, of making it dependent upon the market of the world, and from the moment that dependence upon the market of world is established, there is more or less dependence upon free trade too. Given this analysis, he goes on to conclude, generally speaking, the protective system in these days is conservative, while the free trade system works destructively. It breaks up old nationalities and carries the antagonism of proletariat and bourgeoisie to the uttermost point. In a word, the free trade system hastens the social revolution. In this revolutionary sense alone, gentlemen, I am in favor of free trade. 119. Today, conflicts over the choice of free trade versus protectionist policies persist. Campaign contributions have bought some industries continuing protection for their markets and their profits, at the expense of those who buy their products. The sugar industry in the US is one durable example. The price of sugar has been, since 1789, artificially raised by tariffs. 120. After the Great Depression, multinational corporate interests increasingly demanded free trade. Most economists concurred, arguing that competing protectionist measures had deepened the crisis of the 1930s. The General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, GATT, of 1947 was formed to reduce obstacles to trade. In the wake of World War II, American companies, less damaged by war than their foreign counterparts, wanted as much freedom to invest and export as possible. Reduced trade barriers and subsidies, such as the Marshall Plan, 1948-51, where some $13 billion were loaned to countries in Western Europe, facilitated a huge flow of consumer and capital goods from the US. 121 While policymakers saw the plan as a way to stabilize Western Europe at the dawn of the Cold War, economists justified it mainly by recourse to Ricardo's arguments for free trade. For economists and for business media, trade is almost universally portrayed in terms of the relationships between nations, rather than between classes. Ricardo laid out his argument about comparative advantage and gains from trade in terms of trading between England and Portugal. Politicians and TV commentators today talk about improving or worsening trade between countries such as the United States and China. Determining such conflicts and influencing the negotiations between governments, however, are the class forces at work within the individual countries and across borders. Negotiated in secret collaboration with business interests, NAFTA provides a good example. On the surface, it appeared to be simply an agreement between the governments of the US, Canada and Mexico to form a free trade zone that could compete with the increasingly unified European Union, created in 1993. Both blocs contain huge populations, large internal markets and enormous combined resources. But behind this appearance lay patterns of struggle between capital and labor. The interest of American and Canadian corporations in including Mexico in a trading bloc derives from the possibilities of pitting Mexican workers against American and Canadian workers who are paid more and have more legal rights. Having already moved thousands of jobs south into Mexico, corporations have used the threat of moving to Mexico, where workers are much less powerful, both on the job, lower wages and benefits, and off, little social security, unenforced environmental protection, political repression, as a threat to obtain concessions, lower wages, more flexible work rules, etc., from American and Canadian workers. 122 Such outsourcing requires that goods once produced in the US or Canada, but now produced in Mexico can be freely exported back into the US and Canada. Without the ability to do so, such a continental strategy against labor could not work. Opposition to the treaty clarified the class content of trade. Literally thousands of protesters from all three countries, from unions to environmentalists, collaborated to oppose a corporate-friendly NAFTA. Coalitions of hundreds of groups in each country organized to oppose the treaty. Those coalitions, in turn, linked together to support each other through international discussion and the circulation of information. This was the first time that such grassroots organization occurred on this scale. 123 Although those efforts were defeated, and NAFTA went into effect in 1994, the network of new contacts prepared the ground for the subsequent alter globalization movement that mobilized against the World Trade Organization, WTO, formed to undercut local democracy by imposing global trading rules. Grassroots groups such as People's Global Action organized massive demonstrations in Geneva, Seattle, and elsewhere. Just how much of a threat to capitalist interests such mobilization constitutes can be measured by the increasing violence unleashed by the state in Quebec City, in Prague, and in Genoa, including beatings, torture and killings. Measured by the breadth of mobilization and the degree of repression, the intensity of class struggle around trade has become great indeed. Banks, debt, and taxes. The last of the mechanisms of amassing investable funds that Marx highlights is the manipulation of public debt and taxes. He describes a process that would grow and develop over time to become one of the most powerful levers of capitalist control in our day. He deals with this issue at both the national and international level, and so should we. The process is a simple one, although obscure to most of us. Capitalists loan money to the state to finance expenses over and above state revenues, budgetary deficits. The state uses the money to pay for its expenditures. Marx emphasizes those which support the process of primitive accumulation and then pays back the borrowed money, at interest, with money acquired through taxation, an act which Marx describes as turning money into capital as with the stroke of an enchanter's wand. 124 Here he emphasizes taxes on subsistence goods, which impoverishes peasants and artisans and results in their expropriation. Augmented, the money loaned becomes capital finance or usurer's capital. Although not based on the extraction of surplus labor from industrial workers analyzed in the rest of the book, this amassing does make such extraction possible. This process in turn, because national debt takes the form of negotiable securities, provides one basis for the expansion of banking and financial markets, which also facilitate financial intermediation or the pooling of money that can be used to finance industrial capital. Marx does not discuss, at this point, something he knows to be a complicated issue, the conditions under which amassed money capital becomes available for industrial investment. Already quite familiar with the problem in the 1850s, he analyzed and wrote many articles about it, years before capital went to press. He criticized, at length, the French Credit Mobilier, an early financial institution that claimed to be channeling capital into industry. Marx showed that it greatly overstated the degree to which this was being done and was in fact guilty of a great deal of speculation with other people's money. 125 He claims the development of financial markets played a key role in amassing the money that financed industrialization, but his focus is more on the amassing than on its channeling to industrial investment. Today, when the United States and many other countries have highly developed financial markets, this remains an issue of contention. One of the most severe critiques of financial deregulation that began at the end of the 1970s has been how it facilitated the diversion of money out of real capital investment and into the casino economy with its various forms of speculation, from real estate through stocks to mergers and takeovers. 126 The result was very slow growth in the real economy, collapse of the U.S. savings and loan industry, and the stock market crash of 1987. Similarly, the freeing of financial markets from state regulation has been contentious in the global south. Free market economists make the kind of claim Marx is making in this chapter, that the development of such markets would speed investment. But, is Marx's analysis of the credit mobilier more to the point? To what degree does such freeing simply result in financial swindling and speculation rather than investment in new factories? The international financial crises associated with the European Exchange Rate Mechanism, ERM, in 1992, the peso crisis of 1994, the Asia crisis of 1997, the Russian financial crisis of 1998, the repeated failures in the late 1990s to implement the European Monetary Union, the Turkish financial crisis in 2000, and the 2001-02 financial crisis in Argentina, and, most recently, the financial crisis of 2007-09 have kept the issue alive. The repayment of sovereign debt as a risk-free use of the state's power of taxation to multiply the capital of finance capitalists has certainly become a permanent feature of capitalism. The current U.S. federal deficit is a case in point. Excesses of government expenditures over tax revenues have been financed with hundreds of billions of dollars of debt, loans from private capitalists being repaid at market rates of interest with taxpayers' money. Ever since Marx was writing, international loans to foreign governments have also provided a lucrative way to convert bank money into finance capital. In the early 20th century, Western bankers sought, with their nation's gunboats and marines, to obtain a slice of the Royal Chinese debt. 127 After World War II, the Marshall Plan initiated decades of U.S. government loans to other governments, in return for concessions to U.S. diplomatic objectives and the interests of multinational corporations. More recently, in the 1970s, OPEC petrodollars, deposited in Western banks, were lent to desperate oil-importing countries at flexible rates of interest, to be repaid with export revenues via various forms of taxation. When American monetary policy tightened after 1980, interest rates soared, the world economy was pitched into depression, and those borrowing governments faced a crisis. Unable to raise the sums necessary to repay the sudden spike in repayment obligations, the result was an international debt crisis. Further loans to repay earlier loans were conditional on the imposition of austerity on the workers of the indebted countries. 128. Slavery and child labor. At the end of the chapter, Marx emphasizes what were clearly to him two of the most obnoxious and reprehensible features of early capitalism: slavery and the exploitation of children. The wage slavery of the Old World, he argued, had the formal slavery of the New World as its foundation. The taking of slaves in Africa, the trade in slaves that brought them to the Americas, and the peculiar institution of plantation slavery were all vital in producing the raw material worked up in British industry, textiles from cotton, rum from sugar, and so on. 129 Thus, the capitalism emerging in this period was not just British capitalism but was an Atlantic capitalism of a particularly vicious nature. Not only did it plunder and loot, but it imposed both literal as well as waged slavery. Though Marx joined others of his day in condemning the exploitation of children in mines and textile mills, decades would pass before effective child labor laws would put an end to the most flagrant abuses of this sort in the U.S. and other industrial centers. That said, the exploitation of children has never ended, not in the U.S. or in other countries around the world. The subjection of children to forced labor for pitiful payment outside any free labor market is still common. 130 This is not about fast food stores hiring teens, or children put to work by television and Hollywood producers, but rather the forced prostitution of children and their exploitation in industrial production, such as carpet making, cocoa production, cobalt mining, around the world under conditions every bit as atrocious as those described by Marx. Most out-and-out slavery, the buying and selling of individuals, has been effectively abolished, with a few exceptions, including the sex trade where children are trafficked along with adults. Groups such as the Anti-Slavery Society and the International Labor Organization periodically publish reports of the depressing extent of such exploitation. 131. These aspects of capitalism have been around since its inception and continue, wherever business has the power to impose them. As Marx points out, if you really want to understand capitalism, or any other social system of class domination, study it where it exists with the fewest constraints. 132. Chapter 32, The Historical Tendency of Capitalist Accumulation. Outline of Marx's analysis. 3 historical phases. 1. Either a. slaves, serfs, or b. personal private property in means of production, based on the labor of its owner. Peasants own land, artisans own tools. Fragmentation of holdings excludes large-scale cooperation. Small-scale industry. First negation of individual private property. Violent and protracted. 2. Capitalism, private property in means of production, based on expropriation of personal private property. Cooperation, division of labor in workplace, socialized labor. Large-scale industry, application of science. Expropriation of capitalists by capitalists via centralization of capital. Internationalization of production and markets. Growth in mass of misery, oppression, slavery, exploitation. Growth in the revolt of the working class. Expropriation of the expropriators. Second negation of capitalist private property. Quicker, less violent. 3. Social property in the means of production. Founded on changes under capitalism. Based on the carrying on of production by society. Cooperation and possession in common of means of production. Commentary. This chapter sums up both the historical processes of primitive accumulation and the dynamics of capitalist development itself, especially the processes of centralization of capital and class struggle, which Marx argues will bring the overthrow of capitalism. The ideology of private property. Marx juxtaposes capitalist private property to small-scale, personal private property in the means of production, example land and tools, which he notes existed to some degree under most earlier social systems. He contemptuously condemns the capitalist ideology of private property, not only because it serves as a justification for violence and exploitation, but also because it ignores how the creation of capitalist private property involved the mass destruction of earlier forms of property. Private property is usually justified by appealing to people's sense that it is only proper for individuals to have property/control/possession of the fruits of their own labor. Farmers who work the land should have property rights in that land and whatever their cultivation can produce. Artisans who weave cloth should own their looms and the cloth they have woven and be free to determine what becomes of it. Anyone who works, gets paid a wage, and uses that wage to buy something has a right to the personal ownership of that thing because, in a transformed way, it was obtained through personal effort. Such were the kind of arguments put forward by John Locke, 1632–1704, in his second treatise of civil government in 1690.133. Marx argues that such reasoning, based on individual effort, is hypocritically used to justify something very different, the capitalist ownership and control of goods produced by other people, i.e., the workers in the factories owned and controlled by the capitalists. A concept of justice that makes sense at the level of the individual does not necessarily make sense at the social level, if applied to property relations between factory owners and workers. This distinction is ignored or schemed over for the sake of justifying capitalist control over their workers' products. But why should capitalists own the products of workers? Because the capitalists own the machines and raw materials. But labor is just as vital, perhaps more so, and that is owned by the workers. Shouldn't both capitalists and workers own the products and share in whatever revenue comes from their sale? In Chapter 6, Marx argues that because they purchase workers' labor power, their ability and willingness to labor, capitalists own everything in the production process, i.e., both means of production and the labor of their workers, and therefore have unique property right to the products. However, one judges this situation, it is quite clearly not covered by an ideology based on the situation of individuals. As the material in this section of Primitive Accumulation has made clear, the capitalists used violence to wipe out the personal means of production of most people, monopolizing them in their own hands. In this process, they showed no respect for private property. How hypocritical then to use moral principles applicable to the individual to justify the results of the violation of those principles. One other note on this mutation of property rights: while today there are many cases of personally owned, small businesses, mostly short-lived, the vast bulk of capitalist operations are organized through limited liability corporations in which ownership is diffused among a great many anonymous shareholders and their property is controlled by a handful of managers and, perhaps, a few shareholders who own substantial blocks of stock. Because of this mutation, capitalists sought, successfully, to have property laws rewritten in such a way that corporations are treated in much the same way as individuals with respect to property and other rights but not with respect to liability. 134 Rights are concentrated, liability is limited. This is the hypocritical context of the ideology of property rights, the property of giant multinational corporations, who often exercise power greater than many nations, is justified using ethical arguments applicable to a very different reality. Revolution and communism. Although he does not use the terms revolution and communism in this chapter, the expropriation of the expropriators clearly refers to the revolutionary overthrow of capitalists, while social property or the possession in common of the land and the means of production also clearly refers to communism as the form of post-capitalist society. In Capital, Marx makes only passing allusions to these two phenomena. He sets out an analysis of capitalism, but neither an analysis of possible revolutions nor blueprints for post-capitalist society. Nevertheless, the book has a great deal about class struggle against capitalism. He shows, for example, how alienated workers come to constitute a threat to the survival of the system by self-organizing in factories created by capitalists for the purpose of control and exploitation. He mentions such things as strikes, Chapter 10, and machine breaking, Chapter 15, but nothing about actual processes of revolution. In this chapter, the only comment touching this issue is his assertion that the overthrow of capital will be less violent and less protracted than the capitalist overthrow of the earlier modes of production. This will be true, he suggests, because workers are many and capitalists are few. But from such a comment to an analysis of how such an overthrow might take place is obviously a long jump and has been the subject of Marxist debate and organization ever since. Both before and after he wrote Capital, Marx, along with Friedrich Engels and other friends, engaged directly in political struggles against feudal absolutism and against capitalism. Before and during the 1848 revolutions in Europe, Marx and Engels both contributed to the emergence of a revolution against the absolutist state in Germany through journalism, publishing newspaper articles, the Communist Manifesto, etc., and then, in Engels's case, through direct participation in armed struggle against the state. Although there is relatively little in their writings on the subject of the methods to be used to overthrow capitalism, I think it is fair to say that while they thought many different forms of struggle were appropriate at different times and places, they were not optimistic about the likelihood of capitalists voluntarily stepping aside to allow workers to take over. After Marx's death in 1883, during the years of the Second International, 1889 to 1914, Engels and many other Marxists had great hopes that increases in workers' right to vote, first men, then women, and the rise of social democratic parties could bring about a peaceful end to capitalism. Not only did that dream die with the onset of World War I, but in the decades since, even when social democrats have gained national power through elections, they have either proved complicit with capitalism or been overthrown. As a result, Marxists have split over this issue. Some continue to embrace an electoral path to the transcendence of capitalism, others have thought it impossible and organize for violent revolution. Given his analysis of the growth of class struggle, always situating its development within the material conditions of the organization of capital and the self-organization of the workers, Marx also thought that the paths through capitalism to communism were multiple. 22 years after the 1848 revolutions, another revolution erupted in France and created the Paris Commune. Marx followed that revolution centered in Paris closely, and his commentaries are among the most interesting of his writings. In the Civil War in France, 1871, he describes and analyzes the sequence of events by which the French government was overthrown, a new revolutionary government established and then crushed by the old regime. 135 Marx drew no formulae from these events, any more than he had from the 1848 revolutions. In each case, he sought to judge the adequacy of the measures taken in terms of the actual historical conditions obtaining at the time. This approach made it impossible for Marx to design revolutionary strategies before the fact. A priori, every revolution would be unique in terms of which particular methods would be appropriate and successful. Clearly, he felt this to be the case in the 1870s when he was consulted about the possibilities of revolution in Russia. As I mentioned in my commentary on chapter 26, he rejected the idea of applying his work on England, without qualification, to Russia, and argued that the existence of a materially different situation, especially the existence of the peasant mir, implied that another path to and through revolution to social regeneration was at least possible. Something similar can be said about Marx's approach to communism, a term chosen to differentiate his politics from existing ideas of socialism, a post-capitalist, classless society. In Capital, very little is said about this. He only mentions social property being established on the basis of the achievements of the capitalist era, namely cooperation and the possession in common of the land and the means of production produced by labor itself. 136 We can assemble a variety of such limited comments from Marx's writings, from the 1840s to those in the 1880s, but nowhere is there a prescription or formula, a design, or a blueprint, for either the structure or the workings of a communist society. In the mass media, the adjective Marxist is often used interchangeably with communist, as in a Marxist society or a Marxist government. Such terms are also used to refer either to some hypothetical post-capitalist society, or to existing societies that call themselves socialist or communist, such as the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR. Both uses are erroneous. First, Marx everywhere eschewed utopianism, which, by definition, involves intentionally designing a better society that does not yet exist. 137 There have been many efforts to found utopian communities, but none of them were designed by Karl Marx. He clearly believed in trying to imagine and in trying to achieve a better society, but he also felt, as in the case of revolution, that the form and content of such a society would be determined as a collective social project based on historical givens, and not on the implementation of any one, or even a few, persons' ideas. Second, the founders and managers of the USSR appropriated Marx's analysis of capitalism in two ways. They used his critique of capitalism to denounce the sins of their Western adversaries during the Cold War and, ironically, they appropriated his analysis of capitalist accumulation as a guide for accumulation within their own system. 138 The resulting socialism amounted to a new form of state capitalism, with only the mix of planning and markets differing from that in the West. A basic methodological principle permeates Marx's work on revolution and communism. To understand the direction in which society seems to be evolving, study the social forces at work forcing changes. For some idea about what a future society might be like, look both at those aspects of the current society which people are struggling to eliminate and at those new kinds of relationships they are struggling to bring into being or to nourish to full growth. This approach to understanding social change, as the basis for contributing to it, makes studying Marx still useful. Dialectics. Towards the end of his analysis in this chapter, Marx uses two obscure terms, the first negation and the negation of the negation. Both derive from the writings of German philosopher Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770–1831, that Marx studied as a student and critiqued in the 1840s.139 in Hegel's philosophical system. Everything, both thought and the rest of the cosmos, develops dialectically. That is to say, he saw everything unfolding in a complex kind of movement, which he analyzed in a series of lectures and books. Leaving aside the rest of the cosmos, Marx felt that Hegel was correct in grasping the form of social development that occurred within capitalism as dialectical. Therefore, from time to time, he found Hegelian concepts accurately denoted various aspects of the social relations of capital. In this case, the first negation was capital's destruction of pre-capitalist social relations. As was typical of such a Hegelian concept, this first negation both destroyed some aspects of the old society, personal property, yet at the same time preserved something of the past, private property, while creating something new, capitalist private property. The negation of the negation Marx imagined, would be the suspension of capital's monopolization of the means of production, capitalist private property, with all that entails, through revolution. Yet, again, Marx thought this second negation would also preserve something of the old system, cooperation and a sophisticated system of social production, while eliminating its more obnoxious characteristics, class domination, exploitation, and alienation. The concept of dialectics is most often presented in terms of the famous triad, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, in which a thesis, example capitalism, gives rise to its antithesis, example the working class, and this contradiction is resolved, example through revolution, in a way that produces fundamental changes, example the elimination of classes, while retaining progressive features of the old contradiction, example socialized production. This triad, however, is only one brief moment of the Hegelian dialectic, spelled out at great length in his Science of Logic, 1816, and other books, and also only one of the many moments of his analysis which Marx thought relevant to the analysis of social relations under capitalism. There are reasons, however, to think long and hard about the differences as well as the similarities between Hegel and Marx. For Hegel, his dialectics was a cosmology, a science of an unending reality. There are plenty of reasons, however, to think that while Marx saw the social relationships of capitalism as dialectical and therefore containing aspects grasped by Hegel, the antagonism of working-class struggle always posed the threat of a revolution in which synthesis would be impossible and the dialectical character of the class relationship ruptured completely. By implication, there is no a priori reason to think that the social relationships of post-capitalist society would be dialectical in the same sense that they are in capitalism. Chapter 33, The Modern Theory of Colonialism. Outline of Marx's analysis. True colonies. Virgin soil colonized by free immigrants, example America, Australia. As opposed to colonies constructed from old societies, example India, Indonesia. In true, or free, colonies there is a dramatic contradiction between the capitalists who want to hire workers to valorize their capital, and people who, because of the availability of land, become independent producers. Edward Gibbon Wakefield, 1796–1862, a kidnapper, ex-con and English political economist, looks at this situation in the true colonies. Sees how labor markets are constantly understocked, and capitalists unable to valorize their capital. Deduces the need to deprive people of the possibility of being independent. So, his solution is to put an artificial price on the land, to force immigrants to work for capitalists. And what they eventually pay for the land can be used to import more workers. Marx applauds the honesty of this analysis because Wakefield is admitting to the need to separate people from the land, in order for capitalism to develop. And in the process, Wakefield admits people are better off as free producers. All this ends the illusion of free contracts between equals in the labor market. However, when approaches such as Wakefield's were tried by the British in Australia, they were undermined as the flow of immigrants simply diverted itself to the US. But eventually the squandering of land on aristocrats and capitalists, together with the influx of gold seekers, and the destruction of artisans by cheap British imports, succeeded in producing a labor surplus. Thus, once more, Marx concludes that the secret of primitive accumulation is the annihilation of that private property, the expropriation of the worker. Commentary. Three interesting dimensions to Marx's analysis stand out. First, the chapter extends his previous comments on the hypocrisy of capitalist ideology of private property. Wakefield's work illustrates clearly how that ideology is set aside when it becomes an obstacle to capital accumulation. 142. It expands his discussion of colonialism in chapter 31. Third, his reading of Wakefield provides a political methodology for reading other economists. Land and power. By demonstrating an acute awareness of how access to land helps people resist the labor market and wage labor, Wakefield confirms Marx's analysis in chapter 27 of the capitalist use of expropriation. Unlike England, in Australia, and in North America, there was too much land to enclose. Immigrants, both those fleeing capital's depredations in Europe and those transported as criminals, fled to unenclosed land to avoid the clutches of waged labor. This goes far toward illuminating the drama of past and current struggles over land tenure and its reform around the world. Unfortunately, the backdrop to the story of struggle between colonizing capitalists and immigrant workers in Australia and in North America, was the expropriation, slaughter, and displacement of the Aboriginal population. As we have seen, the struggle over land did not end with the establishment of capitalism. To begin with, the elimination of small-holding peasants and farmers was often very incomplete. Where the incompleteness was substantial, there has been ongoing conflict between small farmers and capitalists over control of land. On the whole, small farmers have lost their numbers and the proportion of land under their control has declined more or less continuously. But this history of defeat has included dogged resistance. Even today small farmers continue to fight against their expulsion from the land. At the same time, a great many of the dispossessed, all around the world, have fought to regain what they, or their ancestors, have lost. In some countries, they have achieved considerable success, either through revolutionary or, sometimes, legal means. One important example is Mexico. In the first decades of the 20th century, the struggle for land was a central issue during the Mexican Revolution. Millions of peasants mobilized in 1910 not only to overthrow the Porfiriato, but to retake lands that had been stolen from them since colonial times. In 1934, from the government of Lázaro Cárdenas, they won the redistribution of millions of acres of land to ejidos, a fundamental reorganization of land tenure from private to unalienable communal property. For decades following that redistribution, capitalists renewed their efforts to once again monopolize land. Finally, in 1991, Mexican President Salinas railroaded through a change in the constitution undermining the legal protections for ejido lands as one giveaway in negotiations over NAFTA. 3 years later, Mexican campesinos rose up once again, this time in the form of the EZLN. That rebellion, launched on January 1, 1994, the same day NAFTA went into effect, constituted what indigenous communities in the southern state of Chiapas saw as a life-or-death effort to defend their land, their communities, and their ways of life. Other major examples of peasant revolt in the 20th century, always including the fight for land, included, most notably, the revolutions in Russia and in China. Despite the way local, revolutionary Marxists argued for the leading role of the industrial proletariat in those countries, they were well aware that the vast majority of the population demanding change were peasants. Slogans including land and bread were designed to appeal to both peasants and industrial workers. Peasant struggles for land also played a key role in many decolonization movements, example India, Vietnam, as well as in battles for land reforms in the post-colonial period. Such struggles continue today all around the world. Despite such overwhelming evidence of the ability of peasants to mobilize, many orthodox Marxists have attacked small landholders, farmers, and peasants as structurally reactionary. They have emphasized Marx and Engels's comments on the failure of peasant revolts in Germany, on the limitations of growth potential in English small holdings, and on the politics of peasants in France. 141 Doing so justified systematically subordinating peasant needs and desires to what they viewed as more progressive objectives of the factory proletariat. 142 The results in the Soviet Union, in China, and elsewhere has been to turn Marxism into an ideology of rural expropriation via collectivization and state control. Yet, here, as in his comments cited earlier about the Russian peasant commune, we see Marx's appreciation of the advantages of personal property in the land and its associated means of production. In commenting on Wakefield, he emphasizes how control over land is the secret of the prosperity of the colonies. He points out how Wakefield admits that this control benefits small farmers. He depicts the mass of the American people as well-to-do, independent, enterprising, and comparatively cultured, whereas the English agricultural laborer with no land is a miserable wretch, a pauper. 143 While it is certain that Marx was no Jeffersonian romantic dreaming that all life should be organized around the small farm, it is nevertheless clear that he understood both the benefits and the power that people derive from being self-sufficient and not dependent on capitalists for a wage. Orthodox Marxist-Leninists in the USSR, who justified forced collectivization as primitive socialist accumulation, understood this as well. Like Mr. Wakefield, they sought to subordinate peasants' labor power to the accumulation of capital. Unfortunately for their plans, the allocation of small subsistence plots of land to Russian peasants gave them a vital resource to resist their exploitation on collective and state farms. Both Soviet planners, in their day, and Chinese Communist Party leaders were forced, time and again, to capitulate to the long war of attrition peasants have carried out based, in part, on their little plots of land. The struggles have continued in the post-Soviet era in Russia, in Eastern Europe and in China. Reading economics politically. Marx's treatment of Wakefield provides us a paradigm for reading the writings of economists. Unlike many critics who tend to focus on the ideological aspect of capitalist thought, Marx focuses on the strategic meaning of Wakefield's ideas. He is primarily interested in the strategies and tactics that Wakefield proposes for gaining control over workers. Marx's presentation in Capital provides us with an insight into the class content of such approaches and the dangers they represent. 144 Here Marx provides a report on the enemy's strategy that both makes sense of some workers' behavior on the battlefields of the class war and provides insights that can guide that of others. 145 In some subfields of economics, such as development economics, the contemporary counterpart of Wakefield's work, the strategic content of economic theory is often very clear. For example, in my commentary on Chapter 29, I highlight the work of W. A. Lewis, who wrote about how to use money and inflation against workers to the benefit of capitalists. In other subfields, this content is often less clear and must be deciphered. For example, in Keynesian macroeconomics, aggregation tends to hide class relations in nebulous categories. Consumption, for example, denotes not just the expenditure of working-class wages and salaries on consumption goods and services but includes that of all receivers of income. Similarly, savings includes not only the unexpended income of households but retained profits of corporations. Nevertheless, by studying the evolution of the theory within the historical context of class struggle, we can decode such concepts and discover their class meaning. For example, we can recognize in the centrality of the consumption function, and of demand more generally, Keynes's response to the changing balance of class power in the 1920s and 1930s. His theoretical concepts expressed his recognition of a situation in which working-class wages could no longer be usefully viewed simply in terms of costs to be held down as much as possible but had to be understood as the main source of markets for final output. As such, he pointed out how their increase can induce capitalist investment and accumulation. Keynes's genius lay in seeing how, when they could no longer be repressed, workers' demands for wages, unemployment compensation, and social security could be harnessed for capitalist development. Keynes's own ability to read pre-Keynesian economic theory politically can be seen in his reactions to the return of the pound to the gold standard after World War I. In a remarkable series of articles entitled The Economic Consequences of Mr. Churchill, 1925, Keynes forced into public scrutiny and debate the strategic class meaning of the return to gold. 146 As he showed, it was no mere technical adjustment, but required a direct attack on working class wages, an attack which could not be publicly admitted but which would inevitably generate a highly unpopular class war. Although he was no Marxist, his political reading of this international monetary policy is very similar, methodologically, to Marx's reading of Wakefield. This kind of reading turns the study of economic theory into an adventure in class espionage. Making clear how economics functions as a tool of capitalist management, facilitates our understanding of the strategies that are being woven against us and thus finding ways to defend ourselves. Underscore 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 4. Part 1. Commodities and Money. Now we turn to theory. Parts 1 through 7, chapters 1 to 25, constitute Marx's presentation of his theory of the antagonistic class relationships of capitalism. We turn to Part 1 after having studied Part 8 because it provides an historical framework that makes the abstract material of this first part easier to understand. Whereas Part 8 highlighted the historical creation of the two new, antagonistic classes of capitalism, with vivid descriptions of real moments in history, Part 1 offers an analysis of value and money mostly stripped of historical detail. The organization of his presentation from the most fundamental and abstract concepts to more and more concrete ones resulted from Marx deciding to take Hegel's Science of Logic, 1812-16, as a model for his own presentation. In that work, Hegel the philosopher begins with abstract being and works his way towards a theory of the very concrete cosmos. In Chapter 1, Marx the social revolutionary points to the commodity, the most elementary form of wealth in capitalism, analyses it and finds it to be produced by human labor, which he calls the substance of value. This becomes the point of departure for his presentation. The rest of Chapter 1 elaborates an analysis not only of the substance of value, but also of its measure and its form, ending with the money form of value. Chapter 1, The Commodity. This chapter can be read forward, from abstract labor to the money form as a theory of value. Or, it can be read backward, from the money form to abstract labor as the beginnings of a theory of money. Viewed in this second manner, the next two chapters on exchange and money elaborate the theory. They do not, however, complete it because to do so requires grasping money within the circuits of capital, exploitation, and accumulation which come later in the text. Chapter 2, The Process of Exchange. Abstracting in Chapter 1 from the human actors involved in exchange made his presentation subject to his critique of fetishism. In Chapter 2, he begins to defetishize his analysis by pointing out that commodities do not bring themselves to market but are subject to the will of their owners. This is the first step in situating commodities as moments of human social relationships. Chapter 3, Money, or the Circulation of Commodities. Marx continues his analysis of money within exchange, how its use facilitates buying and selling, provides a measure of value and standard of price, and so on. He treats the usual aspects of money found in economics textbooks but through his theory of value shows how money embodies the substance and form of the antagonistic class relations of capitalism. Chapter 1, The Commodity. Overview of Chapter. Section 1, The two factors of the commodity, use value and exchange value. Use values. From exchange value to value. Section 2, The dual character of the labor embodied in commodities. Useful labor. Abstract labor, or labor as source of value. Socially necessary labor time. Section 3, the value form or exchange value. A. The simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. B. The expanded form of value. C. The general form of value. D. The money form of value. Section 4, the fetishism of the commodity and its secret. Preliminary commentary. Marx's presentation begins with the analysis of commodities of useful products of human labor that are bought and sold because the wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails appears as an immense collection of commodities, the individual commodity appears as its elementary form. Our investigation therefore begins with the analysis of a commodity. Point 1. His Wealth of Societies echoes the title of Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, 1776, the foundational text of classical political economy. But when he goes on to specify in which the capitalist mode of production prevails, we know that he will be analyzing wealth in capitalism, not in any random nation. Part 8 on primitive accumulation explains why wealth appears as commodities in capitalism because capitalists have imposed the commodity form on both workers and production. They have stripped people of their land and tools, Chapter 27, and have forced them to sell their willingness and ability to work as a commodity for wages, Chapter 28. These processes created a home market, Chapter 30, in which most consumer goods take the form of commodities. In Volume 2, Marx restates this point explicitly. The wage laborers, the mass of direct producers, must constantly be faced with the necessary means of subsistence in purchasable form, i.e., in the form of commodities. When production by means of wage labor becomes universal, commodity production is bound to be the general form of production. 2. With raw materials, machinery, factories, and office buildings being produced by capitalist-controlled wage, or slave, labor, this has also been true for producer goods. Finally, the same is true for everything produced for sale to the state or for export abroad. Beyond a new organization of production in which wealth takes the form of commodities. Part 8 also explains how work imposed in this manner results in a class society, made up of capitalists who impose work and workers upon whom work is imposed. Workers, unable to escape the factory or office, continue to resist and sometimes create alternatives. To provide an analysis that can help workers overthrow the system, Chapter 1 explains how commodities are not simply things produced and sold but embody characteristics of the antagonistic class relationships of capitalism. The real wealth of capitalists is their control over people via imposed work. This fundamental bond must be broken to liberate society from the exploitation characteristic of capitalism and the cruel alienation that results. Figure 1 portrays the overall structure of his analysis. Section 1 analyzes the commodity into use value and exchange value, beneath which lurks value whose substance is abstract labor. Section 2 examines the measure of value socially necessary labor time. Section 3 explores the complexities of the form of value. Section 4 calls our attention to the fetishism of the presentation up to this point and prepares us for Chapter 2 that begins defetishizing the analysis by situating commodities in the hands of their owners. Figure 1 diagram of the structure of Chapter 1 of Capital. Section 1, the two factors of the commodity, use value and value. Outline of Marx's analysis. Commodities have two contradictory aspects. Use value, or value in use. Exchange value, or value in exchange. This contradiction is resolved via exchange. Use values have qualities and exist as quantities. Various qualities imply various uses. Various qualities imply various measures of quantity. Only realized when used/consumed. Exchange value appears first as quantity in exchange. 1/4 of corn equals XCWT of iron. As use values, corn and iron are different, but the equality in exchange implies some common property. Abstracted from their different use values and abstracted from the different useful labors that produce them. Common property equals products of undifferentiated labor. Commodities are crystals of this social substance, abstract labor. Substance of commodity values equals abstract labor. Measure of commodity values equals labor time socially necessary to produce them. Socially necessary labor time, SNLT, varies with conditions of production. Use values can exist without value. When not produced by labor, example air, unworked soil, wild forests. When produced by labor but not exchanged, consumed directly. Commentary. Marx analyzes the commodity into its two modes of existence. In the first part of Figure 1, we have Figure 2, the twofold character of the commodity. A commodity is a use value because it has a value in use, that is, it satisfies human wants of some sort or another. It also is an exchange value because it has a value in exchange, that is, it can be exchanged for something else. However, these two different determinations are contradictory. A commodity only becomes a use value if it used. It only becomes an exchange value if it is not used but exchanged. Yet, the commodity sold, bought, and consumed is the unity of these opposites. The strange combination of unity and opposition, in which the opposites only have their meaning vis-a-vis each other and are thus inextricably joined, constitute what Marx means by a contradiction or contradictory relation. Just such a contradiction obtains in the antagonistic class relationships of capitalism. Each class stands opposed to the other, but at the same time each exists, as such, only within the relationship. A capitalist class can only exist when those with money can hire people and put them to work. People constitute a working class only in their subordination to capital. Point 3. This contradiction, which Marx analyzed in a contribution to the critique of political economy, can only find its solution in the actual exchange process, which must comprise both the evolution and the solution of these contradictions, for he analyzes this solution more fully in Chapter 3, where he describes the realization of the two contradictory aspects in circulation as a metamorphosis. Before a commodity is sold and consumed, both use value and exchange value have only abstract and potential existences. Selling the commodity results in the metamorphosis of its potential exchange value into whatever has been obtained in exchange. In Chapter 3, the exchange value of commodities appears in the form of money. When that money is then exchanged for another commodity, obtained for consumption, exchange value metamorphoses again into use value, realized as it is consumed. The biological metaphor of metamorphosis evokes the changes in form through which an insect develops from an egg, through the stages of pupa, larva, chrysalis, to adult. The form and appearance change but the essence remains constant. The monarch, for example, through all these stages in becoming a butterfly remains de nos plexipus. What remains the same as the commodity goes through its metamorphoses? Marx's answer is value, whose substance is human labor in the abstract, and whose form is exchange value. Before turning to how he extracts that answer from his analysis of exchange value, and what he means by it, let's examine his analysis of use value in more detail. Use values. At first, Marx suggests that use values only provide the material for a special brand of knowledge, namely the commercial knowledge of commodities. 5. Similarly, in a contribution to the critique of political economy, he wrote that use values do not express the social relations of production and that use value, as such, lies outside the sphere of investigation of political economy. It belongs in this sphere only when it is itself a determinate form. 6. Despite these comments, throughout his writings we discover that use value has many determinate forms, which do express distinct social relations and are often contested. Even before he published Capital, while analyzing how some product can be directly reinvested, Marx notes how this is an example of the importance of the analysis of use value for the determination of economic phenomena. 7. Here, in Volume I, use value expresses value, see Section 3 below. Labor power has varying use values, Chapters 6 and 7. The manipulation of use value is one way of cheating workers/consumers, Chapter 10. Machines, besides their use in making things, also serve to control workers, chapter 15. Many years later, in his marginal notes on Adolf Wagner, 1879, Marx explicitly rejects as drivel that use value has no place in his analysis beyond being one aspect of the commodity. Besides the value of a commodity being represented in the use value of another, he also points out that behind use value is useful labor, one aspect of the twofold character of labor which produces commodities, see section 2 below, and surplus value itself is derived from a specific use value of labor power, see chapter 7 below, etc., etc. He concludes, for me use value plays an important part quite different from its part in economics hitherto. Use value, therefore, is worth considering at some length. The use values of commodities have specific qualities, or attributes, produced by specific sorts of concrete useful labor, and specific quantities, the result of that labor being exerted over measurable amounts of time. Marx illustrates his argument with a variety of apparently innocuous use values / commodities: linen, iron, clocks and corn, wheat. Point 9. I say apparently because these played key roles in the period of capitalist development he was analyzing. Linen, a cloth made from flax, was, along with wool, then cotton, essential to the development of the textile industry, the core of the British industrialization. Iron, along with coal, was required in the production of machinery for industry and weapons for controlling workers both at home and throughout the expanding British Empire. Clocks, and eventually watches, became tools for measuring work and maximizing exploitation. Wheat bread was the basic means of subsistence for the working class in England. In the same spirit, in reading Capital politically, I examined food and energy more generally than just bread and coal. While food provides us with nutrition and pleasure, both in consumption and in the opportunities for social bonding, control over its production provides capitalists with profit and control over the rest of us because they make food a commodity and write laws that force us to buy what we need and want and thus to work for wages. While human energy provides us with life and non-human energy with the means to reduce work and make life more pleasant, heating and lighting our homes, etc., capitalists exploit our energy as part of our labor power and, like food, turn non-human energy into commodities they sell for profits or use against us, chapters 12 to 15. Here, let's turn from the production of things to that of services, now the dominant commodity-producing sector of the economy. Although in the 19th century the limited commercialization of services meant Marx felt he could largely ignore them, services now make up the majority of commodities and include transportation, finance, entertainment, medical aid, housekeeping, caregiving, communication and schooling. In each case, the use value to their purchasers depends upon the nature of the service. Their use value to capital, besides exchange value, parallels that of food and energy, control over those who need or desire them. Also, in each case, a vast number of differentiated services are offered to workers, corporations, and government. Narrowing our focus to just one kind of service, the loaning of money and the resulting debt of the borrower, we can easily see the differences in use values for borrowers and lenders. In Marx's time, most lending was by capitalists to each other and to governments because workers had very low, precarious wages and little or no collateral to cover default on debt. As we saw in chapter 31, the immediate use value to those who loaned money to governments was the profit they received via interest, profit that could be loaned out again. Over time, financial institutions increasingly loaned to businesses that used their borrowings for either speculation or real investment, i.e., putting people to work. A secondary use value was the leverage lenders gained over the behavior of borrowers. By the end of the 19th century, the Austrian Marxist Rudolf Hilferding, 1877 to 1941, argued that businesses had become so dependent on banks as to give the later considerable power over the former. 10 In the 20th century, as workers' struggles succeeded in repeatedly raising wages, they gained access to various kinds of credit. As a result, we are able to obtain other services and things such as washing machines, credit cards, automobiles, car loans, or houses, mortgages. Such borrowing allows us to enjoy use values before we have enough cash on hand to pay for them. Yet, the form of such lending, the fine print and fraudulent practices, often traps us in perpetual debt, endless worry, and the need to work and work and work to meet our repayment obligations. The result, of course, has been intense conflicts between debtors and creditors. These stark differences between the use values of commodities to workers and their use values to capital have resulted in struggle over the qualities and prices of commodities. Consumerism has involved not only the efforts of capitalists to persuade people that they need more and more of this and that through advertising and ideology, but also the self-organization of workers qua consumers, who have contested various qualities of commodities, example dangerous automobiles, poisonous effects of the chemical feast, and even their very existence, example hydrocarbon energy commodities that many want to replace with renewable ones to stave off both immediate harm to people and their environment and long-term effects on global warming and all of its emerging, catastrophic consequences. From exchange value to value. Marx begins his analysis of exchange value much the way Adam Smith did, with simple barter, the exchange of a given quantity of one thing for a given quantity of another. Whereas Smith evoked hunting and gathering societies that exchanged such things as pelts, hides, fish or tools, Marx chose, as we have seen, commodities important for British capitalism, example 1/4 of corn equals XCWT of iron. 11 Whether we consider Marx's choices or the more contemporary ones I have suggested, we quickly see that the meanings of the exchange value of any given commodity are not the same for workers and capitalists. We can easily see this in the domain of finance, looking, as above, only at the loaning of money and the resulting debt of the borrower. The higher the rate of interest, and accompanying fees, the more profit capitalist lenders will rake in and the deeper the debt of borrowers. 12 For those institutions that make such loans out of monies in their possession, example automobile companies or banks, the objective is the extraction of as much interest as possible, to maximize their profits. So, whether the loans are made to businesses, government, or individuals, lenders encourage, 1. The very partial repayment of the principal borrowed, example a minimum repayment that only slowly reduces the principal upon which interest is charged, and 2. Refinancing of debt that prolongs the period during which they can extract interest and profit. Beyond such simple financial calculations, keeping people, business, or governments in perpetual debt with continuing obligations to repay grants leverage and power over borrowers. Hilferding made this point about bank loans to businesses. Millions of workers today live under constant threat of dispossession, of automobiles by the repo man, or of homes by sheriffs or bailiffs with notices of eviction. Many governments facing difficulty in repaying their debt out of current revenue choose to cut expenditures, imposing austerity on workers instead of raising taxes. 13. In the 1970s, when capitalists responded to worker success in raising wages by raising prices, the resulting accelerating inflation undercut real interest rates. Lenders responded by imposing flexible rate loans. When President Jimmy Carter brought Paul Volcker in to chair the Federal Reserve and attack inflation, i.e., wages, he increased interest rates, drove up loan repayment costs and pitched the world economy into a depression. Coupled with simultaneous financial deregulation, the result was the international debt crisis of the 1980s and 1990s, the imposition of austerity on workers, rising unemployment, falling wages, and widespread recourse by workers to debt to maintain their standard of living. All of which prepared the ground for further financial crisis, first the collapse of the savings and loan industry in the late 1980s and then that of 2006. 08 in which millions lost jobs and homes, prompting protests and demands for increased regulation, example the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and debt forgiveness, example the widespread demands to cancel student debts and make education free. Value. To return to barter, the implied equivalence, accepted by the exchangers, cannot lie in the use values of the items exchanged because they are qualitatively different and have quite different use values. nor can it lie in the concrete useful labor that produced them, because those labors were also quite distinct. In his example of 1/4 of corn equals xcwt of iron, cultivating and harvesting labor is obviously quite different from mining and smelting labor, even if both extract something usable from the earth. So, what is the source of equivalence perceived by the exchangers? For Marx, equivalence must lie in some common property. Abstracting from both use value and the concrete, useful labors that produce use values, he writes that exchange values commodities can only differ in quantity, and therefore do not contain an atom of use value. If then we disregard the use value of commodities, only one property remains, that of being products of labor. Nor are they any longer the product of any particular kind of productive labor. They are altogether reduced to the same kind of labor, human labor in the abstract. They are merely congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor. Crystals of this social substance, which is common to them all, they are values, commodity values. Point 14. Marx's argument that only one property remains, that of being products of labor, has been repeatedly challenged with counterarguments that strike at the heart of the labor theory of value. For example, some have argued that labor is not the only universal factor of production, energy is another. Already in Marx's time, non-human sources of energy were rapidly replacing human muscle power as capitalists invested in machinery, driven by water, then steam, then electrical power. All commodities, therefore, can also be understood as products of energy. Why, then, privilege a labor theory of value over an energy theory of value? Marx was neither economist nor engineer. He does not offer a technical theory based on inputs and outputs, as expressed, for example, in economists' production functions of the sort Q equals F, K, L, E, where output, Q, is a function of inputs capital K, example machinery and raw materials, labor, L, and energy, E. He is not interested in just any common property. What interests him is the social substance, because his is a social theory in which he centers the key social relationship of capitalism, imposed labor, and the resistance to it. We see this in Part 8, where imposed labor forms the primary means through which capital subordinates most people's lives to its own organizational forms. Point 15. Can this abstract labor, the substance of value, have any semantic meaning beyond being the fruit of a logical deduction? There are at least two ways in which I think it does. First, Marx argues that as it develops, the capitalist division of labor tends to simplify skills to the point where workers can be moved easily from task to task. If the forms of labor are increasingly secondary, then it makes sense to speak of labor abstracted from those changing forms. This argument has been accepted by many as sufficient justification for considering abstract labor the substance of value. Point 16. Second, in what sense is the varying content different kinds of useful labor secondary? There are many important passages in Capital where the concrete form of useful labor is vitally important to Marx's analysis. For example, in chapters 12 to 15, repeated alterations in the technical composition of capital, the shop floor arrangement of workers, tools, machines, and raw materials, are shown to have been essential in maintaining or regaining control over workers. But, in capitalism, control means, above all, keeping people working at producing commodities. Therefore, there is a second, more profound semantic meaning to his abstract labor. The substance of value is precisely the social control over people's lives provided by any form of labor, independently of its content or form. Capitalism structures people's lives and society around work, no matter the nature of the work, which changes over time as technology evolves within the dynamics of struggle between the imposition of work and people's resistance to it. In other words, value expresses the particular social use value of labor to capital as its primary means of social control. Marx's labor theory of value is a theory of the value of labor to capital. Section 2, the dual character of the labor embodied in commodities. Outline of Marx's analysis. 1. Useful labor. Social division of labor involves heterogeneous use values and forms of labor. Qualitatively different use values, example cloth and coats, produced by. Qualitatively different forms of labor, example weaving and tailoring. In Indian villages, use values are not commodities. In capitalism, use values are commodities. Labor as creator of use values, or useful labor, is a condition of human existence. An eternal natural necessity. Mediates the metabolism between humans and nature. Petty, labor is the father of material wealth, the earth is its mother. 2. Abstract labor, or labor as source of value. Labor abstracted from useful or determinate qualities. Labor as simple expenditure of human labor power U. Value of a commodity represents human labor pure and simple. Simple average labor produced by simple, i.e., average, labor power. Complex labor equals intensified or multiplied simple labor. Magnitude of value determined by labor time. If one coat has same value as 20 yards of linen, both embody same amount, duration, of labor. Value varies with productivity, or output per hour of concrete useful labor. Increased productivity increases material wealth or output per hour. Increased productivity decreases value per unit. Commentary. This section provides, as Marx says, a further elucidation of the arguments in section 1 about the twofold nature of the labor contained in commodities. His elucidation, therefore, is divided into two parts. The first elaborates his previous analysis of useful labor, the second deepens his previous analysis of abstract labor, or the substance of value. The former elaboration has been much less controversial than the second. Useful labor. Useful labor is heterogeneous. People do all kinds of useful labor, producing all kinds of useful things, and services. With the textile industry the heart of British industrialization, Marx points to the useful labor that weaves linen thread, made from flax, into linen cloth, and the quite distinct useful tailoring labor that cuts and sews that cloth into linen coats. He might have added the horticultural labor that grows the flax, the harvest labor that reaps it, the labor that rets it, the labor that scutches it, the labor that heckles the fibers, and the spinning labor that spins the long flax fibers into the thread necessary to weave/produce linen cloth. Because humans discovered many kinds of labor early on, there has always been a social division of labor, where some folks undertake some kinds of useful labor and others undertake other kinds. But only in capitalism have the diverse use values produced by the diverse forms of useful labor generally taken the form of commodities, of things and services that are sold to others. Why this has been so, is explained in his analysis of primitive accumulation. His emphasis on how human labor mediates the metabolism between man and nature foreshadows an analysis he elaborates in Chapter 7 on the labor process 17 here. By asserting that labor is a condition of human existence and an eternal natural necessity, he frames his concept of useful labor as generic and ahistorical, applicable throughout human history. The formulation by William Petty, 1623-87, that labor is the father of material wealth and earth the mother, Marx proposes true for all time. 18 In so doing, he sets the stage for differentiating abstract labor from useful labor as a characteristic of capitalism alone. Abstract labor, or labor as source of value. Section 1 arrived at the concept of abstract labor by abstracting from the diverse determinate forms of useful labor. Here, Marx defines labor as the simple expenditure of human labor power, without regard to the particular skills involved. He suggests two corresponding concepts: 1. Simple labor power, and 2. Simple average labor performable by every ordinary man, with ordinary explicitly understood to evolve over time with society. The idea of an undeveloped simple labor implies its contrary, that of more developed, or skilled complex labor. To explain the relationship between the two, Marx offers, more complex labor counts only as intensified, or rather multiplied simple labor, so that a smaller quantity of complex labor is considered equal to a larger quantity of simple labor. But who is doing the counting, who is considering, or making the judgment about what equals what? Marx doesn't say, but merely argues that this reduction of complex to simple is constantly being made behind the backs of the producers. How? The lack of precision about the who and the how has led to various interpretations trying to clarify these statements. The most common interpretation perceives a reduction problem solved through market mechanisms of exchange, an optimistic logic akin to that of economists' wishful expectations of tendencies toward equilibrium. This interpretation finds consistency in another statement that Marx makes here, namely, through its value a commodity is posited as equal to the product of simple labor. This reading sees value as revealed in exchange, not the varying exchange values resulting from market fluctuations, but some underlying value which anchors those fluctuations. Once prices are accepted as the monetary expression of exchange value, at the end of this chapter, and then in Volume 3, this reduction problem re-emerges as the so-called transformation problem of whether and in what manner values determine prices. My alternative interpretation, consistent with my suggestion that Marx's labor theory of value is a theory of the value of labor to capital, is the following. If the substance of value, denoted by the concept of abstract labor, is precisely the social control over people's lives that any labor, independently of its content or form, provides capital, then that substance becomes the determinate character of whatever kind of useful labor we care to consider quite independently of whatever complexity or skill is being exercised. As to who counts or considers, the answer becomes capital or capitalists or capitalist policymakers, who worry, first and foremost, not about the kinds of useful labor being imposed but the overall success of business in putting people to work. Here is the real-world reduction. Forget complexity and ask rather how many and for how long are those ordinary men and women being employed. When Marx says this happens behind the backs of the producers, many Marxists think behind the backs of the capitalists, forgetting that the producers are the workers they employ. The reduction of the problem that concerns workers of whether the existing complex assortment of concrete labors are producing what they need to that of how successfully work is being imposed overall, not only happens behind their backs but usually behind closed doors, among policymakers dedicated to preserving and expanding capital's way of organizing life around imposed labor. Simple labor, then, is not so much a characterization of some basic ability as it is a concept denoting the simple fact of being put to work in more or less complex ways. Thus the value of a commodity is equal to or determined by the amount of work that can be imposed in producing it. Socially necessary labor time. But how is the amount of work measured? Assuming the intensity of labor constant, Marx argues that the amount of labor and the corresponding magnitude of value are determined by the time of labor, irrespective of complexity or skill. 19 Not the concrete labor time required to produce a given commodity, in a given production setting, but the average amount, or socially necessary labor time, SNLT, required. Thus, from a capitalist point of view, two commodities produced with the same amount of labor have equal values. They have equal values because their production provides equal opportunities for putting people to work. With the amount or quantity of value now seen to be determined by the time of labor, Marx turns to the effects on variations in the effectiveness, or productivity, example output per hour, of useful labor. 20 A doubling of productivity, brought about, for instance, through the introduction of machines, or better machines, will cut in half the value of each unit of output, because each unit takes only half the time to produce. Or, the value of each unit of that commodity to capital will be cut in half because producing it provides only half the opportunity for putting people to work. These results clarify the distinction between the meanings of useful labor and abstract labor. One determines actual production, the other the value of the labor employed to capital as its primary means of social control, and lay the basis for further analysis. In the next section, Marx examines quantitative changes in exchange rates due to changes in productivity. In Chapter 3 on money, he examines how changes in the productivity of labor producing metals used for money are related to changes in prices. In his extensive analysis of technological change in chapters 12 to 15, he explores how productivity evolves as an aspect of class struggle over the imposition of work and resistance to it. Section 3, the value form or exchange value. A. The simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. B. The total or expanded form of value. C. The general form of value. D. The money form of value. Preliminary commentary. This frequently neglected section on the form of value begins with the simplest form where one good represents the value of another and ends with the money form, where some historically and socially determined money represents the value of every commodity. Further determinations of the character and roles of money are analyzed in chapters 2 and 3, which build on the complexities examined in this section. Marx shows us how, just as use value receives an expression and existence in the bodily form of the commodity, so too does value receive an independent expression and existence in the form of money. In the Grundriss, before he had worked out the mode of presentation used in Capital, the understanding of money was a central concern of his studies of value and abstract labor. In the early notebooks comprising the chapter on money, a great many of the determinations of chapter 1 are discussed, not as abstract qualities of commodities in general, but directly as determinations of money, the ultimate commodity. Point 21. Unfortunately, most Marxists have had little to say about the form of value or the complexities hidden within the money form but revealed in this section. For example, both Paul Sweezy and Ronald Meek, two widely read and influential Marxist economists, focused on the substance and measure of value, almost totally ignoring its form. Sweezy's qualitative value problem concerns only the qualities of abstract labor and socially necessary labor time and ignores form completely. Point 22. Meek's commentary on Chapter 1 devotes 15 pages to the quantitative reduction problem and only one very short paragraph to the form of value, to which Marx devotes 24 pages. Point 23. He justified this neglect by quoting Engels, who thought all the detail was just about how the emergence of money overcame the inefficiencies of barter exchange. This neglect, however, is quite inexcusable. Not only does this section reveal many subtle aspects of exchange and money, but because both are elements of the class relationship, these same aspects can be discovered throughout the social relationships of capitalism. A. The simple, isolated, or accidental form of value. Outline of Marx's analysis. Commodities' character as value is purely social. That character appears in the social relation of exchange. Commonly recognized value form is the money form. Objective, reveal, through analysis, what lies within the money form. Simple form, XA equals YB, example 20 yards of linen equals 1 coat. Relative form, value of XA is expressed by YB. Equivalent form, YB expresses the value of XA. Is form of existence of the value of XA. Is material embodiment of the value of XA. Most focus on quantities, X and Y, but quantitative equality requires a common quantum, i.e., value. Exchange gives value a form distinct from use value. 20 yards linen equals 1 coat implies equation of weaving with tailoring. What is equal in the two kinds of labor is their common quality of being human labor in general. Labor creates value, but is not value. Becomes value in its coagulated state, in objective form, a materially different thing. So, in exchange, the coat, in equivalent form, represents more than it does alone. In exchange, YB becomes a mirror for the value of XA. i.e., YB reflexively mediates A's relation to its value. X and Y, the quantities of A and B, change with productivity. Changes in productivity in production of A, changes value per unit. Which changes amount Y of B required to represent the value of A. Changes in productivity in production of B also changes required Y. Commentary. Marx devotes more words to presenting his analysis of the simple form of value than to any of the other forms, including that of money. The reason for this he explained to Engels in 1867. The simplest commodity form, he wrote, contains the whole secret of the money form, and with it in embryo, of all the bourgeois forms of the product of labor 24 through the exchange of some quantity X of commodity A for some quantity Y of commodity B, or XA equals YB. The value of commodity A finds an independent expression and a concrete manifestation in commodity B. This simple, or elementary, exchange relation is also called accidental because it is accidental which commodity expresses the value of another. This relationship, although pictured above in the form of an equation, is not a mathematical, reversible equation. Marx is careful to explain that the equals sign is short for is worth. As it is written, XA equals YB says that XA is worth YB, meaning that YB expresses the value of XA. To obtain an expression of the worth of YB, the relationship must be rewritten as YB equals XA, i.e., YB is worth XA, where now XA expresses the value of YB. Most of the analysis of this section consists of analyzing the meanings of this relation. Marx first deals with the qualitative aspects of this relation, ignoring the quantitative constants X and Y. He formalizes the unsymmetrical nature of the expression by analyzing the two forms within the simple form, the relative form and the equivalent form. In the exchange XA equals YB, Marx calls commodity A the relative value form because its value is expressed in, and relative to, commodity B. He calls commodity B the equivalent form because it serves as the material equivalent for the value of commodity A. In other words, commodity A gets its value expressed, while the corporeal use value of commodity B provides a phenomenal expression of the value of A. Therefore, when the value of commodity B is expressed by XA in YB equals XA, then B has the relative form and A the equivalent form. As with the relationship between use value and exchange value, we find an opposition and a unity. We have an opposition because the relative value form and the equivalent form exist as two opposed, contradictory poles. We have unity in the sense that they are mutually dependent and inseparable. A only has the relative form if it has an equivalent B, B is only an equivalent when expressing the value of some other A. The two expressions represent the two sides of an actual exchange process. When a commodity is brought to market, its owner only finds out what it is worth by exchanging it. The commodity acquired is accepted as the equivalent of the value of the commodity given up. 25. As with use value and exchange value, this unity of opposites has the form of the class struggle, two opposed perspectives and forces bound in one contradictory totality. This is obvious in the case where the commodity brought to market is the labor power of workers. When they sell their labor power to capital, it has the relative form, and the value received, the wage or other income, has the equivalent form. An examination of each of these forms in this chapter, carried out only with respect to the exchange of random commodities, further clarifies this kind of relationship. The relative form of value. Why is it value that is being expressed by B and not something else? Because the only thing commodity B has in common with A that matters to capital is value, i.e., the value of being products of labor in general, of being vehicles for the imposition of work and social control. It is in this sense, within the framework of capitalism, that commodity A achieves an independent expression of its value to capital in B. In a simple exchange of use values between friends, outside of any capitalist market, no such common value need exist or be postulated. 26. For example, I prepare and serve you a meal, an objectivization of some of my skills, you reward me with a smile and a request for second helping. There is no basis common value for equivalence in such a case. 27. But in capitalism, where the value of things to capital is measured by the amount of work that can be imposed in their production, Marx points out that these relations between the two commodities necessarily represent the relations between the labor contained in them. The equation of the two products of labor distinguishes the substance of their value, abstract labor, from the useful labors that produce them as distinct commodities. The exchange equation expresses the reduction of the various kinds of useful labor to abstract labor, the common value to capital of all kinds of labor that produce commodities. His analysis of the quantitative aspect of the relative form of value, having established that the only way magnitude can be expressed relatively is in terms of the same quantum of quality, shows how the quantity of the value of one commodity, A, can be expressed by a quantity of another, B. Inevitably, the expression of value will vary with changes in the productivity of either commodity A or commodity B. Earlier, in section 1, we saw the impact of variations in productivity during the analysis of socially necessary labor time, and in section 2 we saw how this was grounded in changes in useful labor, while abstract labor remained constant. If the intensity of labor is constant, an increase in the productivity of the labor required to produce some good, A, implies a drop in the socially necessary labor time per unit and a reduction in its per unit value. As more use values embody the same total value, each unit embodies less. In this section, we see the implications for the simple form of value and the quantitative expression, YB, of changes in the value of commodity XA. If the productivity of the labor-producing commodity A rises, so that its per unit value falls, and if the productivity in the production of B has not changed, then a decreased amount Y of the equivalent commodity B will be sufficient to express the value of XA. If the productivity of the useful labor producing B rises, reducing its value per unit, while that producing A remains constant, then there must be an increase in the amount Y of B expressing the value of XA. If the productivity of both changes, then the quantitative variation can be calculated by taking both effects into account. This illustrates a further reason why the relative value form is called relative. The relative value of commodity A can change, because of a change in the value of commodity B, although its value, in terms of socially necessary labor time, remains the same. Or, its relative value can remain the same, even if the value of A changes. The equivalent form and reflexivity. When we say that B expresses the value of A, we are speaking of a relation of mediation known as reflection. In this kind of mediation, one thing, in this case, commodity A, is related to an aspect of itself, value, through another thing, in this case, commodity B. Familiar examples of this kind of mediation are how we all come to know our image through a mirror, or aspects of ourselves, from image to abilities, through the comments of others. Point 28. In speaking of how the equivalent performs such a service, Marx says, in order to act as such a mirror of value, tailoring itself producing commodity B, the code must reflect nothing apart from its own abstract quality of being human labor. 29. In a footnote, Marx notes that Hegel called this kind of relation determinations of reflection Reflexionsbestimmungen. 30. In the first German edition of Capital, Marx wrote, its code status as an equivalent is so to speak only a reflection determination of linen. 31. Also, the relative value form of a commodity is mediated, namely through its relationship to another commodity. 32. In other words, commodity A can come explicitly into relation to itself as value only through the mediation of another commodity, B, expressing a single aspect of commodity A. We can represent this relation of reflective mediation as with two randomly exchanged commodities, this relationship of reflective mediation is also an aspect of the commodity form of the class relation. Individuals and capital stand as opposed poles just like the relative and equivalent value forms. Just as the relative value form finds its meaning only in the equivalent form, so too do individuals recognize themselves as workers only through their relation to their employers. 33. It is not just a matter of perception. Within capitalism, individuals can only exist as workers, and collectively constitute a working class, within that relation. Put in the language above, the mass of workers has their joint condition as working class reflected to them through capital acting as a mirror which mediates this recognition. In this way, the class gains both definition and self-recognition. This is true both in terms of class in itself, in which all workers have in common is the exchange of their labor power for income, and in terms of class for itself, in which workers discover their unity through struggle. Just as the equivalent form brings out and expresses a unique quality in other commodities, value, so too does capital reflect a unique quality of people, their labor power, or their ability and willingness to be put to work. Inversely, those with money can only be capitalists when they are able to hire people and put them to work. But the relation is not parallel. People can break out of this reciprocal relationship, rejecting and smashing the mirror, and remain people, complete with all their skills, now freed to build new worlds. Whereas if we deprive capital, or capitalists, the functionaries of capital as social relation, of its ability to impose work on us, it loses its control over us, and with it, its ability to organize society, leaving the rest of us free to experiment with new modes of self-organization. The analysis, so far, shows us how all the elements which we have analyzed, use value, exchange value, abstract labor, socially necessary labor time, and so on, are combined in their elementary interrelationships in this simple value form. In the expanded, general, and money forms which follow, further determinations are taken into account to achieve a more complete and more complex expression of value. The insufficiency of the simple form and the transition to the expanded form. While the simple form gives the value of A an independent expression in B, there is nevertheless a contradiction between this form and the nature of value. This is the insufficiency of the simple form of value. The simple form fails to represent A's qualitative equality with all other commodities and its quantitative proportionality to them. 34. Why should it? The reason lies in his previous analysis of value. In section 1, he designated the substance of value as abstract labor. Abstract labor, in turn, denotes the peculiar character of all concrete forms of useful labor as serving capital as its primary mode of organizing its control over society. In section 2, socially necessary labor time was based on averages across the whole commodity-producing society. Now, if the substance and measure of value reflect this universality of the commodity form, then so too must the phenomenal form of value. The value form must represent these interconnections among all commodities. His exposition of his analysis of the value form progresses in this direction. B. The total or expanded form of value. If, in the elementary form, A finds its expression in one other commodity, B, and if, furthermore, the B chosen is accidental, then any commodity could be so chosen. The number of such possible expressions, Marx writes, of the value of A is limited only by the number of different kinds of commodities distinct from it. 35. This is why the second form of value, the expanded form of commodity A's value, consists of an indefinitely expandable series of different simple expressions of that value. 36. In this way, the immediate contradiction between the individual representation of A's value and the multiplicity of commodities, universality of value, is resolved. This new form, a more complete expression of value, can be represented in the following manner. The relation of reflection, by which the relative value of A is given independent expression through a particular equivalent, is now multiplied. Every other commodity now becomes a mirror of linen's value. 37. This is why Marx calls the relative form expanded. The equivalent form remains particular in the sense that, although there is an endless list of equivalents, each is a particular expression of A's relative value. In this way, the various kinds of useful labor that produced all these commodities are expressed as equal through the interrelation of the products. Each of these many expressions of the value of A has the characteristics of the simple value form, the polarity between relative and equivalent forms, the unity of opposites, reflectiveness, and so on. In this way, the more complete form preserves the previous form containing all the latter's relations to the class struggle. What analysis of this expanded form reveals, however, is much more than a mere list of possibilities. The importance of this new form lies in its comprehensiveness. Because all commodities are involved, accidentality disappears. The form provides a representation of the totality of generalized commodity production under capitalism. By including the production of all commodities, not just of things and services but also of labor power, the representation expresses much of capital's social totality. 38. Because the number of expressions of value is limited only by the number of commodities, for which there is no theoretical limit, the form also expresses capital's tendency to expand infinitely. It seeks to constantly expand its way of organizing society, forever bringing more and more people, activities, and materials under its control by forcing them to become elements of the production of commodities. This tendency toward infinite extension is not provoked from the outside. Capitalist social relationships generate, through their mutual antagonism, their own self-expansion, only one part of which is the expansion of the commodity world. Those antagonistic social relationships, especially the struggles of workers, force capitalists to seek out and invest in new sources of all the elements that make it up. Whether we are speaking of its expansion internationally, as different parts of the world are brought into the orbit of its imposition of social control through work, or of its expansion into all sectors of production, or of its expansion into all aspects of the reproduction of labor power, in each case the new areas of control are not mere additions. They grow out of dynamics internal to the class struggle and constitute moments of reorganization as capital tries to retain or expand overall control. In Marx's time, that tendency was manifested not only in the commodification of everyday life, but also in colonialism, as capitalists in countries such as Britain, France, and the Netherlands built empires, annexing ever greater numbers of people, their lands, resources, and activities throughout the world. This tendency of capitalism toward infinity, moreover, does not merely involve adding something new to existing social orders, it has always been one of subsuming them, of transforming them into moments of existing relationships. Controlling the cheap and often slave labor employed in raw material production in colonies facilitated control of workers in British factories. These dynamics continue in the form of vertical integration in industry, outsourcing and immigration to pit foreign cheap labor against more expensive local labor. In this way capitalism is also totalizing, in the language of contemporary literary criticism, it seeks to impose its own narrative on the world. 39. Today, we can recognize this tendency in both neoliberal globalization and in the ever-multiplying number of commodities imposed upon us. We can also recognize it in the privatization of space exploration and colonization. In the United States, NASA has been turning over ever more of its programs to private corporations such as SpaceX and United Launch Alliance. Corporations already own and operate satellites and are preparing to build and operate space shuttles and orbital hotels for wealthy tourists. As many science fiction writers have long foreseen, unchecked capitalism will expand throughout the solar system and, if possible, bring its nightmarish form of society to the stars. The expanded form expresses this tendency toward infinite expansion. In more optimistic sci-fi, such as Star Trek, we figure out how to get rid of capitalism and expand into the universe largely free of its constraints. 40. Unfortunately for capital, however, the realization of its efforts to find ever more opportunities to impose work requires the mobilization of workers, imagination and creativity. As Marx discusses in later chapters, living labor activity is the only source of innovation and change within capitalism. Inevitably, despite capital's efforts to constrain and harness that power for its own purposes, we, both individually and collectively, discover our own kind of infinity, that of the potentially infinite possibilities for living realizable only through freedom from the constraints of capitalism. In the very movement whereby capital multiplies a world of proliferating commodities, we discover vast potential beyond capital itself, which tries to restrict our possibilities to those in its own interest. 41. Defects of the expanded form. Although this form gives us a more complete representation of value, by making the interrelationship among all commodities explicit, Marx points out why even this form is inadequate. He lists its defects. First, from the point of view of the relative value form, the series of equations representing the relative expression of value is interminable, a pieced-together mosaic of independent expressions, and there is no common representation of value which would express its universality. And then, from the point of view of the equivalent form, because we have particular equivalents, we have a series of unrelated, fragmentary equivalent forms, the labor embodied in each equivalent thus appears only as particular, not general, or abstract labor. Abstract labor, therefore, is only manifested through the totality of its particular forms, but that totality is an ever incomplete series lacking internal unity. In short, an adequate expression of value must represent the interaction of all the, potentially infinite, commodities capital succeeds in forcing us to produce, but in a way that expresses their common character. In the expanded form, the common substance of abstract labor remains unexpressed because we have no unique or common expression for the value of each commodity. This critique by Marx of the expanded form is similar to Hegel's critique of the bad infinity, also an unlinked, interminable series. 42. C. The general form of value. The answer to the defect of the expanded form is implicit in that form. While the expanded form appears as a natural extension of the simple form, because the equivalent chosen in the simple form is arbitrary, the general form emerges from a reversal in perspective. When A is exchanged against B, C, D, those commodities express the value of A. But it is also true that B, C, D, and so on are being exchanged for A. Consequently, A, viewed as equivalent, expresses the value of B, C, D. This gives a common expression for the value of all commodities, namely XA. We now have a potentially infinite list, but one that is no longer fragmentary because all commodities are linked through a common or general expression of value in A. For each commodity, the expression of its value takes place in its exchange with another commodity, YB equals XA, but when the equivalent is the same for all, the form taken as a whole is unified. A unique aspect of all commodities, value now has a unique representative. By being equated to this single representative, the value of any commodity is not only distinguished from its bodily use value, but its representation also expresses what it has in common with all other commodities. This form is general, or universal, in all its parts. The relative form of any given commodity is universal because it is the relative value form of all other commodities at the same time. 43. The equivalent form is universal because the equivalent has become the unique form of appearance of value for all commodities. Because of this, the labor producing it acquires as a result a general social form, the form of equality with all other kinds of labor. The general form of appearance of undifferentiated human labor or abstract labor. 44. That abstraction from concrete specificity within capitalism makes the universal equivalent the embodiment and symbol of the core class relationship, the imposition of work as the fundamental vehicle for the organization of society. Within this general form, the internal contradictions characteristic of the earlier forms still obtain. The irreversible and contradictory polarity and reflectiveness of the simple form, the totalizing and infinite aspects of the expanded form, all remain characteristics of the general form. But now something new appears. Because the universal equivalent has acquired the character of direct exchangeability with every other commodity, all other commodities have lost that quality. They are longer exchanged for each other but must first be exchanged for the universal equivalent. This observation highlights a fundamental aspect of the general form, namely, as the equivalent form becomes the universal equivalent for the value of all other commodities, it also becomes the universal mediator between them all. Earlier, we saw how individual commodities related to their own value through the mediation of an equivalent, through reflection. We now see how a reflexive mediation, as a characteristic of the general form, is part of another kind of mediation played by the universal equivalent. All commodities, by mirroring themselves in one and the same commodity as quantities of value, reflect themselves reciprocally as quantities of value. 45. Reciprocal reflection, but mediated through the universal equivalent. 46. That equivalent has become a mediator for the expression of value of each commodity and for the relation of all commodities to each other as values. This second form of mediation between two distinct commodities is syllogistic mediation. In a syllogism, two distinct entities are related via a third. 47. The universal equivalent, XA, mediates the relationship between YB and WC. Expressing the value of each individual commodity, the universal mediator binds them together. It explicitly incorporates each individual commodity into the universal value relation. By having a common expression of value, the otherwise disparate exchanges become parts of an interconnected commodity world. The series grows, potentially infinitely. But that infinity is no longer a tiresome mosaic of separate elements. Like Hegel's good infinity, the capitalist commodity world is now expressed as an integrated and united whole in which the repeated appearance of new commodities no longer means only the creation of new finites, but the continuation of a tendentially infinite process. Syllogistic mediation plays a fundamental role, not only in how capital organizes the world of commodities but in how it organizes its control over workers. Just as the universal equivalent mediates between all commodities, capital tries to mediate all relations in the social factory, between workers producing commodities, between producers and consumers, between parents and children, between teachers and students, between spouses, between ethnicities, races, age groups and genders, between locals and immigrants, and so on. But what does it mean to say that capital intervenes as a mediating force everywhere? We have already seen how capital imposes money as universal, mediating equivalent, more on this in the next section. We have also seen how it uses the state, example troops for enclosure, property laws and police to impose the commodity form, maximum or minimum wage laws, and so on. Seeing how some of us are organized to mediate capital's relations with others is often less obvious. In RCP, I illustrated this kind of mediation with several examples, in the relations between the waged, in those between waged men and unwaged women, between teachers and students and between domestic and immigrant workers. In each case, capital sets up a hierarchy, of higher waged over lower waged, waged men over unwaged women, waged teachers over unwaged students, and domestic workers over immigrants. Through these hierarchies it seeks to pit us against one another and use some of us to manage others, both by imposing work on those ranked lower and by absorbing the ire of those imposed upon. To reinforce these mediations, capital also makes use of racial, gender, ethnic, religious or national differences among workers. So, in a place like Texas, local Anglo workers tend to be higher paid and hold managerial positions vis-a-vis lower paid African or Mexican American workers. Understanding this kind of mediation in the class struggle not only helps illuminate its complexity, but also suggests how we can take the initiative to rupture and destroy it, forcing a recomposition of class relations. This happens when we refuse the mediation and bypass it. In industry, in wildcat strikes, rank and file workers organize autonomously and bypass both foremen and trade union officials to confront employers directly. In education, when university students occupy an administration building, demanding an end to school complicity with war, or a termination of cuts to programs important to them, they are bypassing the mediation of professors and directly confronting the administrators of capital's edu factories. When students in K-12 schools walk out as they did during the ASI immigrant rights marches in the spring of 2006 and in March 2018 during the National School Walkout, in the wake of the shootings at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, they are bypassing both teachers and administrators. Today, Dreamers, threatened by Trump's efforts to end deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA, and by resurgent racism and nativism, school children, threatened by repeated mass shootings, and black youth, threatened by police murders of unarmed civilians, are also on the march. In echoes of the civil rights movement, they are all bypassing local mediations and demanding security from deportation, from the profit-hungry arms industry and from racist police through changes in laws both local and national. In the great women's marches of 2017 to 19, millions of women have acted collectively, bypassing all of capital's mediations. Point 48. These mediations can also be broken as well as bypassed. That happens when they result in such harsh conflict as to no longer function as intended. University students generally carry their struggles directly to the administration or beyond. But in K-12 schools, student refusal of discipline rarely bypasses teachers to strike directly at administrators, as in the walkouts in 2006 and 2018. Instead, anger flares against teachers, sometimes to such a degree that the latter cannot retain control. This has spurred the proliferation of teacher unions, changing the relationship between administrators and teachers. Acting in federations, mobilizing at the level of the state, they make demands for collective instead of individual bargaining over salaries and conditions of work. The work of having to impose discipline in an increasingly rebellious classroom is the equivalent of speed up on an assembly line. It increases the intensity of the workday and the requirements for reproducing labor power. In these circumstances, militant teacher unions are creating a whole new alignment of power in education. Faced with teacher refusal to try to impose discipline in dangerous situations, school administrations and city governments are being forced to pay higher wages, to bring in security guards, metal detectors, and police, so on. At the same time, such developments raise serious problems for working-class strategy. How can this growing power of students and teachers be organized so that it is directed more against capital than against each other? The autonomous power of students has forced the creation of a new level of autonomous organization and power among teachers, a recomposition of class relations. But as long as the dynamic and direction of these developments are not understood, there is the danger of ultimate collapse and defeat. In universities we have seen such dangers. In the 1960s, the struggles of students forced a recomposition of the teaching staff that included a new generation of radicals and new fields of study initially aimed at supporting further protest, example Black Studies, Mexican American Studies, Women's Studies, Peace Studies. The changes undermine the ability of higher education to discipline, plan and organize the supply of labor. But the insurgent spirit that created those new programs has been constantly undermined by both the usual neutralizing institutional measures, example competition for funding and promotion 49, and by outside attacks by conservative forces, example the National Association of Scholars or, more recently, Turning Point USA. In the same period, student pressures undermined grade tracking, generating grade inflation. But as a result, experiments are underway to find other modes of judging the ability and willingness of students to work. All these developments have led to the current attempt by capital to reimpose work discipline in the schools through fiscal crisis, and a nationwide restructuring of education. Such a restructuring necessarily involves attempts to find new kinds of mediation to replace those which student and teacher/professors' struggles have rendered less reliable. Being clear about mediation can help in discovering vulnerabilities and modes of subversion. Recognizing the dynamics of mediation can facilitate their refusal and defeat, as when students join teacher strikes, seen lately in West Virginia, Oklahoma, Arizona, Kentucky, Colorado, and Los Angeles. 50. Ultimately, we must destroy the divisions and intra-class antagonisms which capital imposes. But while students and professors may struggle against administrator plans, or men and women, whites and blacks, locals and immigrants seek ways to destroy the mediations, solutions are never so simple as unite and fight. As I argued in the section on abstract labor, the divisions are real and hierarchical, they are power divisions, and collaboration requires a power struggle not only of different segments of the working class against capital but also, at times, between those segments. Our problem of political organization is how to develop our intra-class struggles, not as a circular firing squad, but in ways that strengthen all of us. D. The money form of value. The transition from the general form to the money form is much simpler than the previous transitions. The money form differs from the general form only insofar as the universal equivalent has become fixed by social custom into some one commodity. Once this happens, the universal equivalent functions as money and we have the money form. The money form is the total relationship, and must be differentiated from money which, in this case, is gold. This money form contains all the determinations of the prior forms. It has the contradictory unity and reflective relations between the relative form and the equivalent form brought out in the simple form. It has the totality and infinitude brought out in the expanded form and welded together in the general form. And it has the mediated character of the general form. Like capital, then, the money form is contradictory, reflexive, totalizing, infinite and mediated. Marx's whole analysis in this first chapter has been leading to the money form. We can now reverse the process and reassess each step as elements of a theory of money. Money is partly defined as a universal equivalent, not simply one element of this totality but expressing this totality. Money is one commodity among many, and the unique general expression of their value to capital as vehicles for the imposition of work. Money, by expressing all commodities as values, expresses the domain of capital, the social relations which turn use values into commodities. As a moment in the money form, money is a moment of the whole of capitalism. If capital is most basically the social relations of the commodity form, of which the commodity world is a part, then money is the quintessential expression of the commodity form itself. In capitalist society, to have a coin in the hand is to have a golden drop of that society itself. Look deeply into that coin, as you might with a crystal ball, and behind its golden luster, which has stopped many an eye, you discover the blood and sweat of the class struggle. When we look back at the roles of the equivalent form in the various relations we have examined, we now know we were looking at the roles of money. For example, money stands as equivalent in contradictory unity with labor power. It does the same with all other commodities and, by so doing, shows them, through reflection, their character as values, and thus as parts of capital. The tendency for capital to expand infinitely is partly the tendency to turn social relations into money relations, that is, to convert all use values into values by utilizing their production as a means of social control and by setting them equal to money. Money becomes the magic wand by which capital incorporates both old and new elements of the world into itself. To set an object equal to money is to give it a price. Thus, the price form is a subform of the money form, in which any YB equals X gold. But the price form never stands alone. It is part of the money form. Setting any commodity equal to some quantity of money, by giving it a price, instantly ties it into the whole world of capital. 51 How? By setting a price, it is affirmed that this use value, having been produced by useful labor of some sort, is only one special product of that universal tool of capital's control, work. Setting an object equal to money sets it equal to all other commodities and equates the labor which produced it to all other labor, affirms its common usefulness to capital as means of social control. We ignore, as Marx does, cases where prices are set on things that are not the products of labor, example unworked land. It makes no difference whether the quantity of embodied labor is socially necessary or not, as we have seen earlier. This is often not the case. The qualitative equality of work has been affirmed and the quantity set socially. Money shows to the commodity its value for capital, i.e., the usefulness of the labor that produced it as a vehicle for controlling society. Money not only equates all commodities as products of labor but also stands as the universal mediator between all these different elements of capital. In the exchange of labor power for money, money mediates its owner's relation to capital, not only to direct employers but to other workers and to all commodities. The money wage, M, is one way in which capital, K, mediates its relation to our labor power, LP, K, M, LP. There are many others, as we saw in the preceding section, but the money wage is the most common and most revealing. As such, it also establishes the importance of the unwaged relation to capital. As we have seen, unwaged relations may be mediated in a variety of ways, example men mediating the relation of their unwaged wives or professors mediating that of students to capital. All workers, waged and unwaged, must obtain the means of subsistence, but not always directly through wages. School children work for capital to the extent that they produce their labor power for future roles as workers, waged and unwaged, but most receive no direct money payment. As unwaged housewives are supported by the resources, money, obtained by a waged husband, so children are supported by one or more waged parent. The relation with capital is mediated directly for whoever is paid a money wage, but that person mediates for unwaged family members. In these circumstances, the ways those at home work for capital is hidden by the absence of direct money payment. Point 52. This brings out an important consideration about money that is often overlooked, namely, that for money to play the role of mediator or universal equivalent, there must be many relations where it does not mediate directly. The place in capital where Marx makes this clearest is in his analysis in chapter 25 of the waged and unwaged. For capital to be able to use the money wage to mediate its relation to waged workers, it must maintain a reserve army of unwaged workers as a check on the power of the former. But to say that there must always be such an army is to say that money is the universal mediator in a peculiar way. Ultimately, everyone must get commodities to survive, but not necessarily through their personal command of a wage. Money, however, remains the universal mediator because it even defines its absence. The unwaged are defined with deference to the wage defined by their lack of control over some money. Unwaged spouses and children may not receive money directly from capital, but they either receive some through the waged member of the household or receive what money buys. What they lack is control over the money supporting them, buying their food, etc. This is exactly why the struggle of the unwaged has often been for wages, not because they want to expand capital's dominion, they already suffer that, but to gain greater powers of self-determination. This was the objective of the Wages for Housework campaign. Point 53. The maintenance of non-moneyed, or unwaged, relations are important to capital in many ways. The image of the milling crowd at the factory gates begging for jobs or protesting their absence is one traditional but limited vision. To it we must add unwaged students, women, and street dwellers in the developed world. But, as we saw in the analysis of primitive accumulation, the case of the global South is even more dramatic. Through colonialism, capital created and maintained vast, partially self-supporting global reserves of unwaged labor power, a worldwide reserve army. Despite the defeat of most formal colonial empires, poverty continues to be the tool by which vast millions are kept alive, but, capitalists hope, available when needed. These reserves are drawn upon either for immigration into areas where their cheap labor can be used to hold down the wage demands of more powerful workers, example Mexican and Caribbean labor in the US, Mediterranean, East European and African workers in Western Europe, or for employment in their own areas when runaway shops seek out their cheap, and often politically repressed, labor locally. Of course, time and again things have not worked out so well, and the struggles of the unwaged have often made them unprofitable for capital's factories. That money is a mediator interposed between capital and the working class means two things. First, for workers, a tax on capital can both use and refuse this mediation, exactly as women and students have used and bypassed men and professors, respectively. In strikes, workers refuse the wage mediation and attack capital directly with refusal of work, sabotage, factory seizure, and so on. So too, direct appropriation involves the refusal of capital's prices of other commodities, example changing labels in a supermarket, using free slugs instead of purchased tokens in the subway, or the total elimination of price through shoplifting, sneaking into movie theaters, employee theft, or collective Black Christmases where commodities are seized. Point 54. It involves the self-reduction or bypassing of utility or housing prices, example collective refusal to pay, illegally taping electrical lines or gas pipes, squatting abandoned buildings. Point 55. This refusal of price is a refusal of capital's rules of the game. Refusing to accept the role of money amounts to the refusal to accept everything we have seen going into the determination of money, the whole set of value relations. This is a working class perspective with a vengeance. The only question one might ask is whether it makes any difference that today gold has been largely demonetized and replaced by paper and bank accounts. Marx shows in chapter 3 that it does not. I return to this question in my commentary on that chapter. Howsoever capital manipulates money, whether through corporations, national governments, or international agreement, it should now be clear that the actual object of the manipulations is the value relation between workers and capital. We have seen the complex way money expresses this class relation and the complex roles it plays at the heart of that relation. Many roles and institutions of money are not analyzed in Chapter 1, but the analysis of the universal equivalent in the money form and the price form has given us some fundamental and basic insights into the role of money as medium of circulation and as mediator between the classes. It permits us to see, if not the details, at least the basic character of money in every period of class struggle. Section 4, The Fetishism of the Commodity and its Secret. Outline of Marx's analysis. Commodities seem simple but are very strange, enigmatic things. Not as sensuous use values, not as products of useful labor, but as values, as products of abstract labor, such that the relationships between their producers take on the form of a social relation between the products of labor. Thus fetishism, where social relations among producers assume the fantastic form of a relation between things. Akin to religion, where the products of the human brain appear as autonomous figures. Attaches itself to products of labor. Social relations among producers exist only through the mediation of exchange. Its secret. Producers see only the relationship between objects that are exchanged. But equating different products in exchange, equates different kinds of labor. Thus, fetishism hides value, or, the value hidden within the commodity form. Commodities become social hieroglyphs that must be deciphered. Value. Deciphering becomes possible through the quantitative equality revealed in the exchange of commodities. At first random, but eventually firmly established through repeated exchanges. Amidst fluctuations, socially necessary labor time asserts itself. Determination of the magnitude of value by labor time is therefore a secret hidden under random fluctuations. Analysis of prices led to determination of the magnitude of value. Analysis of their common expression in money led to the establishment of their character as values. But the money form conceals the social character of an individual's labor. Social character of private labor. Hidden in capitalism. In plain view in Robinson Crusoe, in feudal society, in associations of free men. In all these cases, social relations are not disguised as social relations between things. Classical political economy analyzed value and its magnitude, but never clearly differentiated between labor as it appears in the value of a product and labor as it appears in the product's use value. Never asked why labor is expressed in value, why labor time is expressed in the magnitude of value. Never saw that purely quantitative distinctions presuppose their qualitative unity, reduction to abstract human labor. Never succeeded in discovering the form of value which in fact turns value into exchange value. Commentary. This fourth section has a strange relationship with the three sections that precede it. Whereas those three exposit a theory of the value of labor to capital and explore many of its aspects, the arguments in this section critique what has just been laid out for failing to explicitly situate commodities as moments of a set of social relationships. Although throughout this section Marx refers only to the social relationships of commodity-producing society, he also makes clear that the only fully developed one is capitalism. Point 56. There are two main points to this section. The first identifies fetishism, or how omnipresent commodity exchange hides the social relationships that have generated that phenomenon. The second, partly through lengthy footnotes, illustrates this fetishism by pointing to how poorly economists have seen through it, remaining stuck at the analysis of the relationships among things. By failing to perceive how the interactions among things have been determined by the social relationships that produced them, and they have never been able to understand value in terms of those social relationships. Fetishism. In my experience of teaching, I have found that for most students, their only notion of fetishism has been limited to that of a sexual fetish, i.e., some body part or thing upon which people have a sexual fixation, thus missing the idea of something hidden behind the fetish. Because of this limitation, I have often used the example of Chinese foot fetishism as an illustration of the kind of thing Marx discusses with respect to commodities. In that particularly obnoxious case, the subordination and domination of Chinese women achieved through the painful breaking and binding of their feet often inflicted by their mothers was camouflaged by making those crippled feet into supposedly desirable, sexually stimulating objects. Indeed, specialized shoes were sometimes constructed, covered with sexually evocative imagery, diverting attention from the real social relationship of domination to that of sexual excitation. 57 Marx's own choice religion to illustrate fetishism posed several problems for my students. In the misty realm of religion, Marx argues, the products of the human brain appear as autonomous figures endowed with a life of their own, which enter into relations both with each other and with the human race. 58 Where is the fetishism? In the way the preoccupation of religious people with their gods, or, for deists, their God, blinds them to how their imagined deities are indeed the products of the human brain. This analysis amounts to what is sometimes called a projection theory of religion. Marx was neither the first to embrace such a theory. He was preceded by both conservative thinkers such as Thomas Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, and David Hume, 1711 to 76, and radical ones such as Ludwig Feuerbach, 1804 to 72, nor the last, as we find similar concepts in the work of Nietzsche and in modern psychology, where interest in projection has shifted from a preoccupation with religion to one with interpersonal relationships, example individuals who project their own traits onto the behavior of others. Whether those traits be desirable or not. 59. My students' problems with Marx's theory of religion included 1. Perceiving it as a harsh attack on religion in general, and 2. Perceiving it as an attack on their own beliefs. Where gods and goddesses have been incarnations of natural forces or personifications of particular human traits, example Aphrodite or Venus as goddess of beauty, many students found the idea of projection easy enough to grasp, and even accept. But those who believed in a singular, unique God, example those in the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition, found it much harder to see their God as a projection and personification of human ideas of power, of goodness, and of the patriarchal social relations of the societies that birthed those religions. Perceiving Marx's theory as an attack on religion in general usually derived not only from the cited passage in Capital, but from his well-known reference to religion as the opiate of the people in his contribution to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right, 1843. Marx's phrase has usually been interpreted as condemning religion for promising an illusory pie up in the sky, after you die, and distracting workers from struggle against their exploiters in the here and now. Today, during an opioid addiction epidemic, where the primary starting point of addiction has been the use of painkillers, it should be easier to read Marx's characterization of religion in the spirit of his time. In those days, the primary use of opiates was, as it is today, pain-killing. There were, to be sure, opium eaters, both in Britain and in China, where the British East India Company fought 2 wars to open the country to its opium. But far more common was the use of morphine, extracted from opium, and of laudanum, opium prepared in an alcoholic solution, as painkillers. Within both that historical context, and within the current epidemic, to call religion an opiate of the people appears less of a condemnation and more as simple commentary on how the pains of day-to-day existence are, to some degree, alleviated by religious faith. With commodity fetishism, Marx argues, relationships between producers take on the form of a social relation between the products of labor. In other words, people see only that mass of commodities, evoked at the beginning of the chapter, being produced by a diverse array of producers, and not the social relationships they embody. This is an everyday experience, as we are bombarded by advertisements touting this or that commodity. As a result, most people only relate to other producers through the market, through buying, or ignoring, the products of their labor. Economists too, Marx observes, have been primarily preoccupied with the analysis of market relations where commodities are bought and sold to the detriment, he argues, of their ability to understand the social dynamics of capitalism. The limited understanding of economists. With their attention focused on commodity exchange, Marx argues, economists were inexorably drawn to the analysis of the quantitative relationships among commodities, as manifested in their money prices. It was solely the analysis of the prices of commodities, he writes, which led to the determination of the magnitude of value, and solely the common expression of all commodities in money which led to the establishment of their character as values. 60 While the classical political economists' theory of value was based on labor, that theory was soon replaced with neoclassical economics whose core was price theory, or what is now called microeconomics, where market-determined, money price is the only concept of value. 61 Even after the advent of Keynesian macroeconomics, however, market prices have remained the only recognized universal measure of value. Fetishism obtains throughout because of the way the money form conceals the social character of private labor and the social relations among producers, instead of revealing them plainly. Marx's assessment of the limited understanding of classical political economists was based on extensive critical study of their writings, beginning in the 1840s, that revealed, he felt, both what they had understood and what they failed to comprehend. By 1863, 4 years before publishing Capital, he had filled some 23 notebooks, over 1,000 pages, with extensive commentary on the writings of political economists such as Adam Smith and David Ricardo. Originally intended as Volume 4 of Capital, some of that critical material was included in his contribution to the critique of political economy, but most was eventually compiled and published after his death in the 3 volumes of Theories of Surplus Value. What you find in this section of Chapter 1 is therefore a very abbreviated set of critical comments based on that research. In those comments, Marx highlights what he considers the fundamental limitation of even the best analyses of the classical political economists. As regards value in general, classical political economy in fact nowhere distinguishes explicitly and with a clear awareness between labor as it appears in the value of a product, and the same labor as it appears in the product's use value. It does not occur to the economists that a purely quantitative distinction between the kinds of labor presupposes their qualitative unity or equality, and therefore their reduction to abstract human labor. 62. In Section 2, Marx considered this distinction the pivot on which a clear comprehension of political economy turns. He considered his discovery of this distinction and his working out of its implications, not only for the critique of classical political economy but for his own theory, essential. He once wrote to Engels that one of the best points in my book was the twofold character of labor, according to whether it is expressed in use value or exchange value. 63. He also claims that one of the chief failings of classical political economy was its inability to discover the form of value which in fact turns value into exchange value. Not only did Smith and Ricardo treat the form of value as something of indifference, but by treating capitalism as the eternal natural form of social production they overlooked the specificity of the value form, and consequently of the commodity form together with its further developments, the money form, the capital form, etc. 64. This blindness to historical specificity has plagued economics ever since. Whether looking back at history or at the current conjuncture, economists tend to deploy the same ahistorical theory in their analysis. In a final point, let us note Marx's critique of economists' efforts to include nature in the determination of exchange value. He writes, the degree to which some economists are misled by fetishism is shown, among other things, by the dull and tedious dispute over the part played by nature in the formation of exchange value. 65. Because, he argues, exchange value is a definite social manner of expressing the labor bestowed on a thing, it can have no natural content. As he pointed out in Section 2, labor mediates humans' relationship to nature, but his theory of value is a social theory of that mediation, not, as the economists would have it, a theory that sees labor as one input into production and nature, in whatever form, another input. In formulations such as the production function Q equals F, K, L, N, economists only achieve the homogeneity of both inputs, K, L, N, and output Q, necessary to the utilization of such equations, by measuring everything in terms of exchange value, money, thus deriving their equations based on an assumption that not only capital and labor, but also nature can be measured in such a fashion. Chapter 2, The Process of Exchange. Outline of Marx's analysis. Analysis of fetishism means we must move from the study of commodities to that of their owners. Possession. Embodied will. Consenting alienation. Private property and contract. Contradiction, commodities must be values before use values. Use values before values. Resolution equals exchange. Money crystallizes out of exchange. History of exchange. Reciprocity instead of exchange. Exchange of excess. Production for exchange. Emergence of money. Commentary. Here Marx responds to his critique of the fetishism of his own presentation in sections 1 to 3 of chapter 1 because it only dealt with the relationships between commodities independently of the social relations of which they are a part. From things to social processes. Against his previous descriptions of commodities doing this and doing that, example expressing value here, reflecting an essence there, he notes that commodities cannot themselves go to market. We must, therefore, have recourse to their guardians. 66. In so doing, we pass from the abstract world of chapter 1, to the more realistic world of actual exchange, to the market where the owners of commodities meet, trade and realize the form of value. Marx starts with an analysis of the relation between commodities and their owners, then passes to a summary of the logic of money as a requirement of generalized exchange, and finally to a sketch of the historical emergence of exchange and money. His analysis of the relations between commodities and their owners, and among owners, is very close to Hegel's in his Philosophy of Right, 1820.67. 1. Owners have possession of commodities. 2. Owners are in relation to each other as having their will in the objects. 3. Alienation of commodities only occurs in consenting acts. 4. Juridical expressions of this are private property and contracts of exchange. The primary and most fundamental example of this in capitalism is the exchange of labor power for the means of subsistence. In that case, we have already seen in Part 8 the meaning of the above four conditions. The worker must have possession of his labor power, not be a slave or a serf. The capitalist must have possession of the means of production, having taken them from the workers. Given this pattern of possession, the two parties are free to act. This freedom appears as an act of free will as well as an act between two freely consenting property owners. That Marx goes beyond Hegel on this was already apparent in Part 8 in his ironic attack on the meaning of such freedom. This will recur in Chapter 6 on the sale and purchase of labor power. Finally, the exchange of labor power for the means of subsistence takes the form of a legal contract, verbal or written. The union contract formed through collective bargaining being a recent formal example. The introduction of the owner adds concreteness to the analysis of the exchange process, partly because the owner, unlike the commodity, is not interested in just any exchange but in some specific exchange. The commodity is always ready to exchange not only soul, but body, with each and every other commodity. The owner makes up for this lack of specificity in the commodity of a sense of the concrete, physical body of the other commodity by his own 5 and more senses. 68. In other words, the owner goes into the market with a will, with the objective of acquiring some other particular commodity directly, in the case of barter, indirectly in the case of markets where money is used. At this point Marx points out a contradiction in analysis carried over from his earlier work, a contribution to the critique of political economy, and from his analysis in Chapter 1 of the two sides of the commodity, use value and exchange value. First, sellers' only interest in their own commodities are their exchange values. For himself its only direct use value is as a bearer of exchange value. All commodities are non-use values for their owners. Consequently, and this is the first point, commodities must be realized as values, which is to say exchanged before they can be realized as use values consumed. Second, to be exchanged someone must see them as potential use values, they must stand the test as use values before they can be realized as values. 69 There is the contradiction. Before they can be use values they must be exchange values, but before they can be exchange values they must be use values. To be complete as commodities they must be both. Money in exchange. In this contradiction Marx sees the origin of the need for money in exchange. Insofar as each owner of commodities looks at other commodities as the particular equivalent of his own commodities, and his own commodity is the universal equivalent for all others. There is in fact no commodity acting as universal equivalent. This problem was already discussed in Chapter 1 somewhat more abstractly, the problem of the expanded form, and the solution perceived, the money form. But this, he notes, cannot be solved in the abstract, at the formal level of Chapter 1. Only the action of society can turn a particular commodity into the universal equivalent. Through the agency of the social process it becomes the specific social function of the commodity which has been set apart to be the universal equivalent. It thus becomes money. Money necessarily crystallizes out of the process of exchange. 70. In other words, the rise of the universal equivalent, i.e., money, is a concrete social phenomenon, not an abstract one. It emerges within the historical development of exchange. It comes with the broadening and deepening of the phenomenon of exchange. The need to give an external expression to this opposition between use value and exchange value for the purposes of commercial intercourse produces the drive towards an independent form of value. So, money within exchange is the historical outgrowth of the exchanging of commodities by their owners. Here again Marx fights the fetishism which would deal with these matters purely in terms of the relations between things. The rest of this chapter is devoted to a sketch of the process by which money as universal equivalent emerged from widening exchange. Howsoever accurate Marx's treatment, the major methodological point is that we must locate this phenomenon in the real world of exchange, understand what is being designated by the term universal equivalent, money, and not be bemused by commodity fetishism into an equally mistaken money fetishism. As he terminates the chapter, the riddle of the money fetish is therefore the riddle of the commodity fetish, now become visible and dazzling to our eyes. 71. Then and now. 1. There is no reciprocal isolation or foreignness in the primitive community, whether of patriarchal family, Indian commune, or Inca state. 2. Exchange begins at the boundaries of communities, of things not produced for exchange. 3. Commodities come to be produced for exchange. 4. Repetition makes normal, fixes values at definite magnitudes. 5. Articles come to only momentary equivalence with universal equivalent. 6. The universal equivalent crystallizes out as the money form attached to most important articles of exchange from outside, or to local mobile wealth, i.e., cattle. 7. Natural selection leads to the money commodity being chosen among those that can be divisible at will and uniform in quality, i.e., precious metals. 8. Value of money is determined by socially necessary labor time of its production. All of this is a synopsis of his analysis in a contribution to the critique of political economy and in the Grundrisse chapter on money, both of which can be consulted for a more detailed account. This sketch of the historical origins of money has led some to interpret this chapter, as well as chapters 1 and 3, as being about money in all kinds of society where money and exchange have existed, not just about money and exchange in capitalism. Of such interpretations I say, the primary analysis in each chapter in Part 1 is about the determinations of exchange within a fully developed system of exchange. The only fully developed system of exchange is capitalism, for reasons that are presented in Part 8 and elsewhere, Volume 2, Part 1. Certainly, he does give examples, such as those above, which draw on pre-capitalist societies, while making the point that money as universal equivalent is not an abstraction but designates a real social phenomenon within the history of exchange. 72. And at times he points to the historical roots of various aspects of capital. Here it is money, in Volume 3 it is merchant capital, rent, etc. But I would recall his injunction in the introduction to a contribution to the critique of political economy that while bourgeois economy can provide a key to the past, One should not equate the past with the present. 73. Commodification of life. One aspect of Marx's analysis of the centrality of exchange in capitalism which has struck a sympathetic chord in many, even those who would never call themselves Marxists, is how, in the pursuit of profit and social control, capitalism tends to convert both things and relationships into commodities. This tendency toward the commodification of life has been recognized and deplored by a great many novelists, poets, social commentators, and songwriters. From Balzac's caustic condemnations of an infinitely invasive commercial logic to popular music, the tendency has long been denounced, made fun of and rejected in prose and song lyrics. In reggae musician Jimmy Cliff's song Commercialization, 1973, this aspect of capitalist Babylon is attacked vigorously. He decries the commercialization, the notion of capitalist civilization of women, people in general, food, drugs, war and time. 74. More light-hearted, Tom Waits' song Step Right Up, 1976, makes carnivalesque fun of advertising and the pretense that any and all problems can be solved by the purchase of some commodity, from the drudgery of housework to fears about personal appearance and relationships. 75. Interlaced with sound bites of advertising hype and sexual innuendo is the real message of the song. All the junk is being sold for profit at the expense of the buyer. How do we do it? Volume, volume, turn up the volume, we'll give you the business, the large print giveth and the small print taketh away. In this case the very length of the song, 5 minutes and 40 seconds, is both a reproduction and a critique of the endlessness of the advertising noise that constantly bombards us. In 1979 the British rock group The Clash also took up this theme more directly, attacking the idea that one can buy a personality through the purchase of commodities. Instead of being a happy shopper constructing his life through his purchases, the singer in Lost in the Supermarket wanders confused amidst the mountains of commodities. 76. He has done as the ads say, clipped his coupons, listened to the hit music and drunk his bottle of social brew, but lo and behold, the alienation doesn't go away no matter how much he participates in exchange. Finally, the Reagan years, 1981 to 89, of greed is good justifying tax breaks for the rich, the Bush 2 years, 2001, 09, of war, economic crisis and more tax breaks for the rich, and Trump's most recent, 2017, additional tax breaks for the 1% have only reinforced such critical views of the commercialization of life and the narrow concept of self-interest that pervades the ideology that has accompanied it. Such critique has found its way into the repertoires of even the most popular, non-radical rock and country singers. One example is Shania Twain in Ka-Ching, 2003, who mocks/laments the capitalist seduction that more is better, the compulsion to buy, the dangers of credit and the notion that having more money and the stuff it buys brings happiness. 77. Chapter 3, Money, or the Circulation of Commodities. Overview of Chapter. Section 1, The Measures of Value. Section 2, The Means of Circulation. Section 3, Money. Preliminary Commentary. First and foremost, in capitalism money is power. Money gives capital the power to impose work on us and, when successful, bestows the power, through profits and investment, to do it again on an expanded scale. At the same time, from the point of view of the rest of us, money, if only we can get our hands on enough of it, gives us the power to resist or refuse work, to struggle against the exploitation and alienation that comes with it, and some resources to craft alternatives. Not surprisingly then, money is a frequent subject of popular music. Money, especially corporate wealth, is desired for the power it gives and feared for the threat that it carries. Pink Floyd, in their 1973 song Money, written in a period when capitalists were resisting wage increases, mocked the ideological contradictions of such a situation. Money, so they say, is the root of all evil today, but if you ask for a rise, it's no surprise that they are giving none away. 78. They, of course, are the capitalists and their apologists who preach the evils of money to the working class while using it for their own purposes of domination. Rush, in a song written during the Reagan years when capital was wielding its money like a bludgeon against the working class, are blunder about the power of money. Taking the title The Big Money, from John Dos Passos's 1936 novel of the same name, they sing, "Big money goes around the world, pushing people around. Got a mean streak. Got no soul." 79. In another song, written only 3 years later, still during the unapologetic reign of Reagan/Bush and their rich capitalist friends, Randy Newman makes the same point in his own low-key, ironic manner in the song "It's Money That Matters." How is it, he wonders, as so many of us have, that the best and the brightest often just scrape by while the wheelers and dealers, the slime balls and the crooks are living high off the hog in their great big houses with their great big swimming pools? The answer, of course, is money. Of course, most of us understand that it's money that matters, and not just in the USA but throughout the whole capitalist world. The difficult questions concern why money matters and how it can be a weapon, both for and against capitalism. Coming from the streets, a lot of hip-hop music is preoccupied with money, so often out of reach, far from those streets. But what's the point of getting it? In 2000, Common suggested in The Sixth Sense that the revolution is here and money can buy change. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want millions. More than money saved, I wanna save children. Dealing with alcoholism and Afrocentricity. I'm Morpheus in this hip-hop matrix, exposing fake shit. 81. Marx's analysis broadens our understanding about how and why money is power beyond Chapter 1, where we only got as far as the money form of value, where that universal equivalent is a socially accepted commodity. We saw that each mediated relation, example YB, X gold, WC, has the form of what Marx calls simple commodity exchange, or C/M/C, in the case of the labor market, LP/M/C/MS. The aggregation of all such exchanges constitutes circulation as a whole. Structure of the chapter. Marx's analysis begins with money within nation-states because of the way national governments have come to create and regulate money, then moves on to examine money at the international level. Both analyses add concreteness to the much more abstract analysis of Chapter 1, where there was no such reference to nation-states and their role in exchange. He discusses 5 aspects of money. 1. Money as measure of value. 2. Money as standard of price. 3. Money as means of circulation. 4. Money as hoard or store of value. 5. Money as means of payment, credit. Section 1, The Measure of Values. Outline of Marx's analysis. A. Money as measure of value. Ideal vs real. B. Money as standard of price. Fixed weight of metal. Weight names. Money names. Commentary. Marx begins by distinguishing between money serving as the measure of values and as a standard of price. In both cases, when he writes of an ideal or imaginary expression of value or price, he is referring to the situation before commodities are sold. In terms of C/M/C, we are only at the first C, neither C/M, sale, nor M/C, purchase, has been completed. We can picture this phase of the analysis as C, potential M, potential C. C is produced and real, but M is only a desired goal, as is the subsequent M/C. Now we saw in the money form how qualitatively money expresses the value of commodities and how quantitatively its magnitude measures that value. 82. We also saw in the price form, YB equals gold, how a single commodity, money, example gold, expresses price. Money is a standard of price insofar as it is a fixed weight of metal, i.e., a measure of the quantity X of gold. Governments set this standard. They set both the weight unit or quantum with which to measure the amount of gold, example an ounce, and they give money names to those units, example 1 ounce of gold is $35, or 1/35 ounces of gold equals $1.00.83. For example, suppose, 1 ton of iron equals 1 ounce of gold because the amount of socially necessary labor time that can be imposed producing 1 ton of iron is the same as the amount that can be imposed producing 1 ounce of gold. The ounce of gold serves as an equivalent of the value of the ton of iron to capital. 84 The 1 ounce of gold simultaneously serves as standard of price. The 1 ounce is the weight name for the price of iron. The money name is $35. In the days of commodity money, these money names were attached to gold coins minted at a given, standard weight. To summarize: commodity, iron. Quantity, 1 ton. Measure of value, equals 1 ounce of gold. Standard of price, equals 1 ounce of gold or $35. Various examples include: country, weight of gold, money name, coins. United States, 1 ounce of gold, $35. 7 $5 coins. United Kingdom, 1 ounce of gold, 12 pounds sterling. 12 1-pound coins. France, 20 grams of gold, 100 francs. 10 10-franc coins. Simple wear and tear gradually separate money names of coins from their value. When worn down and no longer containing their original weight of metal, then as standards of price coins misrepresent value. Precious metal coins were also intentionally debased by governments by adulterating precious with base metals, in efforts to surreptitiously increase their supply of money. Marx mentions the continuous debasement of the currency by kings and princes. 85. More interesting, from a worker's point of view, was debasement through the filing or clipping of metal from precious metal coins. Anyone who could get their hands on a coin could shave off a bit here and there, a challenge not only to the power of the state but to the class relations embodied in money. 86 With such debasement, a gold coin that was worth $10 upon coinage, after clipping might be worth only $9.95 or $9.90 because it contains less gold. Yet it would continue to be exchanged as if it were worth $10 until, of course, a general perception of the debasement led to its rejection as a standard. This posed a danger to exchange and to the power of the state. As a result, such clipping was made illegal and the mint responsible for coinage was invariably preoccupied with ferreting out and prosecuting those responsible for such attacks on the value of money. This is one reason why the distinction between money as measure of value and as standard of price is important. Values can change and leave prices unaffected, or prices can change with value unaffected. Suppose, for example, price increases due to a sudden surge in demand, i.e., suddenly everyone wants to buy some commodity X. The price of X will rise as a reaction to the sudden increase in demand, but its value, the socially necessary labor time required to produce it, has not changed. Inversely, there may be an inability to sell said commodity at a price which equals its value, and it is either sold at a price under its value or not sold at all. In such cases the full value of the commodity is not realized. It is either devalued, or if the price goes to zero, it has no value at all. This is called the realization problem. For a commodity to have value, it must achieve exchange value. If the price is above or below the value, then there is unequal exchange. If this persists, there will be a change in the production of the commodity. If it can't be sold, it will no longer be produced, and its production will no longer provide an opportunity for putting people to work. If the price rises, to increase production more workers may be hired. However, Marx usually abstracts from such discrepancies and assumes that prices equal values. This simplifies his analysis and exposition. However, he is quite explicit about some commodities having a price but no value, example conscience, honor, unworked land. 87 Moreover, he recognizes that with constantly fluctuating markets, prices rarely equal value. He recognizes that supply and demand change far more rapidly than changes in the socially necessary labor time required to produce commodities. 88 He can abstract from such situations because his primary purpose here is a social/class understanding of the role of money in capitalism rather than explaining price variations. Because economists are preoccupied with prices, many have dismissed Marx's theory in chapters 1 to 3 because it does not provide tools for analyzing market-driven fluctuations in relative prices. Even if we knew the relative amounts of socially necessary labor time to produce various commodities, they argue, that would not explain the frequent divergence in relative prices from relative values. True, but it is not the purpose of Marx's theory. Neoclassical microeconomic theory, or price theory, with its focus on the determination of supply and demand, was designed for the analysis of just such market forces. However, unlike neoclassical theory, Marx's theory provides an analysis of money prices as a moment of the antagonistic class relations of capitalism. Neoclassical economic theory doesn't even recognize the existence of classes. Moreover, when we examine Marx's analyses of historical price fluctuations, we find that he uses a mixture of his labor theory and supply and demand analysis to understand price changes. 89. Section 2, The Means of Circulation. Outline of Marx's analysis. A metamorphosis of commodities. C. M. C. P. U. I. B. The circuit of money. Qualitative. M. C. M. Quantitative. M equals PQ/V. C. Coin and symbols of value. Role of the state. Paper money. Commentary. Money serves as a medium of circulation of commodities, as M in C. M. C. Marx characterizes this combination of sale, C. M. and purchase, M. C. as a social metabolism, one in which money facilitates commodities passing from hand to hand. Analyzing this process, and elaborating on the metaphor of metabolism, Marx suggests changes in the form of value are akin to the metamorphoses undergone by insects in their development. 90. A. Metamorphoses. In a sale, when a commodity C is exchanged for money M, the owner of C realizes its exchange value. The exchange value of C now exists in the form of the money M. This original owner of C, Marx says, has accomplished the first metamorphosis or change of form. When this money, the exchange value of C, is then used as means of purchase, M, C, the second change of form occurs. The second metamorphosis, as the value of the original commodity is transformed by exchange into a particular use value to be consumed. Thus, exchange resolves the original contradiction between the use value and the exchange value of the commodity, discussed at length in Chapter 1, by actual exchange value and actual use value replacing potential exchange value and potential use value. Two obvious things can occur to rupture the sequence and cause such circulation to break down. First, if produced goods cannot be sold at acceptable prices, they may not even be brought to market and may be destroyed. 91. A second rupture can occur if C is successfully sold, but then the M obtained is held without being spent, such that no M, C takes place. The choice to hold onto cash rather than spend it, often becomes more common during times of uncertainty and declining confidence in the future. 92. The division of exchange into purchase and sale, he writes, contains the general possibility of commercial crisis, essentially because the contradiction of commodity and money is the abstract and general form of all contradictions inherent in the bourgeois mode of labor. 93. Commercial crises arise when such ruptures proliferate on a large scale. Understanding them requires their origins and consequences be analyzed in terms of the underlying antagonistic polarity of capitalist class relations. 94. As Marx writes in a contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, the antagonistic nature of bourgeois production is, moreover, expressed in the antithesis of buyer and seller. 95. That antagonistic nature, of course, lies in the relationship between capitalists and workers, a relationship which includes the exchange of labor power for a wage and the subsequent exchange of the wage for consumer goods, topics he takes up in Chapter 6. Because the series of such exchanges is unlimited, potentially infinite, and because it is interlocked, that infinity is of the good variety, self-related and mediated by the universal mediator. 96. This is an essential point. Capital organizes all market exchanges into one huge circuit of circuits in which exchange value and use value are defined within the whole. The role of money as mediator is even clearer now than when we studied the money form. NB, C, M, C represents but one moment in the general circulation of commodities and is linked to others. To picture circulation as simply the sum of the circuits, albeit tempting, would be misleading because each part of the circuit C, M, C is also a part of two other circuits. The sale, C, M, is also simultaneously a purchase from the point of view of the owner of money M who spends it on C. From the perspective of the owner and seller of C, M is the transformed value of C. But for the owner of M, its nature is not derived from C but, perhaps, from some previous commodity C which was sold. When the owner of the original C then spends the equivalent M to buy a new commodity, i.e., the second C in C, M, C, that purchase is simultaneously a sale from the point of view of its seller. Therefore, C, M, C implies at the very least, three actors, each participating in a different circuit of commodity exchange. In the relation C, M, C, we also have a clear syllogistic form of mediation, which Marx identifies as an example of the Hegelian syllogism P, U, I, or particularity, universality, individuality. 97 The seller only cares about a particular aspect of C, its potential exchange value. Once sold, the value of the commodity takes the form of money, which is the universal equivalent. When spent, the money is exchanged for some individual commodity, which is consumed for its use value. Money therefore mediates the two extremes of production and consumption. The most important such mediation, of course, is capital's imposition of the money wage between the working class and consumer goods, i.e., LP, M, C, MS. B. The circulation of money, quality. In its role as universal mediator in the circulation of commodities, money also circulates. It passes from hand to hand, leaving one hand to purchase, received by another as payment. Its parallel circulation, Marx represents as M, C, M. In a contribution to the critique of political economy, the two forms are set out immediately together. C, M, C. M, C, M. In Capital, the second is talked about but not specified in this way until Chapter 4 on the general formula for capital. The reason is clear enough. M, C, M makes no sense in and of itself. As Marx says, when we look at M, C, M, one will immediately recognize the predominant form of bourgeois production 98 but in capitalism M, C, M must be M, C, M, with MM, the expenditure of money to make more money. 99 Marx doesn't want to talk specifically about this expanding aspect of capital just yet, and therefore restricts himself to dealing with the circulation of money as a moment of the circulation of commodities. Unlike commodities that have been produced to be sold and ultimately drop out of circulation into consumption, money, Marx writes, haunts the sphere of circulation, repeatedly passing from buyers to sellers. This raises the question of how much money the sphere constantly absorbs. 100. B. The circulation of money, quantity. Highlighting his question, Marx immediately passes over to an analysis of the quantitative aspect of money as medium of circulation, the amount required to circulate a given quantity and value of commodities. The backdrop to his analysis was considerable debate dating back to the mercantilists about the relation between the amount of money, M, and the prices, P, of goods, Q, in circulation. For example, John Locke argued that the prices of goods would be proportional to the quantity of money that circulated them. 101 The more money, the higher the prices of a given quantity of goods in circulation. 102 Symbolically, M equals PQ, or P equals M/Q. Where, with Q given, P equals F, M, and dP/dm0. Before long, Richard Cantillon, 1680–1734, who investigated the concrete processes involved in an expansion of the money supply, pointed out that the velocity of money, or how frequently each unit of money was being employed in a given period, had to be taken into account, because the more frequently a unit of money is used in exchange, the less is needed for any given period. If you could use money twice as frequently, you would only need half as much to circulate the same value of goods. 103 The result came to be known as the quantity theory of classical political economy, usually written these days as MV equals PQ, or MV equals sigma PQ, or M equals PQ/V, or P equals MV/Q. 104. By assuming that Q and V are given in the short run, the usual interpretation became a variation on Locke's earlier, simpler idea that the prices of commodities will be determined by the amount of money thrown into the economy. For example, applied to the European inflation in the 16th century, in the wake of huge inflows of gold and silver from the Spanish and Portuguese colonies of the New World, the theory implied that the resulting increase in the amount of precious metals, M, in circulation drove up prices, P, i.e., upward arrow M upward arrow PQ/V, or upward arrow P upward arrow MV/Q. This Marx calls a false conclusion and an illusion. He offers a quite different analysis. Whereas the analysis above is all in terms of market prices, with no reference to any other value, Marx, as we have seen in the price form, YB equals scold, saw price as a monetary expression of value understood as socially necessary labor time, SNLT, i.e., some amount X of gold expresses the value of some amount Y of B. For him, in a world of a commodity money such as gold, prices must be understood in terms of the value both of the commodity being exchanged, B, and of the money commodity, gold. So, if Y equals 1 and YB equals a unit of B, then scold equals the price of a unit of B. For multiple, N, units of B, their total value equals N, scold. Where Locke or Cantillon would be happy with PQ, or sigma PQ, as expressions of the market value of the goods in circulation, Marx begins instead with sigma Vici, or QV, their total value measured in terms of SNLT. The amount X of gold required to circulate a given value of commodities, QV, he argues, is determined by the value of gold and the average velocity, V, of its use, i.e., scold equals F, QV/V. 105 We know, he writes, that the values of commodities remaining constant, their prices vary with the value of gold, the material of money, rising in proportion as it falls, and falling in proportion as it rises. 106 Instead of prices being determined solely by the amount of money in circulation, i.e., P equals F, M, they are determined by both the amount and by the value of gold. Therefore, he explains the inflation of the 16th century by how the looting of the Inca and Aztec civilizations and of the subsequent use of slave labor in the mines of the Western Hemisphere not only produced new flows of gold into Europe, but also dramatically reduced the costs of producing gold and lowered its value. With a lower value for gold, it took more of it to represent the unchanged values, QV, of the commodities being bought and sold in Europe. Hence, increases in prices denominated in gold of a lower value. 107. On events closer to his own time, Marx deploys his theory to reject the idea that crises are brought on by a lack of money. Popular opinion, he writes, is naturally inclined to attribute stagnation to a quantitative deficiency in the circulating medium. 108 Whereas, he argues, the real deficiency usually lies in a contraction of markets or a crisis in production, or, more rarely, a change in the value of money. 109. C. Coin. The symbol of value. Metal money circulating is called coin. National governments mint coins at legally determined weights of precious metal, as we saw in section 1. But we also saw how debasement can separate the money names of coins from their value, yet they still circulate, symbols of their original value. Therefore, coins of baser metal, tokens, and even paper, example banknotes, can serve as symbols of the appropriate amounts of gold. But because any symbol can represent a given value, different amounts of paper money, i.e., pieces of paper upon which money names are printed, can represent the same amount of value. In these circumstances, where value and price differ, the quantity theory requires reinterpretation. Instead of 1. M equals gold equals QV/V with QV equals value of commodities in circulation and V equals velocity, we can rewrite the formula as 2. MP equals paper money equals QV/V. As long as the nominal, face, value of MP represents the amount of gold coin required to circulate QV at velocity V, Marx argues, the two expressions are equivalent. But the nominal value of inconvertible paper money issued by the state need not match the value of gold required. If, for example, the state decides to finance expenditures with huge increases in paper money, the amount of MP will rise quickly. With prices, P, expressed in paper money names, they too will rise as a result. For example, if MP is quickly doubled, then on the average P will double if the value of QV and V remain constant, assuming no feedback on production QV or V from the injection of money. Because the value represented by the doubled quantity of paper money will not have changed, the value represented by an aliquot portion of paper money, e.g. $1, will be halved. Paper money will have been devalued in the sense that each unit now buys only half the value of commodities. In other words, usual interpretation of the quantity theory holds in the case of paper money. The value represented by paper money is seen to be a function of its own quantity as well as the values it represents. The same is true with respect to credit money, whether tracked and measured on paper or digitally. 110 The failure of the classical political economists to clearly distinguish between value and prices hindered them from seeing this. Section 3, Money. Outline of Marx's analysis. A. Hoarding. Money as store of value. Monetary reserves. B. Means of payment. Credit. Credit and class struggle. Credit and crisis. C. World money. Extension of analysis to world level. Universal means of payment. Means of purchase. Embodiment of wealth. Commentary. A. Hoarding. When money drops out of circulation and its owners just hold onto it, not using it for anything except as a store of value, Marx calls it hoard. The term is more familiar today from the reality TV series Hoarders, about people who, suffering from compulsive hoarding disorder, fill their houses with all kinds of junk. The only kind of hoard that interests Marx is money. With commodity money, such as gold or silver, hoard is simply money squirreled away, under a mattress or in a bank vault, or transformed into various aesthetic forms such as jewelry, which can always be melted down and converted to coin if needed. 111 Today, even though precious metals have been demonetized, some money is still regularly held as hoard. Both individuals and businesses often hold money for short periods in safes or banks for expected expenditures. Such hoard is accumulated in preparation for the days when the sums which are owing fall due. 112 Money is also hoarded as a precaution against unexpected need. 113 Hoarded money, moreover, may be local or foreign. Today multinational corporations, governments, and some supranational institutions, such as the International Monetary Fund, IMF, hold foreign exchange reserves that can be drawn upon at need. 114. Such hoard must be differentiated from savings that take the form of interest-bearing assets, because the sellers of those assets put the money they receive back into circulation. Example: banks loan out money deposited in savings accounts or spent on certificates of deposit, corporations sell stocks and bonds to acquire funds for investment, governments sell bonds to cover excess spending over revenue. Money, Marx argues, is still money even when held out of circulation. But in what sense? Holding the M acquired from the exchange C, M out of circulation, breaks the flow C, M, C, and the first metamorphosis is not followed by the second. Yet this solidification or petrification of money as hoard, whatever its form, plays a necessary role in the functioning of money as means of circulation. First, qualitatively, only by dropping out of circulation and then returning as means of purchase, i.e., as universal equivalent in M, C, do various forms of money prove themselves as such. Thus, the paradox that any would-be universal equivalent only becomes money as non-means of circulation. The withdrawal of commodities from circulation in the form of gold, Marx writes, is thus the only means of keeping them, gold and silver, continually in circulation, as money. 115 Hoard is not separate from circulation, but integral to it, i.e., flowing in and out over shorter or longer periods. In the post-World War II period, the increasing quantity of foreign dollar reserves signaled the ascendancy of the dollar as the primary international money. Second, quantitatively, the amount of money in circulation is determined by the flow of money into and out of hoard. As value, price, quantity, and velocity change, the M required by QV/V changes. When the need for money lessens, more of it is added to hoard. When the need grows, hoard provides a reserve that can be drawn upon. Hoard, therefore, serves as a reserve which provides the system with flexibility. This is perhaps most obvious in recent years in the case of central and international banks, where foreign exchange reserves grow when exports, that bring in money, exceed imports, that require the expenditure of money, and are drained in periods when imports exceed exports and are paid for out of hoarded reserves. One dramatic such case unfolded in the wake of the quadrupling of oil export prices by OPEC in 1973-74 and again in 1978. The sudden increase in prices to those countries dependent upon oil imports required the disgorging of foreign exchange reserves to cover the increased costs. Given the limits to those national reserves, the IMF created an emergency oil facility, allowing members to draw more reserves than standard rules permitted. Therefore, hoarders who behave as misers are caught in a contradiction. In their greed, they pile up money in hoard, and store value. But by removing it from circulation, they are also removing it from any opportunity to expand via investment. No matter how much money the miser stores away, there is always a contrast between the endless possibility of acquiring more and the limited achievement. The miser is thus driven to pile up money endlessly. This kind of hoarder Marx labels a martyr to exchange value. Unlike the capitalist who understands that the way to accumulate ever-increasing quantities of money is to continuously throw it back into circulation, the miser appears as the holy ascetic seated at the top of a metal column. 116 Another way of saying this, in the language of section 4 of chapter 1, is that misers are the victims of their own money fetishism. Unlike the capitalist who understands that the purpose of money is investment and putting people to work, the miser thinks that the object of making money is the money itself. Perhaps Marx had in mind the title character of George Eliot's novel Silas Marner, the Weaver of Raveloe, 1861. A miser, Marner is devastated when his hoard of gold is stolen. Only later, through caring for the orphaned child Eppie, does he discover that there is much more to life than money. This narrow and limited fetishism was found among the early mercantile bullionists, who believed that the objective of foreign trade and government policy should be to enrich a country through the gathering of precious metals, or treasure as they often called it. They wanted to restrict imports, and thus gold or silver outflow, while encouraging exports, and thus gold or silver inflow. This view was attacked both by more sophisticated mercantilists, such as Thomas Munn, 1571-1641, and Richard Cantillon, and by classical economists, such as Adam Smith, who demonstrated how the export of gold and silver, spending money abroad, could result in even more gold and silver being brought into the country, from subsequent exports. B. Means of payment. This is the form money takes when used to pay for something after the act of purchase and the acquisition of the item or service purchased. Instead of M, C, purchase, we have buying on credit, where the good C is obtained before the payment of money M takes place. In this case, M is credit money, generally an IOU of imaginary money which is later paid. For example, when you use a credit card, you sign a paper as you acquire the commodity, but you have not yet paid. You pay later, with one or more checks drawn on your bank's checking account. 117 Such credit inevitably has a price, usually in the form of interest, and if not repaid on time, fees and possible seizure by the creditor of the purchased item. The polarity and separation of actions M, C and C, M in credit, like the polarity of simple sale and purchase, opens the possibility of the disruption of the circulation process. Credit crises. In Marx's time, when most credit was extended to businesses, credit crises often resulted from commercial crises when production outpaced the growth of markets and first merchants and then industrialists found themselves unable to sell and thus unable to meet their debt obligations. In recent times, when many middle and high-income workers have succeeded in obtaining access to credit, crises have resulted from predatory and fraudulent lending practices, example subprime loans, that have fueled unsustainable housing booms. Credit crises have also resulted from governments finding it increasingly difficult or impossible to meet their sovereign debt obligations. Such was the 1974-75 fiscal crisis in New York City, which resulted when the banks refused to roll over the city government's loans, or the international debt crisis of the 1980s and 1990s, which resulted from the U.S. Federal Reserve dramatically increasing interest rates, making loans taken out at floating rates in the wake of the oil crises of the 1970s impossible to repay, and plunging the world into depression, or the current debt crisis facing Puerto Rico accentuated by Hurricane Maria, that decimated the island's economy. Although his main interest is crises in the relations between banks and business borrowers, explored at length in Volume 3 of Capital and in his journalism, Marx also points out how the struggle between debtors and creditors has long been an important aspect of class struggle. The class struggle in the ancient world, for instance, took the form mainly of a contest between debtors and creditors, and ended in Rome with the ruin of the plebeian debtors, who were replaced by slaves. In the Middle Ages, the contest ended with the ruin of the feudal debtors, who lost their political power, together with its economic base. Here, indeed, the money form was only the reflection of an antagonism which lay deeper, at the level of the economic conditions of existence. 118. Today, the economic conditions of existence are the exploitative and alienating social relations of capitalism. Many workers, through success in forcing up real wages, have gained access to credit. Yet, lenders to workers, from payday loan sharks through credit card and automobile companies to banks, often use obscure, poorly understood fine print, which taketh away, or out-and-out fraudulent practices to exploit borrowers. The contest between workers and fraudulent lenders, who sold billions of dollars worth of subprime loans during the recent housing boom that led to the credit crisis of 2007-08, ended with millions of workers losing their jobs and their homes, while the crooked lenders were bailed out at taxpayer expense. Similarly, governments and their lenders do their best to foist the costs of fiscal crises onto workers via the imposition of austerity, regardless of whether the crisis was due to workers' struggles winning higher wages and better services or was due to corrupt practices on the part of government officials and their cronies. This has been true for local governments such as those of New York City or more recently those of Detroit or Puerto Rico, or national governments such as those of Mexico, Argentina, and Brazil in the 1980s, or Greece and Spain in the last few years. 119. Marx notes that once you have a developed system of credit and money as means of payment, then this must be taken into account in the analysis of the amount of money needed to circulate goods. This can be done partly by netting out the payments which cancel each other and by adding on the payments left over to those commodities circulating due to direct payment. 120 The repeated invention of new forms of credit money has made it increasingly difficult for economists to measure the quantity of money. They now have a whole range of measures, which differ primarily by the degree of liquidity, i.e., the ease with which various kinds of money can be converted into acceptable means of immediate payment. C. World money. At the level of the international economy, Marx notes mainly that money loses the local functions it has acquired, as the standard of prices, coin, and small change, and as a symbol of value. Instead it serves mainly in its original form as bullion, as the commodity gold or silver. In this form it serves primarily as universal means of payment to cover debts, universal means of purchase to circulate goods in international trade, absolute social materialization of wealth when wealth is to be transferred between countries but not in the form of particular commodities, example money loans for carrying on wars or forced contributions in the wake of wars. 121. As commodities are traded internationally, he argues, they develop their value universally and the monies for which they are exchanged confront them, just as they do domestically, as their independent value form. Although Marx does not specify exactly how universal value is established, presumably this occurs in the same manner that he has been analyzing for isolated countries and their economies, i.e., through adjustments in production towards socially necessary labor time, with socially redefined in terms of the economies of trading partners. Because international payments fluctuate with world trade and capital flows, just as they fluctuate within countries, he notes the need for international reserves. In his time, when gold and silver were the main international monies, reserves were held as gold or silver bullion. 122 Today, with both gold and silver demonetized, such reserves are held primarily as stocks of foreign currencies. Even from these brief remarks, we can see how Marx extends his analysis of domestic money to the world market. We can do the same with other aspects of his analysis. For example, take the separation of price and value. We can find such a separation of money name from value when paper currency, with a purely symbolic value, increasingly dominated the fixed exchange rate system of Bretton Woods after World War II. The exchange value of the dollar had been fixed at 1 ounce gold equals $35. But, during the post-World War II period, the gold supply grew more slowly than the rapidly expanding trade that accompanied the recovery of Western Europe and Japan. So, holdings of dollars grew. Eventually, a growing unwillingness of other countries to hold more dollars and of problems at home, the dollar was devalued in 1971.123. The value of the 1 ounce of gold hadn't necessarily changed, but that amount of gold was given a new money name. At the same time, the prices of all other commodities whose values could also be assumed to remain the same in the short run denominated in dollars rose. The devaluation of the dollar had no effect on the value of an ounce of gold, or a ton of iron, but the price of that ounce of gold as expressed in its money name rose quickly from $35 to over $500 in the early 1980s. In the longer run, to understand the peak price of gold in 2017 of over $1,900, one would have to examine the technologies involved in gold mining and production to judge whether there was a significant change in the SNLT required to produce 1 ounce of gold. We must always keep in mind the social relations which money embodies and represents, the class relations of power that are reflected and represented in the exchange form, the money form, etc. International money flows are international rearrangements in those structures of power, as are international commodity flows. It is always tempting to give in to the money fetish, to forget the social realities of money within the class context and be blinded by money and complicated money mechanisms. It is not always easy to avoid fetishism and translate the complexities of money into class terms. But, in our own defense, we must. One set of examples were the crises around the structure of debt and credit that exploded in oil importing countries in the wake of the two oil crises in the 1970s and in the wake of the fierce tightening of the supply of money in the US in 1979-81, which drove up interest rates and plunged the world into depression. That so-called Third World debt crisis, however, was not merely the byproduct of OPEC price increases and U.S. monetary policies but was also the rotten fruit of class struggles that produced them. Behind the OPEC price increases lay not merely greedy sheiks, but workers' struggles for more income and better standards of living in the oil-producing countries. Behind the tight money policies, inaugurated by President Jimmy Carter, and implemented by Federal Reserve Chairman Paul Volcker, lay the urgent need by capitalists to attack a level of working-class power within the United States that was driving and accelerating inflation, undercutting exports, real interest rates and business investment generally. Behind the buildup of massive debt in Mexico, Argentina, and Brazil lay the need for resources to cope with social and labor unrest, both through military and police repression and through development, i.e., investment, more jobs, and higher wages. Thus, behind the international negotiations between creditor and debtor nations lay the class politics within each, and within the world as a whole. 124. Not surprisingly, given the role of money as a weapon of repression and exploitation in the global south, it is common to find expressions of resentment against money, especially the dollar, the money most frequently used to finance repression throughout popular music. Such resentment throbs in Peter Tosh's song The Day the Dollar Die. 125. One of the best-known reggae musicians, Tosh crafted an anticipatory song which celebrates the future death of the dollar, that he obviously thinks inevitable, and of money more generally. 5. Part 2. The transformation of money into capital. After seeing in Part 8 how capitalists took over the world, imposing endless work as their most basic means of social control, and in Part 1 how Marx reformulated the classical economist's labor theory of value as a theory of the value of labor to capital, here, in Part 2, we see how the realization of value makes possible not merely social control in the present but even wider control in the future. Chapter 4, The General Formula for Capital. Long before the rise of capitalism as a social system, merchants and usurers spent money to make more money, an undertaking that many have equated to capitalism. That objective still obtains within capitalism, but discovering how it is achieved poses a puzzle. Merchants buy cheap and sell dear. Usurers exact interest from borrowers. But how do agrarian or industrial capitalists wind up with more than they invested? Chapter 5, Contradictions in the General Formula. The contradictions confronted in this chapter arise from excluding unequal exchange, cheating, as an explanation for how capitalists achieve a surplus over their investment. If commodities exchange at their value, including in exchange with money, the source of increased value must lie elsewhere. Chapter 6, The Sale and Purchase of Labor Power. Having concluded that the source of expanded value lies outside exchange, Marx zeroes in on the one commodity whose use value includes the ability to generate more value than it costs. That commodity is labor power, or the ability and willingness to work for some capitalist. Marx begins by examining the labor market where it is sold and purchased, reserving for the next chapter a closer analysis of the work that employers extract from that labor power. Chapter 4, The General Formula for Capital. Outline of Marx's analysis. First form of capital was money. Merchants' capital. Usurers' capital. In M, C, M as opposed to C, M, C. Commodities are only a means to an end. Money is alpha and omega. Only a quantitative expansion. Valorization. Commentary. Money, Marx says, is the first form of appearance of capital, understood in the limited sense as money being used to make money. Historically, it first appears in the form of merchants' capital, buying goods to sell at a higher price, usurers' capital, loaning money at interest, and monetary wealth. For example, merchant capitalists launch their enterprises with money, M, which they use to buy commodities, C, hoping to sell them for more money, M, where MM, or M equals M plus delta M, to achieve M, C, M. He points out that M, C, M would be absurd and empty if the intention were, by using this roundabout route, to exchange two equal sums of money. The problem therefore is to analyze this form to discover its logic. He highlights a series of formal differences. Below, I follow his analysis, step by step, but whereas Marx concretizes his abstract discussion of C, M, C with the example of farmers selling corn to obtain money to buy cloth, which they need to live, I want to examine the case of workers selling their labor power, LP, in exchange for a money wage, M, which they then spend on the means of subsistence, C, MS, i.e., LP, M, C, MS. As this is the subject of Chapter 6, I don't go into great detail here, but I choose this case because it is by far the most important form of C, M, C in capitalism. Phase inversion. The order of the phases in M, C, M is inverted in comparison with the order of the phases in the circuit of the commodity. We have M, C, C, M, instead of C, M, M, C. When we take LP, M, C, MS, as an example of C, M, C, we know that while workers begin by selling their labor power LP, M, to get money, capitalists begin by investing part of their money to purchase labor power M, C, LP. The second phase for workers involves the expenditure of the wage, M, on the means of subsistence M, C, MS, while for capitalists the sale of C, MS, or other commodities, constitutes C, M, the second part of their circuit M, C, M. Different mediations. In C, M, C, or LP, M, C, MS, money mediates, whereas in M, C, M, commodities mediate. In the case of LP, M, C, MS, the money mediator is usually the money wage or salary, although it might be some other form of income paid in exchange for labor power. For workers, money is only a means to an end, it is not an end in itself. Generally speaking, when workers hold on to money, the objective is merely the redistribution of income, from good times to bad, or from working years to retirement. 2 Even those such as Eli Chinoy's auto workers, who saved as much of their wage as possible to set up some small business, were mostly buying freedom from the assembly line rather than becoming incipient capitalists. 3 For many capitalists, buying commodities, whether LP or the means of production, MP, is merely a means to the objective of making more money. Socially, of course, whether they recognize it or not, investment in labor power serves to keep people under control by putting them to work. Spending money versus advancing it. In C, M, C, or LP, M, C, MS, money is irreversibly spent, but in M, C, M, it is only advanced. While workers spend their money in M, C, MS, to get what they really want, the means of life, capitalists expect to get their money back, augmented, of course. Different displacements. Money is displaced twice in M, C, M, but the commodity is displaced twice in C, M, C, or LP, M, C, MS. For the capitalist, money flows out and back. For the worker, one commodity, LP, is traded away for another, C, MS, which is consumed. Loss versus reflux. In the case of C, M, C, or LP, M, C, MS, money spent is money lost, as it passes from one set of hands to another. Whereas in M, C, M, money flows back to the original owner as revenue, in a reflux completed as soon as C is sold. This reflux is conditioned by the very manner in which it is expended, i.e., as an investment. 4. Different objectives. In C, M, C, or LP, M, C, MS, use value is the final goal. In M, C, M, exchange value is the determining purpose. As I argued in my commentary on Chapter 1, workers are mainly interested in the use values of commodities, C, MS, and only concerned with their exchange values when they must pay for them. In the case of capital, money is the beginning and the end, the alpha and the omega, the means and the goal. In the case of merchant capital, which buys goods to resell at a higher price, the mediating C is any old commodity for which there is a market. When we turn to industrial capital, the quintessential form of capital for Marx, investigating what happens to the C will take us, in Chapter 7, into the dark heart of production. 5. Quality versus quantity. In C, M, C, or LP, M, C, MS, the two extremes are qualitatively different use values. In M, C, M, the two extremes are qualitatively identical, therefore M, C, M cannot draw its meaning from any qualitative change, but only from a quantitative one. Therefore the complete form of this process is M, C, M, and the increment of M over M, or delta M equals surplus value. As translator Ben Fowkes notes, this is the first time this key term appears in the book. Point 6. Goals, limited versus infinite. Final goal of C, M, C, or LP, M, C, MS, is the consumption of use values whose realization lies outside of circulation in the realization of people's lives. Final goal of M, C, M is the circulation of capital, an end in itself potentially limitless. Remember the infinity of the expanded, general and money forms of value. As the conscious bearer of this movement, Marx says, the capitalist has this boundless drive for enrichment, this passionate chase after value. 7. Thus, the objective content of M, C, M is the valorization of value as increase in magnitude. The subjective content of the capitalist is just this objective movement, so the capitalist acts as capital personified and endowed with consciousness and a will. 8. This is pretty much the way Marx treats capitalists throughout the book. He is not interested in them as individuals but as personifications or functionaries of capital. In this volume, which sets out the logic of the class relations of capital, he rarely mentions any behavior on their part that might violate that logic. Example: an individual capitalist's predilection for consumption over investment. Unlike many anti-capitalists, he does not constantly inveigh against fat cats, and rarely points his finger at capitalist wealth and ostentatious consumption. Point 9. His interest is elsewhere, their behavior as they act as capitalists per se, as the agents of investment and the endless imposition of work. We saw this in Part 8 when he drew our attention to the Duchess of Sutherland. In her case, he was not concerned with her wealth but with her role in betraying her clansmen by expropriating and enclosing their lands. Point 10. However, despite his lack of interest in the capitalist qua individual, Marx does comment here on the conscious mindset of many capitalists: avarice, a passion for money making. This kind of individual has often been portrayed and mocked in literature. Such was the greedy and egotistical Mr. Bounderby caricaturized in Dickens's Hard Times, evoked in my commentary on chapter 26. Some capitalists, however, rise above mere greed to positions of policy-making and political responsibility. Those who can see through the money fetish understand that investment organizes society by shaping the lives of most people around jobs and work. Capitalists who come to understand this sometimes acquire a sense of noblesse oblige, i.e., a sense of responsibility for the general social welfare. Thus, when David Rockefeller said profits are the measure of our business's contribution to society, we can interpret him as meaning, profits are invested, investment creates jobs, jobs make it possible for people to live, thus business contributes to society with their profits. No matter that, from a worker's point of view, he has conveniently presented a process of exploitation as a kind of benevolence. He has grasped his profit-making activity, M, C, M, in social terms and understood that what is really at stake is the organization of society through work. In their own peculiar, class-biased way, such capitalists achieve something of what Marx's theory provides, an understanding of the social meaning of such frequently fetishized categories as money and profit. We can now see how the metamorphosis of capital is interwoven with the metamorphosis of the commodity. Money and commodities appear only as different modes of existence of capital, or capital is money, capital is commodities. 11. Because Marx sees value as the substance and subject of this movement and its magnitude increasing via changes in form, he writes that valorization is therefore self-valorization. 12. Here Marx falls back into a Hegelian language in which value, if we fail to remember what it is, appears as a reified, thing in itself, relationship that acts independently. But that value which expands itself, we know to be the real social content of the capitalist, worker relationship, work, its imposition and struggle against it. So, it is this work that finds money as its independent expression, and it is this struggle over the imposition of work which is constantly expanding. The capital/labor relation finds the motive of its own expansion within itself within the antagonism and resultant class struggle. Because M is the form peculiar to merchants' capital, industrial capital and, in the abridged form M, to interest-bearing capital, Marx concludes that M is the general formula for capital in the sphere of circulation. This formula, or representation, is not adequate to express capital once we have examined its substance in the sphere of production. Then we must have M, P, M, in which we discover in P, the origin of the prime in M. Chapter 5, Contradictions in the General Formula. Outline of Marx's analysis. Problem: explain source of expanded value in the formula M. Expanded value. Assuming equal exchange, it cannot originate in exchange. Taken in the aggregate cannot originate in cheating. Therefore, the expanded value must originate outside exchange. Commentary. Having arrived at the general formula for capital M through the analysis of circulation, Marx now addresses the source of the increased or surplus value in M, where He argues that the increased value cannot, in the aggregate, originate within the circulation process. Therefore, we must turn elsewhere, to the sphere of production, for an answer. This chapter provides a transition between the analysis of circulation and that of production, the sphere of labor. If we keep in mind, from our studies of primitive accumulation and chapters 1 to 3, the understanding that value is work for capital as social control, then it is obvious that surplus value or surplus work can only originate in the sphere of production. However, let us follow Marx's reasoning. He begins by noting that M contradicts all the laws of exchange, value, money, etc., already developed. How? Presumably because M is unequal exchange. What gives? First, he looks at the inverted order of succession, M, and then M rather than M, and asks if this can be the source. After tracing the process M, and M from the point of view of both buyer and seller at each step, he concludes that the order is irrelevant, the actual acts are still those of simple commodity circulation. Therefore, the question must be reposed. We must rather look to see whether this simple circulation, by its nature, might permit the valorization of the value's increase in magnitude of value entering into it and consequently the formation of surplus value. 13. To answer this question, he begins with simple exchange, wherein money appears only as money of account to name price but does not enter into exchange. In this case Marx argues that in terms of use value it can be said that each side gains because it gains more use value than it might otherwise have been able to produce. This is basically Ricardo's argument about comparative advantage. But, assuming equal exchange of values, there is no reason to think that any gain in value has been made. Next, he places money in the middle, as means of circulation, M. While this makes sale and purchase distinct acts, it does not change the assumption that equivalents are exchanged, as we have already seen in chapters 1 to 3. Changes in form do not imply a change in the quantity of value. 14. At this point Marx reverses his line of reasoning, to work backwards from the conclusion to point out logical inconsistencies. He writes, "It is true, that commodities may be sold at prices which diverge from their values. 15. If so, we have two possibilities. 1. Suppose the seller sells commodities above their value, i.e., 110 instead of 100. If all sellers do this, then when the sellers become buyers, they lose the 10 gained. In the aggregate prices rise 10% but there is no net gain in value. 2. Suppose the buyer buys below value. If all do this then this buyer has already lost, in before buying and there is no net gain. If there is unequal exchange, someone sells above value and gets away with it, than that merely redistributes value that already exists. If there is a class that consistently buys without selling and is cheated therein, they must be getting their money from taxes, expropriation, etc., so the selling class is just getting back some of its own, previously stolen money. Moreover, while cheating can produce a redistribution, it does not raise the total quantity of value in circulation. The sum of the values in circulation can clearly not be augmented by any change in their distribution. 16. In illustrating this argument, he uses an example from the colonialism of antiquity. The towns of Asia Minor paid money tribute to Rome and then cheated them when selling to the Romans. They swindled back from their conquerors a portion of the tribute in the course of trade. Yet for all that, the provincials remained the ones who had been cheated. Their goods were still paid for with their own money. 17. In other words, there was a one-way transfer of real wealth to the Romans. The same might be said concerning the relationship between the working class and capital. No matter how much the working class may cheat capital, either in the exchange LP, M, in which the working class can cheat by failing to work, or in M, C, MS, via shoplifting, changing price tags, or what have you, as long as capital achieves some degree of surplus value and reinvestment, it is the working class which is, in the end, being cheated in that part of its life realized as surplus value, surplus work, and out of that part of its life spent in the reproduction of labor power. Therefore, Marx concludes, whether we are speaking of merchants' capital M, C, M or even of usurers' capital, M, the increase in value cannot arise in circulation, at least not in the aggregate. There can be redistribution, and something must take place in the background which is not visible in the circulation itself. 18. Yet he does not immediately end the chapter. He goes on to spell out the paradoxical situation that even with equal exchange of equivalents, the capitalist must at the end of the process withdraw more value from circulation than he threw into it at the beginning. Applying his biological metaphor of metamorphosis to the holder of money striving to turn into a capitalist, he notes that a money owner is only a capitalist in larval form. His emergence as a butterfly must, and must not, take place in the sphere of circulation. 19. Chapter 6, The Sale and Purchase of Labor Power. Outline of Marx's analysis. Expanded value, M, C, M. Must originate in C. Cannot occur in exchange value of C. Must occur in use value of C, in labor power, LP. Definition of labor power. Aggregate of capabilities to produce use values. The labor market. Buying and selling labor power. Workers own their labor power, LP. Workers have no means of production, MP. The value of labor power. Socially necessary labor time to produce means of subsistence, MS. MS is historically determined. The use value of LP. Source of expanded value. Ability to work. Commentary. Marx begins the transition from the sphere of circulation to the sphere of production by deducing that the origin of surplus value lies within the realization of the use value of labor power. In the process, he examines briefly both its exchange value and its use value. By focusing on the specific use value of labor power as source of surplus value, he highlights its central value to capital. In later chapters, he returns again and again to the quantitative determination of surplus value, but he begins here, and continues in chapter 7, focused on the qualitative aspect of the use value of labor power. At this point, his concern with the exchange value of labor power is only to show that capitalists can extract surplus value even in the presence of equal exchange. Let us follow Marx from circulation to production. He reasons as follows. 1. The increase in the value associated with the formula of capital M, C, M cannot take place within the M, C because the value of C is merely the transformed value of M. 2. Nor can the increase originate in the second act of sale C, M, for this too is only a change in form. 3. The increase must therefore take place in the commodity which is bought in the first act of circulation, in the C acquired through M, C. 4 but, it cannot occur within the exchange value of C if we assume equal exchange. 5 Therefore, the change can originate only in the actual use value of the commodity. 6 Therefore, the question, is there a commodity whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value? Whose consumption involves the creation of value? 7 The answer, yes, the commodity labor power, or the capacity and willingness to work. Definition of labor power. The aggregate of those mental and physical capabilities existing in the physical form, the living personality, of a human being, capabilities which he sets in motion whenever he produces a use value of any kind. 20. Although this definition is gendered and ahistorical, i.e., abstracted from the specific conditions of capitalism, the whole context, the analysis of capitalism, in a book titled Capital, makes it quite clear he is analyzing a set of social relationships within that framework. Although this definition lacks any specificity about mental and physical capabilities, the one I have emphasized, without which all the others are moot, is the willingness of people to work for capitalists. Whether obtained by coercions of the types analyzed in the section on primitive accumulation or by more sophisticated modes of education and propaganda that normalize waged and salaried labor, willingness, begrudged or enthusiastic, is a trait capital must engender to get people to actually work once they have been hired in the labor market. The labor market. Marx begins his analysis of the labor market with the demand for labor power, the M that its holder wishes to convert into capital by purchasing workers' labor power, one part of C, and putting them to work generating surplus value, to complete M, C, M. How the would-be capitalist comes by enough money to hire workers, and to be able to purchase the necessary means of production, is skipped over in this chapter, although we have seen his historical analysis of this in Part 8, in Chapter 29 on the rise of agrarian capitalists and in Chapter 31 on the rise of industrial capitalists. He then specifies two conditions that must be fulfilled for there to be a supply of labor power available for purchase. 1. Workers must be free proprietors of their own labor power and be able to sell it as a commodity, but only for a limited time. This differentiates workers who sell their labor power from both slaves and from peons, who are effectively enslaved by endless debt. 21. 2. The workers cannot produce commodities independently of capital, because capital has expropriated the means of production. That expropriation has included the means of producing one's own subsistence, so that all goods and services necessary for survival must be purchased as commodities. These are exactly the conditions for the creation of a working class, whose historical origins Marx traces in chapters 27, 28, and 30 in Part 8. He explains, not detailing this history, he does mention it, by saying, we confine ourselves to the fact theoretically, as the capitalist does practically. 22. He then goes on to discuss first the value, and then the use value of labor power within capitalism. The value of labor power. The value of labor power, he writes, is determined by the labor time socially necessary for the production and consequently, also the reproduction of this specific article. My emphasis. 23. But what does it mean to produce labor power, and how, if at all, is its reproduction different from its production? Assuming an already constituted capitalism, the production of labor power evokes at least two elements, both of which he mentions. First, is the procreation of children. The production of labor power must include the means necessary for the worker's replacements, i.e., his children. 24. Second is the training of children willing and able to work for capital. For most working class children of Marx's time, training was on the job, sometimes as apprentices or in penal labor in workhouses. 25. In more recent times, mass public education has provided the disciplining and psychological conditioning required for most, although juvenile detention facilities still incarcerate the recalcitrant and rehabilitation is usually defined by a return to work. The broader category of the reproduction of labor power also includes day-to-day reproduction, from feeding and clothing to whatever patching up, both physical and psychological, is required for the maintenance of workers' ability and willingness to return to work. Moreover, Given technological change and the ever-increasing precariousness of jobs, procreation has become an industry, and training and retraining have become common not only among the young but among adult workers. Such changes illustrate why Marx notes that what is required for the production and reproduction of labor power has a historical and moral element. Requirements have changed over time with the evolution of class relationships. The reproduction of labor power clearly includes the production of labor power as a subset of all those activities involved. Point 26. While all the work involved in the reproduction of labor power has an impact on its value, Marx defines that value as the value of the means of subsistence necessary for the maintenance of the owner of labor power. 27. In other words, in the little circuit, LP, M, C, MS, the value of labor power, LP, and hence the amount of money, M, that capital must pay workers is determined by the value of the use values, C, MS, required for their production and reproduction. Point 28. Left out of this definition is all the essential work involved in reproducing labor power not involved in the production of consumer goods, example housework and schoolwork. The work of the waged agricultural laborer who produces food necessary for the reproduction of labor power is included in this definition, but the work of the unwaged housewife who prepares the food and sets it on the table for consumption and then washes the cooking pots and serving dishes is not included. The work of salaried writers, editors, proofreaders, typesetters, and bookbinders who create textbooks is included, but the unwaged work of the student who spends hours studying those textbooks is not included. Were the housewife hired as cook or waitress in a restaurant, or the student a salaried employee being trained on the job for a new position, their labor would be included. Both Marx and the classical political economists, such as Adam Smith, were well aware of the existence and necessity of such work. But they saw it as outside of what they felt was capital's new way of organizing work, i.e., profitable commodity production. Smith, for example, juxtaposed putting people to work producing commodities to paying people to provide personal services. The latter, he argued, had to be paid out of some external source of revenue, example land rents for the owners of large estates, such as the one portrayed in the TV series Downton Abbey, or wages or salaries for less well-off individuals. Workers hired by capitalists, however, generate the revenues necessary for their rehiring by producing commodities sold at prices that cover the costs of production plus a profit. Such workers, Smith called productive, whereas personal servants he dubbed unproductive. Marx retained this nomenclature with the addition of awarding the title productive only to those commodity-producing workers whose products embodied surplus value. Point 29. Not only are housework and schoolwork ignored in this definition, but so too is their impact on the value workers must receive for the purchase of consumer goods and services. For example, the more unwaged domestic food production, via gardening or subsistence farming, the fewer food commodities workers need to purchase, and therefore the lower the value of labor power and the lower the wage, M, required to buy C, MS. Or, the more schoolwork that can be imposed on children, or adults in retraining, the fewer wage teachers are required and lower the amount of revenue diverted to schools and training programs. Inversely, the less housework performed by unwaged housewives due to escape or rebellion, the greater the wage must be to purchase services that were once performed at much lower cost. Point 30. Similarly, the less schoolwork children are willing to do on their own, the greater the expense of forcing them to work, via more teacher oversight, police in schools and court enforcement of laws against truancy. Unlike Marx, we can trace such connections by extending the little circuit LP, M, C, MS, to a full-fledged circuit of the reproduction of labor power, i.e. LP, M, C, MS. PC. LP*, where consumption is organized by capital as the work, PC, of reproducing labor power LP*. The impact of changes in the amount of such work will depend on the nature of the work. In the case of procreation and the rearing of children, LP* would have to be greater to meet the needs of an expanding population. In the cases mentioned above, of housework and schoolwork that substitutes for purchased commodities or waged labor, the value of LP** would be lower. 31. Differential training requirements for different jobs explain, in part, the wage and salary hierarchy. The greater the complexity of skills required, the greater the expenditure required to produce labor power. While some expenditure on training occurs directly on the shop floor or in offices by employers or other workers, much more derives from wages and salaries that make it possible for parents to pay for their children's schooling. Data showing that families tend to rear children to similar skill levels tend to confirm this. Example: university-educated parents tend to have jobs with salaries high enough to send their children to universities. Toward the end of this discussion there is a curious passage in which Marx writes about a minimum limit of the value of labor power. The limit is formed by the value of the physically indispensable means of subsistence. Yet he then goes on to say that if the price of labor power falls to this minimum, it falls below its value because the labor power functions at less than normal quality. Less than normal quality work, i.e., lower levels of productivity, we can suppose, would be the consequence of underpaid workers being either malnourished and sick, or disgruntled, angry, and resisting work more than usual. So, there would seem to be no such thing as a minimum limit after all. Instead, what we have, as integral to the wage and salary hierarchy, are parallel hierarchies in healthiness, illness, and willingness to work, where those who are paid more can afford better medical care, those who are paid less cannot, and those who are paid the least are frequently malnourished, sick, and angry. 32. What the issue of minimum limit evokes is our, workers, judgment of the adequacy of the use values we receive, in terms of health, both physical and psychological. Can we buy enough commodities, food, clothing, housing, toys, and services, and enough of the right sort, to be healthy, able, and willing to work? Do we have enough time and energy, to consume them, i.e., put them to use in our efforts to live lives worth living? So, we try to figure out which commodities we need, what their prices are, and what our wages or salaries can buy. For the most part, we do these things in the order of Marx's little circuit: LP, M, C, MS, i.e., we look for and try to find a job that will earn us a wage or salary, LP, M, and then spend our money on what we need, M, C, MS. But longer term, we often reason in the opposite order, first deciding how we want to live, figuring out what commodities are necessary for that kind of life, and then we either look for a job that will bring in enough money so that we can afford to live that way, or if we cannot find one, we take a less remunerative job and then fight for higher wages or for a better paying position. Whatever kind of job we obtain, there is no guarantee that what our wage or salary can purchase today will be the same tomorrow. If we are lucky, increases in the productivity of the production of consumer goods will reduce their per unit values and prices, so our money income will purchase more goods and services. 33. If we are unlucky, their per unit values and prices will rise so that we can only obtain fewer goods and services. Such might be the result of anything that requires more socially necessary labor in the production of either existing goods or new ones required for reproduction. Such changes are easier to see in changes in supply and demand beyond the control of workers. Capital may transfer value to itself by artificially restricting the supply of some goods, example oil or coffee, or stimulate demand, through advertising, to drive up prices, undercut real wages and the value of labor power. Or, as we saw in Chapter 3, it has often intentionally triggered a general inflation of prices by expanding the supply of fiat money, to transfer value from those on fixed wages to the owners of commodities whose values haven't changed but whose prices have. In each case our income buys fewer or lower quality consumer goods. Another way in which the value of labor power can be lowered is through the kind of cheating Marx describes in his footnote on the adulteration of bread. When workers spend their wages, they expect to get a commodity of a usual, recognized quality. If the quality is reduced by adulteration, incorporating ingredients of lesser value because requiring less labor, and the baking company sells their bread at a price above its now lower value, buyers are cheated and receive less use value than otherwise. 34. The use value of labor power. The use value of labor power, Marx writes, consists in the subsequent exercise of that power of the aggregate mental and physical capabilities of a human being. The exercise that preoccupies him here produces commodities, which capitalists sell with the aim of making a profit. He is not concerned, for the moment, with the exercise of those capabilities in the production of labor power itself, example housework and schoolwork, although they are exercised daily in its reproduction. Nor does he examine how those capabilities are sometimes exercised completely outside the circuits of capital, for autonomous purposes of workers, example discovering alternatives to capitalist ways of doing things. Now, the use value of labor power that most vitally concerns capitalists is its peculiar property of being a source of value, whose actual consumption is therefore an objectification of labor, hence creation of value. As we will see in the next chapter, by objectification of labor he means the way workers' abilities, directed by the will of their employers, become embodied in their products, the objects and services they produce. 35 In other words, if labor power is the capacity to work, then the use value of labor power includes not only its exercise, the work of creating commodities embodying surplus value, but also the use value of that surplus value, which can then be used to impose more work. Not just any exercise of human capabilities, but imposed labor, and through reinvestable surplus value ever more labor to boot. The ever more labor to boot is essential. The process of the consumption of labor power must be not only the production process of commodities but also the genesis of surplus value required for investment and the expansion of the system. Work is value only when it produces surplus value, when it contributes to the expansion of value. Work which does not, may serve the function of social control when it occurs, but if it does not result in sufficient surplus value, then the imposition of that kind of work will cease. 36 I discuss this further in the next chapter. We now pass, as Marx says, fully into the hidden abode of production where the secret of profit-making must at last be laid bare. To do so, we must leave the fetishistic realms of freedom free contracts, of equality equal exchange, of property each sells his own, and of Bentham each owner looks only to his own advantage. 37 And enter the capitalist realm of coercion where, as we will see, the capitalist rules as a despot, and workers slave as cogs in the machine, at least in as much as the capitalist can make them do so. Underscore 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 6. Part 3. The production of absolute surplus value. Like Dante following Virgil, after making our way through the dark wood of exchange, we follow Marx to descend into the capitalist hell of imposed work, where he unveils the contradictory character of work and its abuse under capitalism. 1. Chapter 7, The Labor Process and the Valorization Process. Work, people using tools to transform nature. This chapter analyzes first work as godlike creation and then work under capitalism, organized to exploit in ways that inflict 4 different kinds of alienation and thus resistance. Hours worked beyond those required to meet workers' needs constitute an absolute surplus, which is appropriated by their employers. Chapter 8, Constant and Variable Capital. To put people to work, capitalists invest the money they spend buying the means of production. Marx calls constant capital because their value was fixed by the labor that created them. The money used to hire workers, he calls variable capital because that investment holds at least the possibility of generating more value than it costs. Chapter 9, The Rate of Surplus Value. So, when capitalists are successful and workers' toil exceeds that required to produce what they need, surplus value results. The ratio of that surplus value to the labor that workers find necessary, he calls the rate of surplus value. He deploys this analysis to critique some of the rationalizations of exploitation provided by economists. Chapter 10, The Working Day. In one of the longest chapters in the book, Marx analyzes the class struggle over just how long capitalists are able to compel people to work. Although earlier ruling classes also forced people to work, he argues that only capitalists have sought to impose work endlessly. He sketches the history of their trying to maximize work time and of workers' struggles to limit the portion of their lives given up to their overlords. Chapter 11, The Rate and Mass of Surplus Value. This chapter concludes Part 3 on absolute surplus value by illustrating some interrelationships among the factors that determine both its absolute amount and its relative amount vis-a-vis variable capital. Chapter 7, The Labor Process and the Valorization Process. Overview of Chapter. Section 1, The Labor Process. Section 2, The Valorization Process. Preliminary Commentary. This chapter opens Part 3 of Volume I of Capital, which deals with the sphere of commodity production. This chapter resolves the problem raised in Part 2, the source of surplus value in the circuit of capital M, C, M. It also further develops the distinction between useful labor and abstract labor, between use value and value. Moreover, it delves into some of the most central and important issues raised by Marx's whole theory: the meaning of work, what is central and determining in capitalism, the relation between humankind and nature, the social relations of work and domination. So far in Capital, Marx has been using the term labor or work without critical definition. This chapter provides that definition. Section 1, The Labor Process. Commentary. This section provides a generic discussion of work as one kind of human activity, the characteristics of production in general, independent of the particular form it assumes under given social conditions. He begins by juxtaposing humanity with the rest of nature. Humans, he says, confront the rest of nature as one of its own forces and proceed to shape and transform it to meet their own needs. He sees this confrontation and transformation as a peculiarly human quality and contrasts this with the activities of other animals, example spiders or bees. The difference, he argues, is that other animals act instinctually without thought or intent, whereas humans act with forethought and purpose, with a self-conscious will. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees, he writes, is that the architect builds the cell in his mind before he constructs it in wax too. Outline of Marx's analysis. Labor as useful labor, production of use values, independent of social form. Work. Humans and nature are both participants. Humans, active, act on nature; passive, which changes both, nature in humanity. Humans are unique in nature as having self-conscious wills, work as one kind of human self-realization. Labor process. 1. Work, one kind of human activity. 2. Raw materials worked up and worked upon. 3. Tools, instruments of work. Under capitalism, workers work under control of capital, not autonomously. Tools, raw materials, and product are the property of the capitalist, all used for domination. We have here two issues of considerable import: the relationship between humans and the rest of nature, and the question of what distinguishes humans from other species, how we understand human nature. With respect to the first, the relationship appears to be one of opposition, of antagonistic contradictions. Humans confront nature, humans conquer nature. But there can be no real opposition, because nature appears here without any independent will, and thus as a collection of things upon which humans act. That collection includes other animals. The animal, Marx says in the Economic and Philosophical Manuscripts of 1844, is immediately one with its life activity. It does not distinguish itself from it. It is its life activity. Man, on the other hand, makes his life activity itself the object of his will and of his self-consciousness. He has conscious life activity. 3. This contrast follows Hegel in his Philosophy of Right chapters on property, where free spirit, an attribute of human beings, is distinguished from and counterpoised to the external pure and simple, a thing, something not free, not personal, without rights. 4. In his Encyclopedia, Hegel also writes, the animal, on the other hand, because it does not think, is also incapable of possessing a will. 5. The French philosopher, Jean-Paul Sartre, 1905-80, later made a similar distinction between being in itself and being for itself, human being, in which only the latter has the power of self-transformation, of change, and the former is frozen into sameness, unless acted upon by some outside force. 6 This distinction also exists in Marx's discussion of class in itself and class for itself, where workers are merely part of a class in itself when they act only as factors of production for capital, whereas, when they act in their own interests against capital, they form part of a class for itself. Marx held this vision of humanity as active being, juxtaposed to the rest of nature as passive existence, in one form or another, from a very early period. Yet, nature is also essential. In the manuscripts, he writes, the worker can create nothing without nature, without the sensuous external world. It is the material on which his labor is realized, in which it is active, from which and by means of which it produces. 7 He also presses beyond the theme of humans confronting nature, even though they are part of it, one of its forces. In both the manuscripts and in Capital we find evidence of the way in which Marx saw humans transforming nature and giving it meaning only as a moment of humanity's own existence, a reversal of humans in nature to nature in humanity. In the manuscripts we find Marx defining the being of the human species as residing in its self-conscious treatment of itself as a universal and therefore a free being. 8 This free being can appropriate all of nature and subordinate it because nature is unfree. The universality of man appears in practice precisely in the universality which makes all nature his inorganic body, both inasmuch as nature is one, his direct means of life, and 2, the material, the object, and the instrument of his life activity. 9 Thus, instead of the oft-repeated aim of some Eastern religions that humans should seek oneness with nature, here we have humans forging nature's oneness with humankind. In Capital, as we progress through the 3 volumes of the book, we find an increasing appropriation of nature by humans within capitalism. In this chapter, we find humans extracting use values from nature as raw materials and turning them into tools and commodities. We also find the domestication of animals and their conversion into both tools and sources of raw materials. In the chapters on machinery and modern industry, we find humans appropriating the forces of nature, wind, water, steam, etc., to drive machinery. In Volume 2, written in the Age of Sail, we find harnessing the wind essential to trade and empire. In Volume 3 on ground rent we find the problem that arises when the land has been so worked up that it becomes impossible to distinguish the productivity of the incorporated labor from the natural productivity of the soil, thus a conflict between capitalist farmer and landlord. I offer 2 comments about Marx and Hegel's sharp distinction between humans and other animals. First, it is obviously very anthropocentric. They assert on the basis of what little they know about other species that while those species may be conscious in some sense, they do not think, they are not self-conscious, they do not have a will. 10 Research since their time throws each of these assertions into sharp question. Gorillas have developed vocabularies of hundreds of word symbols and compose sentences with them. Whales and porpoises, who have brains as complicated and as large as human brains, sing and accord each other names. Animals as diverse as chimpanzees and crows have been shown to recognize and solve puzzles. Then there is the question of the making and using of tools, see below. All this suggests that thinking, self-consciousness, and will are present in other species, though perhaps neither the form nor the content of their consciousness resembles that of humanity. If this is true, then some other differentiating characteristic, or characteristics, will have to be found to indicate what is specifically human about humans. Perhaps only the greater or lesser amounts of, and particular combinations of, characteristics that we share with many other species differentiates humanity. Second, the above issue is not determining for what follows. Even if other species are conscious and have wills, humans can still be so characterized and analyzed. This chapter deals with the human labor process, with a particular kind of interaction with the world. The central issue is the character of that interaction. That other animals might engage in labor is secondary to its analysis within the human context. 11. What is important to remember, I think, is that labor, or work, as Marx defines it, is only one kind of possible, purposeful, meaningful activity for humans. In working, humans reach out, take possession of some aspect of nature and transform it, usually with tools. Humans obviously have other kinds of relationship with nature. Swimming in the sea, hiking a forest trail or climbing a mountain are all intensive interactions with nature, but they involve no intentional transformation of the environment. Point 12. The same is true with meditation, or contemplation, sitting on a hill and feeling the wind and watching a sunset, or engaging in conversation, and so on. These all involve active, purposeful activities that people find meaningful, yet they involve no intentional transformation of the non-human environment. The labor process, as Marx defines and analyzes it, is a very particular process. So, what is this labor process? It has, Marx says, three elements: the workers, their tools, and the material on which they work. Here the human worker is the active element, the objects to be transformed and the tools for that transformation are passive interaction between willful humans and will-less nature. Humans, Marx argues, make nature part of themselves. Nature becomes one of the organs of his activity, which he annexes to his own bodily organs. 13. Vis-a-vis other species, he writes, the use and construction of instruments of labor, although present in germ among certain species of animals, is characteristic of the specifically human labor process, and Franklin therefore defines man as a tool-making animal. 14. So Marx would define humans, in part, as homo faber, man who makes, even though he recognizes that we are not alone with this trait. In the manuscripts, Marx also based this distinction on the character of the will behind the use of tools. An animal, he says, only produces what it needs, it produces one-sidedly, whilst man produces universally. It produces only under the dominion of immediate physical need, whilst man produces even when he is free from physical need and only truly produces in freedom therefrom. 15. Given the concept of humans acting upon passive nature with their will, labor appears as a kind of activity in which humans, by transforming nature, raw material through the use of tools, impress their ideas, and thus themselves, upon it. Point 16. In capital, Marx describes this process as follows. In the labor process, therefore, man's activity, via the instruments of labor, affects an alteration in the object of labor which was intended from the outset. The product is a use value. Labor has become bound up in its object, labor has been objectified, the object has been worked on. What on the side of the worker appeared in the form of unrest, unruhi, now appears, on the side of the product, in the form of being sen, as a fixed immobile characteristic. Point 17. In other words, in the kind of human activity Marx calls labor or work, humans translate their ideas into objects, create those objects, and by so doing externalize themselves in those objects. But these objects, even though created by humans, are again but things, fixed and immobile. The robot is one advanced example of humans putting themselves into things, creating a machine that performs many of their own actions. Point 18. Androids, such as the robots of Isaac Asimov's stories and novels, 1939 on, and Lieutenant Commander Data in TV's Star Trek, The Next Generation, 1987-94, would be machines more fully in their own image. Hence also the fear of creating a self-acting, thinking robot that could have a will potentially hostile of its own. Example from Colossus, The Forbidden Project, 1970, to Blade Runner, 1982, 2017, and Terminator, 1984, 2015. Thus too, Isaac Asimov's 3 rules of robotics, so that they never become a threat, rules which are currently being ignored by developers of robots for military use, despite calls for their banning. Point 19. As nature transformed by humans, use values appear to be an element of humankind's inorganic body, they embody the will of humans and are thus extensions of their creators. Here we have moved behind that fetishism of commodities that Marx discussed in section 4 of chapter 1, The mysterious character of the commodity form consists therefore simply in the fact that the commodity reflects the social characteristics of men's own labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties of these things. 20 Commodities are not things in themselves, they are things for us that we have created. Furthermore, they have been created within certain social conditions and bear their stamp. But we will come to this anon. To emphasize and sharpen his distinction between the active element, workers working, and the passive element, means of production, Marx uses a vivid Gothic metaphor, that of necromancy. Living labor must seize upon these things, awaken them from the dead, change them from merely possible into real and effective use values. Bathed in the fire of labor, appropriated as part of its organism, and infused with vital energy. 21 We can almost see Dr. Frankenstein hovering over his stitched together chunks of dead flesh, infusing the whole with energy, bringing it to life. Here the view of the human/nature relationship as one of active/passive becomes one of living/dead. This is a powerful metaphor and one to which Marx returns with many variations. As we will see, he finds this process malevolent only when it falls under the control of capital. Only when Dr. Frankenstein works under the command of a capitalist does his creation become a monster. At this stage of his analysis, on the contrary, it is a positive, life-giving process. Humans give life to unfree, passive things by incorporating them into the human world. Human life, at least from the view of humans, Marx, is the only true life. Obviously, animals like sheep, cows, and pigs are alive in the biological sense, but they become alive for humankind only insofar as they become the object of its labor. Hegel is explicit about this, and Marx undoubtedly agrees: what I do to the organic does not remain external to it but is assimilated by it. Examples are the tilling of the soil, the cultivation of plants, the taming and feeding of animals. 22. It should be obvious at this point why Marx used the example of religion in his discussion of fetishism in Chapter 1. Whereas, for him, humans imbue other things with life through their labor, he sees the Judeo-Christian Islamic tradition of a God creating humankind as a projection of this quality that humans themselves possess. The same would be true with respect to other creation myths, such as the Mayan myth that the oldest gods created the Mayan people from corn, and therefore call themselves the people of the corn. 23 One can imagine Marx commenting, what's really going on here is that the Mayan people recreate themselves, day by day, year after year, through their milpas plots of corn that they have cultivated and from which they live. They have merely projected this fundamental aspect of their own lives, their own creativity, in an idealized form. Now, if it is true that other species are endowed with consciousness and will, then truly humans have been involved not only in interspecies slavery but also mass murder. The view that humans alone have a will and impart life to other things is not limited to Marx but has been a central feature and justification for much of our way of life. To believe, or to discover otherwise, has the most profound ramifications. Ecologists and vegans push this kind of thinking and demand that we find ways of living that do not kill off other species, either because they view the species as complementary to each other in an ecological balance or for simpler moral reasons. You don't murder other sentient and probably sapient beings. With scattered exceptions, down through the centuries, this has not been the dominant human view of things. Through various social forms, from ancient societies to the present, we have been a self-serving species, subordinating other species to the needs of our own. Thus, Marx speaks in the manuscripts of humans as species beings. In creating a world of objects by his practical activity, in his work upon inorganic nature, man proves himself a conscious species being, i.e., as a being that treats the species as its own essential being, or that treats itself as a species being. 24 In other words, humans act together as a species as they create things out of the rest of nature, as they transform the world in which they live for themselves. As they treat their own species as their own essential being, they act for themselves rather than for something else, or for someone else. Abstracted from any historical context, labor appears, in this account, as simply a form of spontaneous, free activity, one that transforms nature. The object of labor is, therefore, the objectification of man's species life, for he duplicates himself. He sees himself in a world that he has created. 25. It is free activity, free expression of life precisely because humans act according to their will. Being a conscious being means that humans' own lives are objects for them. Only because of that is activity free activity. 26. Abstracted as it is from any concrete set of social relationships, this generic concept of labor has serious shortcomings. Most obviously, within class societies, those characterized by some class dominating other classes, the human activity of labor is not free, but subject to crippling constraints. In the case that preoccupies Marx in this book, capitalists impose their own will on the labor of workers in production, whether of producer or consumer goods and services, but they have also reached beyond the factory and sought to shape individual consumption to reproduce them as workers and not as free human beings. Labor as a general category. Elsewhere, in an essay titled "Work is Still the Central Issue," I have critiqued Marx's analysis of labor or work as a generic concept. 27. I do, however, find it appropriate within capitalism. The following is a slightly revised excerpt. Marx took the concept of work or labor from both the philosophy and the political economy of his times. His use of a general concept that covers all kinds of specific productive activities makes sense in capitalism for a couple of reasons, regardless of whether it is appropriate to any other period, past or future. First, as Marx argued, when it is economically conceived in the simplicity labor as such, labor is as modern a category as are the relations which create this simple abstraction. Indifference toward any specific kind of labor presupposes a very developed totality of real kinds of labor, of which no single one is any longer predominant. It is precisely in capitalism that no single form of labor predominates. What is produced and how it is produced changes again and again, but capitalists are happy to deploy any and all kinds of labor to maintain social order. Second, the real indifference toward any specific kind of labor is not that of the workers. We often have very distinct preferences, but that of capital. In commodity producing, profit generating, reinvesting capitalism, the kinds of work that produce commodities are entirely secondary as long as their sale realizes a profit, which can be used to put people to work all over again on an expanded scale. Under such circumstances, it is reasonable to refer to these diverse activities under one rubric, work, or labor, that refers not to the specificity of the activity but to its central role in maintaining order. As I argued in my commentary on Chapter 1, it is this social dimension of work that is designated by what Marx calls the substance of value or abstract labor, measured by socially necessary labor time and with the form of exchange. The labor process in reproduction. Given capital's shaping of working class consumption to make sure that it results in the production of labor power, and thus is productive for capital, we must ask ourselves to what degree Marx's analysis of the labor process is also applicable to the work of producing and reproducing labor power. His analysis was developed primarily with respect to the factory. In that context, his analysis of the labor process as consisting of the three elements labor, tools, and raw materials seems straightforward. But do these elements also obtain in the activities that produce labor power? If they do, then it would make sense to treat that production as also involving labor processes and to analyze them much as Marx does in the factory. Given the common capitalist ideologies of love, family, and education, one's most immediate reaction is a virulent no. We are not passive objects, open to manipulation by some external subject. Our relationships of friendship, of marriage, of parent and child are surely more profound and meaningful than simple relations of labor. Are we not active, willing human beings, interacting with each other in hopefully creative, mutually fulfilling ways? Even when we fail, are we not still involved in human relationships far more complex than mere work? Unfortunately, when we consider the character of labor power as the ability and willingness to work for capital, according to its bidding and its designs, and for its profit, we see that the applicability of Marx's categories of analysis are all too appropriate. The production of labor power is the production of people who are willing and able to set aside their own humanity/will to become the instruments/tools of their employers' wills, objects to be used, abused, and exploited. Therefore, those involved in producing labor power are also tools of capital, every bit as much as the labor power they shape. The capitalist orchestration of reproduction treats people as things, suppresses or subverts their will, their subjectivity, shaping them and subverting self-activity into activity for capital. In short, to the degree that capital can manage it, the various activities that are involved in the reproduction of human beings dehumanize both producers and the produced. Some examples follow. 1. We would like to view procreation, gestation, birthing and child rearing as activities of loving mothers, but to the degree that women are used as brood mares of a labor force, they are turned into tools of capital. Whether their affections are co-opted by capital, or they are pressured, sometimes verbally, sometimes physically, to do the work of cooking for, and serving meals to, of cleaning up after, of nursing when ill, they also serve as tools for reproducing the labor power of their children and spouse. 2. Children, regardless of the love and care of their parents and their own curiosity about the world, find themselves doomed to years of tedious and mind-deadening labor in schools designed to mold them, as objects, into productive workers. 28.3 Teachers who might like to help children learn but who find themselves forced to impose fixed curricula and standardized tests in classrooms of too many children for any individual attention, and therefore filled with resentful students who must be disciplined, find themselves doing the hard, and sometimes dangerous, work of hammering lives into labor power. In all these cases, the work of producing labor power has secondary effects. The work of reproduction, as with work in production, leaves poisonous residues with which individuals and families must cope. In Factory, 1978, Bruce Springsteen sings of how, at the end of the working day, men walk through these gates with death in their eyes / and you just better believe, boy, somebody's gonna get hurt tonight. Some of those men may well cope by taking out their frustrations violently. Others may internalize and repress the same emotions tonight, but explode later, develop ulcers or take drugs. So too must wives subjected to the stresses of housework and children subjected to those of schoolwork find ways of coping with the psychological byproducts of their work producing labor power. Whatever ways they choose also constitute elements of that work. 29. Therefore, yes, just as Marx explores the concrete forms of the labor process in the sphere of production, in the factory, so must we explore the concrete forms of the labor process in the sphere of reproduction, in the home, the school, and community. As we study the chapters where he carries out such exploration in the factory, such as his analyses of cooperation, Chapter 13, the division of labor, Chapter 14, and technological change, Chapter 15, so too should we examine the parallels between factories, homes, and schools, as well as the differences and the peculiarities of the various labor processes involved in the production and reproduction of labor power. Who does what work? Which tools are deployed and how? In what ways are people treated as mere raw materials, or as tools for the shaping of others? At the same time, as we examine and critique how capital has organized both production and reproduction, we must also recognize and analyze both resistance and the creation of alternatives. In all the examples cited above, the women, children, students and teachers caught in such situations often resent and sometimes rebel both individually and eventually, collectively, in women's and students' movements and teachers' efforts to form unions in self-defense. 30 Resistance, as we will see, has undermined and forced transformations in capital's methods, so that we can only understand those methods within the historical class dynamics through which they have evolved. Insofar as resistance has invented autonomous alternatives, even when those fail or are absorbed, they foreshadow the transcendence of capitalism. Capital provides an analysis of what we do not want, and therefore, helps in judging the degree to which proposed alternatives are truly different. Judging the desirability of alternatives requires whole new sets of alternative values as the basis for constructing new worlds. Section 2, the valorization process. Outline of Marx's analysis. Labor within capitalism. As abstract labor. Production of surplus value / surplus labor time. Distinct through its extension in time. Historical. Formal subsumption of labor to capital. Real subsumption of labor to capital. Capitalist concern is with labor time, not production as such, with exchange value / value rather than with use value. Value of product equals C plus V plus S equals, value of means of production, plus, value of labor power, plus, surplus value. New labor time equals V plus S, problem of capital is to make sure labor time exceeds V. Measured by SNLT, focus is on how long workers are forced to work. Capitalist production of commodities equals unity of labor process plus valorization process, realization of surplus value. Commentary. Turning from production in general, or the labor process in general, to production and the labor process within capitalism, involves turning, in the language of Chapter 1, from the analysis of useful labor to that of abstract labor, the substance of value, and the capitalist focus on extracting surplus labor, or surplus value. Noting that what businesses purchase in the market are the means of production and labor power, Marx makes an historical observation, namely that as capitalists appear on the historical scene and take over control of production, they take control of existing labor processes. The general character of the labor process is evidently not changed by the fact that the worker works for the capitalist instead of for himself. Moreover, the particular methods and operations employed are not immediately altered. The transformation of the mode of production itself, which results from the subordination of labor to capital, can only occur later on, and we shall therefore deal with it in a later chapter. 31. This distinction, which Marx later develops, in chapters 14 and 15 and in results of the immediate process of production, is between the formal subsumption of labor to capital and the real subsumption of labor to capital. In the former, the labor process is unmodified, and conflict primarily concerns how much labor capital is able to impose. In the later, capitalists transform the labor process, and conflict also turns on the organization of production and its implications for productivity. This distinction is emphasized in Capital by the division between Part 3, on absolute surplus value, where the focus is on how long workers work, and Part 4, on relative surplus value, where the focus is on transformations of the labor process, increases in productivity and resulting increases in surplus value. If the labor process is at first untransformed, then what does change when capital takes over? Marx's answer at the end of section 1 of this chapter is twofold. First, the worker works under the control of the capitalist to whom his labor power belongs. Second, the product is the property of the capitalist. 32 People lose their status as independent peasants and artisans and are subordinated to and controlled by their employers, who by owning the labor power set in motion, and eventually the tools and the raw materials, also own the product. 33 Section 2 considers the labor process from the point of view of the goals and intentions of capitalists: the realization of an increase in value over investment, M, or a surplus value, M0. Here we discover that for labor to have the quality of value, capitalists must succeed in extracting a surplus, over and beyond the labor necessary to produce the means of subsistence required to reproduce the labor power of their workers. Success in extracting surplus labor means the generation of surplus value, the sine qua non for capitalism's expanded reproduction. Therefore, to truly understand value, we must restudy it from the capitalist optic of surplus value. From the point of view of the labor process, we examined actual labor and the means of production. From the point of view of surplus value, what counts is the distinction between necessary labor and surplus labor. Although the labor embodied in the means of production and the labor required to produce the means of subsistence are both necessary, the former has already been performed in the past, Marx reserves the term necessary labor to whatever SNLT is necessary to produce the consumer goods required to reproduce the working class. This distinction between necessary labor and surplus labor, the heart of Marx's concept of exploitation, has been attacked by his detractors, especially by economists who would limit the concept of exploitation to situations in which the marginal value of the product of labor exceeds the wage. 34 If, as Marx assumes, today's surplus labor is invested in improving production, they argue, and if those improvements raise the productivity of consumer good production and the standard of living, then it hardly makes sense to speak of surplus labor. Shouldn't we rather speak of labor necessary today and labor necessary for the future? There are at least 4 answers to this attack. First, there is no guarantee that the investment of surplus labor will raise the productivity of consumer good production or improve standards of living. Investment may take place in the production of only the means of production required for producing more producer goods. 35 2. Goods that make no positive contribution to the standard of living, example the products of the military-industrial prison complex. 3. Luxury goods beyond the purchasing power of virtually all workers, example multi-million-dollar condos, mansions, yachts or private jet planes. Or 4. Instruments of speculation through which workers are defrauded of their savings and become victims of financial crises. Second, there is also no guarantee that even investment that does raise the productivity of consumer good production, lowering their per unit value, will result in higher real wages and increased standards of living. Capitalists may succeed in capturing the fruits of such increased productivity by lowering wages and increasing surplus value, profits. Indeed, much of Marx's analysis in chapters 12 to 15 assumes such success. Third, there are no guarantees that investment in consumer good production will be carried out in ways that avoid negative externalities, either of the goods produced, example dangerous products that harm their purchasers, or of production processes that are destructive of consumers' environment. Capitalists regularly produce products with poisons that undermine their consumers' health. Mountaintop removal for coal mining and fracking for natural gas both produce energy products purchased by workers but poison the environment. Such negative externalities may offset any apparent gains from greater access to consumer goods. Fourth, the most general objection, however, concerns how in capitalism the extraction of surplus labor serves to expand the imposition of labor as social control, tout court. Economists who worship markets pretend that ultimately capitalists produce what worker qua consumers demand. Supply is determined by demand. That pretense is undermined by the obvious fact that much of demand derives not from workers but from capitalists and governments that they control, and as a result a great deal of what is produced, and the labor required, is not determined by workers' demands. It also ignores the ways and degrees to which what we do demand is shaped by capitalist investment in advertising, the cultivation of consumerism and pro-capitalist ideologies. Were, of course, all surplus labor performed to meet workers' future self-defined needs alone, then the economists would be correct, today's surplus labor would be necessary to meet tomorrow's needs. But that will only take place in a post-capitalist world of what Marx called associated producers or communism, the antithesis of capitalism, a world where one works to live, rather than living to work. Capitalists want the new labor expended in the labor process to be of sufficient quantity to cover the costs of labor power and generate an investable surplus. As he elaborates in the next chapter, under those circumstances the value of the product embodies the value of the means of production, constant capital constant because this value does not change, and new value incorporated in the product. This new value derives from employing purchased labor power, variable capital variable because the amount of work performed can vary, sufficiently to pay workers the value of their labor power plus a surplus value. Symbolically, investment equals C, in MP, plus V, in LP. LP in P, produces V plus S. The value of the product equals C plus V plus S. Where C equals value, the SNLT, embodied in the means of production, and V plus S equals newly produced value, The SNLT expended in this labor process, of which V equals the SNLT required to produce the worker's necessary means of subsistence, and S equals surplus labor or surplus value. Therefore, the value of labor power, and the value which that labor power valorizes in the labor process are two entirely different magnitudes. 36 Assuming the intensity and productivity of labor constant, as he has done up to this point, then the amount of labor is measured by time or duration of the labor process. This issue, the hours of labor, V plus S, is the central subject of chapters 7 to 10 and is determined by class struggle. There is an important interaction here between qualitative and quantitative factors, central to the understanding of capitalist production. If the workers work only so long as is necessary to reproduce themselves, this may happen directly in agriculture if they are paid part of the crop, indirectly in manufacturing, then the employer obtains no surplus value and fails as a capitalist. To be successful, employers must extract surplus value to finance future investment. 37. This is vital to his whole discussion that the major qualitative determination of what is peculiar to capitalist control of the labor process is the amount of work imposed. What we have here is a concretization of the tendency that we discovered in the expanded form of value analyzed in Chapter 1, i.e., capital's tendency to continuously expand. Here, at the social core, is expansion of the amount of work it imposes, via reinvestment of surplus value, and thus the expansion of its hold on human life, either bringing an increased number of people under its control or tightening its grip on current workers. The purpose of labor when workers control the process is the transformation of nature to supply whatever they judge necessary to satisfy and fulfill their lives, individually and socially. The purpose of labor under capital is more labor than the workers would perform for themselves, surplus labor, in order to expand its control over society. For the moment Marx does not question or analyze the reasons for this unending quest by capital for surplus labor. We can see the imposition of labor as the imposition of a certain kind of social control, but why does this expand? Why the quest for more and more control over more people, over more of their energy and the hours/days/weeks/months and years of their lives? This is not answered here. Marx simply notes that this is the case and goes on to analyze the implications of this for human beings managed through labor. Alienation. Besides imposing more work, control by capital transforms the meaning of work. Because capitalists control tools, the raw materials, and direct the labor process, workers work for their employers and not for themselves. It is the capitalist who brings living labor, LP, and dead labor, MP, together. It is the capitalist that orders the worker to infuse life into the dead. But this godlike necromancy has turned malevolent. The dead flesh endowed with life becomes an animated monster who, turning against its creator, slowly strangles the worker. How? If the product is a machine, capitalists will use it to exploit workers. If the product is a consumer good or service, then workers will only have legal access to it to the degree that they accept the despotism of capitalists over their lives by prostituting themselves in the labor market. Workers' labor is no longer simply one form of life activity in which they interact with nature, it becomes the means through which they are controlled and dominated. Where in the case of the free human, work would appear as one free manifestation of life, hence as an enjoyment of life. 38 Under capitalism this interaction becomes an alienation of life. Whereas for the free human this kind of activity would be one way of affirming the specific nature of my individuality, an exteriorization of myself in things, under capital this work process in which my own being and talents are embodied in a product is one in which the product is alien to me, owned by the capitalist and used against me. It is a forced activity and one imposed on me only through an external capitalist fortuitous need, not through an inner, essential one. 39. This theme of the alienation of work and of the products of work was elaborated by Marx in the 1840s and remains in his analysis even through Capital. It was particularly present and developed in the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844 and in his comments on James Mill, 1844, Point 40. The alienation of work means that with capitalists in control of the labor process, work is no longer the autonomous means of self-expression and fulfillment to workers but is rather an alien force imposed on them, dominating them. The alienation of the product of labor means that the product, rather than being a fulfilling objectification of the worker's personality, becomes a weapon for controlling the worker. Work as a form of life is alienated above all because it is forced from the outside, imposed by capital. His labor is therefore not voluntary, but coerced, it is forced labor. It is therefore not the satisfaction of a need, it is merely a means to satisfy needs external to it. Its alien character emerges clearly in the fact that as soon as no physical or other compulsion exists, labor is shunned like the plague. Labor is not his own, but someone else's, that it does not belong to him, that in it he belongs, not to himself, but to another. It is the loss of his self. Point 41. The resentment of work. There are two elements here: first, the labor is forced; second, the worker feels it as such and shuns it. The first of these is the main point, whether the second is true is secondary. In some jobs, some workers may feel that work is pleasant or enjoyable even though the work is being done for capital. While much of capitalist schooling and ideology seek to instill a work ethic, even for unpleasant jobs, it is also true that some of us are able to get paid for doing work that interests us, that we would choose to do even if we had an independent source of income that freed us from the labor market and capital's dominion. Point 42. But whether we enjoy our work, or resent it, is secondary to the reality of its imposition. It may be that, as Marx says, the worker therefore only feels himself outside his work, and in his work feels outside himself. He feels at home when he is not working. But then we may also have lucked out, obtained an interesting job, or decided, consciously or not, to make the best of a bad situation and learn to enjoy working. The issue of psychological alienation is important because so many experience it but is entirely secondary to Marx's analysis. However secondary it may be, dislike for work pervades capitalist society. We are surrounded with cultural manifestations of people's resentment of work, from bumper stickers "work sucks, but I need the bucks" or "I'm in no hurry, I'm on my way to work," through desk and office signs announcing "work may not hurt you, but why take the chance" or "I love my job, it's the work I hate" or "work is a four-letter word," to such widely appreciated cultural icons as the Garfield cartoon strip in which the main character detests Monday and lives for the weekend. People identify with this attitude despite the way Garfield never goes to work, no matter what day it is. It is the attitude that matters, the almost universal loathing of the obligated return to the working week. At the end of that week, the most common prayer in America, regardless of one's religious faith, is "Thank God, it's Friday," or TGIF, which, among other things, was adopted by the TGI Friday restaurant chain because of its widespread appeal. During the countercultural revolution of the 1960s, the term alienation came to be used quite broadly to refer to all feelings of estrangement. Marx's economic and philosophic manuscripts of 1844 coupled with Capital provides theoretical weapons to understand not only alienation in work but the experience of alienation throughout life once we recognize how capitalism has succeeded in converting so much of life to imposed work. Two songs from the 1960s express such feelings of general alienation: "The Sound of Silence" by Simon and Garfunkel and "Eleanor Rigby" by the Beatles. Point 43. In the first of these songs, the singer wanders the streets alone amidst thousands of equally isolated individuals talking and talking but never connecting precisely the experience of the alienation of worker from worker, of person from person when all are merely workers for capital instead of being involved with each other as a result of their own self-activity. The second portrays two isolated individuals, ignored and abandoned by others. Those songs gave voice to individual experiences and feelings of alienation within mass urbanized society and resonated in the emotions of millions. They are not intellectual essays on alienation, like Marx's texts; they are, instead, poetic evocations of daily pain. Their favorable reception over the years, measured by recording sales and views on YouTube, has demonstrated just how widespread that pain has been. In the years since, anti-work songs have proliferated. Several are discussed in my commentary on Chapter 10, Section 5. Aliens and Monsters. Irrespective of the feelings of workers, however, work is imposed and the product of the labor process is used to control the producers, so work becomes something alien, as a power independent of the producer. Under these economic conditions, this realization of labor appears as loss of realization for the workers, objectification as loss of the object and bondage to it, appropriation as estrangement, as alienation. The greater this product, the less is he himself. The life which he has conferred on the object confronts him as something hostile and alien. 44. As property of the capitalist, as either means of production or means of subsistence, the product of labor becomes the means of forcing people to work, it becomes capital. The alien in this horror movie is capital. The worker has imbued dead, objectified means of production with life, created something new, but then this product, raised from the dead, turns monster and dominates its creator. This is a complete reversal of the labor process described in the first part of Chapter 7. Their humans are godlike, mobilizing passive or dead things, and endowing them with life. Here capital, by using dead things, MP and MS, as moments of itself, mobilizes and dominates living labor. It subordinates work as one kind of life activity to itself. The worker is lost to himself and has the misfortune to be a living capital. Here the worker appears as a zombie, the living dead, human life suspended and used by death. Instead of working to live, we have living to work, the ideal of the capitalist work ethic. Humans become, as Marx says, nothing more than workers. 45. Or again in the Grundriss, the positing of an individual's entire time as labor time, and his degradation therefore to mere worker, subsumption under labor. 46. Instead of work providing one form of fulfilling being for humans, all forms of human being are subordinated to work. Thus, under capital, alienation takes four forms. 1. The alienation of workers from their labor. Living labor becomes an alien means for controlling them rather than fulfilling them. 2. The alienation of workers from their product. The products they create become alien to them. Owned by the capitalists, they are separated from them and then used for dominating and controlling them. 3. The alienation of workers from each other. The stripping away of their self-realization within their species means the estrangement of man from man. What applies to a man's relation to his work, to the product of his work, and to himself, also holds of a man's relation to the other man. 47. Thus capital ruptures the interactions between people and forces them to exist and to act according to its directions. First, the domination of their lives by work means that they have, effectively, very little time and energy available for relationships with each other. They are alienated from each other in the simplest sense, being separated. Second, the capitalist imposition of competition and hierarchy pits them against one another, estranges them from one another precisely in so far as their lives are defined only in terms of their relation to capital and not in terms of unmediated relationships between each other. Thus the loneliness and separateness of life in capitalist society portrayed in the songs above. 4. The alienation of workers from their species being, therefore work, which was one means of human interaction, one way of fulfilling human species being as a collectivity, becomes merely a means to ensure individual existence. In tearing away from humans the object of their production, the product estranged labor tears away from them their species life, their real objectivity as a member of the species. 48. Absent are the positive phenomena associated with the interaction of humans with each other in their work and in the sharing of their products, such as Marx imagined existing in some society free of capitalist domination. In your enjoyment or use of my product I would have the direct enjoyment both of being conscious of having satisfied a human need by my work, that is, of having objectified man's essential nature, and of having thus created an object corresponding to the need of another man's essential nature. I would have been for you the mediator between you and the species. In the individual expression of my life I would have directly created your expression of your life, and therefore in my individual activity I would have directly confirmed and realized my true nature, my human nature, my communal nature. Our products would be so many mirrors in which we saw reflected our essential nature. 49. Thus, capital undermines not only our individual self-realization through the transformation of nature, but also our mutual interactions as we carry on these activities communally. In Capital, all of this discussion is left out. Marx does not insert this long analysis of the manuscripts into Capital which he wrote years later. This has led some interpreters to see a sharp rupture between the young Marx of the 1840s and the mature Marx of the 1860s. Yet, there are clearly important elements of this analysis which persist, indeed are amplified, in Capital. 50. Here, in Chapter 7, value, through the labor process, becomes an animated monster. 51. Later, in Chapter 10, we find this monster is pictured by Marx as a vampire. Capital is dead labor, which, vampire-like, lives only by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks. 52. The evocation, of course, is not of the vampire who kills quickly at one feeding, but who returns again and again to slowly sap the life force of its victim. The dead labor is precisely the products produced by workers, products that have become alien objects, part of capital, and are used to dominate workers. The expression sucking living labor clearly means forcing humans to work, and the more they are forced to work the more products are produced, the more surplus value, the more capital thrives. He also speaks of capital's werewolf-like hunger for surplus labor, again the alien monster seeking ever to impose more work. 53. And then in Chapter 11 we find, in somewhat less picturesque language, it is no longer the worker who employs the means of production, but the means of production which employ the worker. Instead of being consumed by him as material elements of his productive activity, they consume him as the ferment necessary to their own life process, and the life process consists solely in its own motion as self-valorizing value. 54. Further, in the chapters on machinery and modern industry there is a whole discussion about how under capital the worker comes to serve the machine, rather than vice versa. Clearly, the core of the analysis of alienation is very much alive in Capital insofar as it concerns the way capital distorts human self-activity and relationships with each other. Rather than creating things as extensions of self, individual and collective, humans become the tools of capital and their creations turned against them. What is missing, it seems, is the way Marx in the early writings spoke of the feelings of workers. There he discoursed freely about workers enjoying activity, or finding it hateful, of feeling at home or of feeling outside, etc. Absent in Capital is any extended discussion of working class consciousness and its relationship to their situation. Marx is concerned here with the dynamics of capitalist domination and with working class struggle against it, but he no longer spends time exploring the relationship between what is going on and what workers think or feel about it. He examines their subjectivity in their actions rather than in their minds. Alienation in reproduction. As suggested earlier, the ever more extensive intervention of capital into the management of people's lives off the shop floor, out of office, in homes and families, in schools and spaces of recreation, demands not only the recognition of its efforts to reduce our lives to the work of creating and recreating our labor power, but also an analysis of the kinds of alienation that must inevitably be associated with such intervention. Let us examine, one after another, the degree to which Marx's four aspects of alienation are present within the sphere of reproduction and whatever differences there may be with their presence within production. The first form of alienation for waged workers is from their labor. With their labor processes defined for them by their employers, their work activities are clearly not free expressions of their own will and creativity. In the sphere of reproduction, on the contrary, people appear to be on their own, self-directing. In Section 1, I mentioned, as examples of the unwaged work of reproduction, procreation, gestation, child rearing, teaching, training, disciplining or retraining. Each of these may include a variety of different, concrete labor processes, but the key issue vis-a-vis alienation are the ways and the degree to which capital dictates such processes and strips those performing them of their autonomous control and ability to exercise their own will/creativity. Clearly, the subspheres of reproduction where there is the least direct control by capital pose the greatest challenge to the relevance of Marx's analysis of alienation in production. So, let's examine what some have argued is the freest such subsphere, the home. Some consider the home and family as entirely free of capitalist relations, indeed as refuges from the exploitation and alienation suffered in waged and salaried jobs. No obvious employer stands over those doing housework, telling them what to do and how to do it. At the end of the waged working day, do not many flee the office or factory and seek the sanctuary of home, free of the boss's oversight and demands? Surely, exhausted workers jam evening rush hour traffic, hurrying home, seeking relief, relaxation, friendly faces, dinner, and sleep in the private haven of their apartments and houses. To what degree does the home provide an actual refuge? I did argue, after all, in my commentary on the general form of value, that capital has arranged various forms of mediation within the home and family. Has such intervention been conscious policy? Well, throughout the 20th century, and even before, though not in so comprehensive a fashion, capital has indeed quite consciously intervened in the home, to shape, adjust and dictate what does and does not go on in that supposed sanctuary. The institutions of such intervention have been both private and public. Following, but soon exceeding efforts by other capitalists, the well-known robber baron John Rockefeller set up the General Education Board, GEB, in 1902 with the goal of transforming low productivity, mainly agrarian Southern workers into a more productive and more profitable to employ labor force. The GEB worked to engineer changes in both schooling and the family. It hired lobbyists to push for a generalization of public schooling and, working through the U.S. Department of Agriculture, helped launch home economics by setting up a network of girls' canning clubs to teach modern methods of food preparation and preservation. The purpose was to change the character of the family by transforming the tasks that were performed within it. In the words of Dr. Seaman A. Knapp, a prime mover for the GEB in this domain, the home eventually controls the viewpoint of man, and you may do all that you are a mind to do in the schools, but unless you reach in and get hold of that home and change its conditions, you are nullifying the uplift of the school. We are reaching for the home. 55. Similar programs were implemented to shape the huge numbers of largely peasant immigrants flowing into the United States in the late 1800s and early 1900s. Here too, agents, both private and public, worked to change the habits of people who came to the U.S. from rural areas to those demanded by industry. Again, such programs were aimed at both the habits of waged labor, from working by the sun to working by the clock, and at those of unwaged work in the home. 56. Worker success in achieving less work and higher wages widened the demand for consumer goods and services, inducing business to increase and diversify their production. But business shaped both products and their advertising to cultivate modes of consumption and behavior judged compatible with capitalist ideas about the nature of a proper workforce and proper modes of its reproduction. When labor laws to protect, and sometimes to exclude, women from production were enacted, so that more women were spending more time in the home, consumer goods designed for the home were peddled with screeds preaching their proper use, and thus the proper modes of labor in the home. Similarly, and I return to this in my comments on piecework in chapter 21, along with the production of soaps, washing machines, dishwashers, vacuum cleaners, carpet cleaners, etc. came ever-increasing standards of cleanliness such that not only did the machines regulate the work of cleaning, but the standards dictated more such work as well. In schools, the early work of the GEB soon became regular courses on home economics where children, mainly girls, were trained in the various skills of homemaking, cooking, sewing, and so on under the common assumption that most girls would become married women and need those skills for the work of reproducing labor power. Instead of mothers passing along their often ethnically distinct skills to their daughters, all were being taught the same skills by virtually identical institutions. At the same time, governments, acting primarily as agents of business, wrote laws to regulate family relations of property, marriage, child protection, taxation, and so on, forms of M, K, W, analyzed in my commentary on section 3 of chapter 1. So, although the ideology of capitalism has held the family and home up as the quintessential private sphere, in fact the state has been busy implementing regulations and specifying what could, and what could not, go on there, both among adults and between adults and children. Because those laws and regulations are only as effective as their enforcement, the police and judiciary also played increasingly important roles in structuring family life. Laws may forbid a man to beat his wife if she didn't do her work properly, according to his assessment, or to rape her if she wasn't compliant with his sexual desires, but if the police do not arrest him, nor the courts convict him, laws against marital violence are meaningless. In all these ways, and many more, capital has shaped family life and the behavior of people within the home. What seems private and protected from the pressures of the workaday world, upon closer examination turns out to be highly determined by capital, sometimes to an amazingly detailed degree, through a wide variety of mechanisms. Reared within such institutions and accustomed to their structures, people often internalize the behaviors they have experienced while remaining blind to the forces that have shaped them, a blindness which helps perpetuate the myth of the home as sanctuary. All this is not to say that such intervention cannot be resisted, or that people have not sought to build family relationships based on non-capitalist criteria. But a clear understanding of how capitalists have tried to shape family and home would seem to improve our chances of successfully creating alternatives. As in industry, being clear about what we do not want can help us as we strive to create alternatives. Turning to the second form of alienation, the alienation of workers from their product. How relevant is this to the sphere of reproduction? The product of the work of reproduction is labor power, a willingness and ability to work that can be sold to some capitalist employer. In this case, the alienation of the product is inherent in the product itself. One trains children, as a parent or teacher, or trains/disciplines oneself, to work long and hard to acquire marketable abilities and the willingness to exercise those abilities under the direction of some employer. Moreover, as with other products, once in the hands of the capitalist, the product is then employed against those who sold it, by structuring their work both to control them immediately on the job and to exploit them by extracting surplus value. But what of those whose labor power does not wind up being sold to capitalists? What of houseworkers, mostly housewives, who never enter the labor market? What of the unemployed who strive fruitlessly to prostitute themselves on the labor market, or who, disgusted, turn their back on it? In the case of children who are trained in housework and who go on to work only in the home, we have already seen how, to some degree, they will be doing the work of producing labor power for capital. To the degree that they are reproducing their own labor power, or that of others, spouses or children, they are working for capital. Inasmuch as their product is for capital and will be used by it for its own purposes, then that product, the commodity labor power, is every bit as alienated from them as the commodities produced by factory or office workers. In the case of the so-called unemployed, searching for jobs is clearly work for capital. It makes the labor market function and, as Marx discusses in chapter 25, helps keep down others' wages. Since the 1940s in the United States, some have been paid for this work, in the form of unemployment compensation. 57 To obtain such compensation, workers must generally provide proof of job search interviews with prospective employers. Such workers are not working for wages per se, but whether they receive compensation or not, they are undertaking a labor vital to the functioning of the system as a whole. Moreover, the products of their labor, namely the opportunities they provide capitalists to reorganize their labor force through firing and hiring and the downward pressure on current employee wages, are surely not things which belong to them, they are services provided to capitalists. With respect to the third form of alienation of worker from worker, we must ask if this too can be found within the home, within the family unit, or in any other sphere of reproduction. The answer given by youth and feminist revolt in the 1960s and 1970s was a resounding, and very public, yes. The crisis of the family has haunted capitalist policy makers ever since. The youth revolt of the 1960s was a revolt against virtually every aspect of modern capitalist society, but three dimensions were particularly evident: a revolt against parental authority, a revolt against school, especially against the imposition of curricula determined from above, and a revolt against societal injustice of many forms, from the absence of civil rights to imperialist war. All these revolts took place mainly within the sphere of reproduction, within the family, the school, and the community rather than the wage job place. They were all engendered by revulsion against a life, and possible death, structured and organized by capital in the alienated ways mentioned above. Within the home, the rebellion of children against parental authority was reinforced by, and sometimes spun off from, women's revolt against the patriarchal authority of their husbands and fathers. The feminist movement was formed by women escaping the isolation of the home to the public sphere of collective action and struggle. The division of labor within the nuclear family, which in the 20th century became a norm, wherein husbands worked at wage jobs and women worked at unwaged housework, involved, as I pointed out in my commentary on the general form of value, a hierarchical power relationship in which the men who commanded the wage were also in a position to command their wives, and thus mediate those women's relationship with capital. That command was the most immediate manifestation and concrete form of the capitalist shaping of the family and home and of women's lives. Individually, and then collectively, women revolted against that command, ruptured the mediation and broke out of the hierarchy, the home and the family, to seek better working conditions and better pay, whether those conditions were within or outside the home and whether the pay was a formal wage or a better share of family income. Women also revolted against the perpetuation of patriarchal power within various social movements that challenged this or that aspect of capitalist society. Whether in the anti-war or Black Power or student rights movements, young men, no doubt following the pattern of their fathers, often sought to lead and get their fellow female rebels to follow that lead, to make the coffee and clean up the mess after meetings. But young women increasingly would have none of it. They spoke up and spoke out and soon formed their own autonomous organizations, vital steps in the emergence of militant wings of the feminist movement. In all these cases we find young men and women, and then older men and women following their lead, revolting against what they saw as intolerable conditions of alienation in the home, in the school and in the community. As students, they were sick of being pitted against each other in a highly competitive educational system in which only a few were promoted to higher education and many were discarded or dropped out along the way. They sought cooperation and collective action as a substitute for competition and a dog-eat-dog scrabble for grades and scholarships. In universities, they wanted some control of their curricula and fought for new fields and programs that better met their needs. They also fought against the imposition of too much work, so they would have time to learn on their own, both in libraries and in the streets. Professors and administrators came under pressure, grading became easier, grade inflation was born, and whole new programs of study were created on the basis of militant student desires, example Black Studies, Radical Economics, Insurgent Sociology, Women's Studies, and Chicano Studies. Blurring the distinction between private and public life, they experimented often openly and to the horror of the ideologues of the nuclear family with new family structures, open marriages, communal living arrangements, homosexual partnerships, and so on. The crisis of the family was created by such innovating rebels. Capitalist responses have been varied. Some have adapted and accepted new family structures, as long as they too serve to produce and reproduce labor power. Others have counterattacked in efforts to restore the patriarchal nuclear family, most obviously in efforts to ban contraception and abortion essential to women's control over their own bodies, and in repressive conversion therapy programs and the refusal to recognize LGBTQ rights. Finally, with respect to the fourth form of alienation, that of workers from their species being, because this involves the substitution of the capitalist will for that of workers, both individually and collectively, then to the degree that capital has succeeded in shaping the sphere of reproduction such that we do what it wants/needs, the way it wants and specifies, we are stripped of our humanity every bit as much as we are in the factory or office. When parents become truant officers enforcing capitalist hours on learning, or drill sergeants ferociously imposing the arduous work of competitive sports on their children, then neither parents nor children are living autonomously but are both playing predesignated roles in the capitalist machine. When parents expect and husbands demand that young women become brood mares to perpetuate the family, i.e., the labor force, and either set aside their own dreams and autonomous plans or take them up only as a second job alongside their primary one within the home, then both the women and those imposing these standards are, once again, playing predesignated roles within capitalist accumulation and have effectively given up the free exercise of their own wills. That some people have consciously embraced the capitalist values and roles of such institutions doesn't obviate their loss of autonomy, and thus of their humanity. Given Marx's theory of human species being as the exercise of the will, we must conclude that a human or a group of humans, can, after all, choose to be less than human by giving up its exercise. And this is true whether we are dealing with the sphere of production or that of reproduction. It is also true whether we are dealing with workers or capitalists. Resistance. Whether in the spheres of production factories, fields, or offices or in those of reproduction family or school, all of these forms of alienation have been resisted or subverted. On the job, workers have autonomously modified labor processes to make them easier and safer, or they have sabotaged them to shut down production and escape. In families, housewives have resisted outside efforts to shape their efforts and increase their workloads, sometimes choosing to escape completely. In schools, students have demanded changes in curricula and refused work in both classrooms and at home, sometimes dropping out entirely. On the job, workers have directly appropriated their products or sabotaged them. In families, adults have helped each other and their children resist pressures to become nothing more than mere workers. In schools, by pursuing their own intellectual and political goals, students have diverted time and energy from the production of labor power. On the job, workers have overcome capital's imposed divisive divisions, of race, gender, and ethnicity, to collaborate, from informal shop floor organizing to formal organizations such as unions as vehicles for collective bargaining. In families, women have demanded, and many husbands and children have agreed, to share housework, subverting the patriarchal hierarchy of the nuclear family. More generally, a generation of women have overtly challenged that hierarchy and forced men to recognize its existence and agree to find or invent alternative, more rewarding relationships. Similarly, in rejecting absolute parental authority, children have demanded and often achieved more equitable relationships within the home and vis-a-vis outside activities such as schoolwork. In schools, students have resisted being pitted against each other. Rejecting competition and embracing collaboration, they have organized for collective action both within schools and in the larger community. In all these actions, on the job and off, by asserting their own wills, individually and collectively, people have affirmed, to one degree or another, what Marx calls their species being. The alienated capitalist. Although Marx was unconcerned with capitalists as individuals, many social commentators, novelists, poets, songwriters, and filmmakers have been. A recurring theme in their treatment of the fate of individuals who become capitalists or functionaries of capital has been that success in the rat race does not breed happiness. Success, of course, being defined in terms of moving up the capitalist wage and salary hierarchy, of moving into positions where you are more of a manager of others and less of a worker being managed. The payoff for such movement is income and power, wealth, and status. The image of the successful capitalist has largely been substituted in contemporary society for older images of the royalty and nobility. Against such ideology, which portrays the successful businessperson as the hero of capitalist society, has been pitted the more critical view that while success is materially rewarding, its achievement is also spiritually and socially exhausting. The cost of competing has been the isolation of the workaholic, which is not all that different from the isolation of the worker chained to the assembly line, or the housewife trapped in the home. In each case, life is reduced to work with all its alienations, especially the isolation from fulfilling relationships with others. Sometimes this theme has been developed as critical commentary, sometimes as a warning to those tempted by the obvious payoffs of success but blind to the costs. One such treatment in the 1960s was Simon and Garfunkel's song Richard Cory, an adaptation of a poem by Edwin Arlington Robinson, 1869–1935, in which, much to the dismay of one of his workers who envied him, the successful businessman goes home one night and puts a bullet through his head. 58. Chapter 8, Constant and Variable Capital. Outline of Marx's analysis. Constant capital equals C. Value invested in the means of production, MP. Value embodied in MP. Variable capital equals V. Value invested in the hiring of labor power, LP. Hired labor power, LP. Labor preserves old value, by virtue of its character as useful labor. Creates new value, by virtue of its character as abstract labor. Workers create new value, more work, more value. If more than the value of their labor power, V, they create surplus value, S. MP. Transfer their value to the product as they are used up. Quickly for raw materials. Over time for tools and machinery, depreciation. Their value undergoes a metempsychosis. It deserts the consumed body to occupy the newly created one. Secondary points. 1. Marx treats the repairs of machines, i.e., the value imparted to them during repairs, the same as their original creation. The repair labor is added to the original labor to determine their value. Depreciation is that which no doctor can cure. 2. With the value embodied in the product equals C plus V plus S. Rise or fall of the SNLT required for producing MP or LP. Rise or fall in value of C plus V. S will diminish or increase. Commentary. Although aimed at clarifying and elaborating the content of the previous chapter, Marx's use of language in this chapter is misleading. Writing of labor preserving, transferring or creating value makes value sound like some metaphysical essence, some ethereal substance which can be conjured into being, conserved, or transferred from one object to another. This is particularly true when he writes of value undergoing a metempsychosis, a term which usually refers to the transmigration of souls from one body to another. These verbs, preserve, create, transfer, are all transitive verbs that seem to have an object, value. Because value is not an object, but a socio-political aspect of labor, these words obscure the phenomena they are intended to evoke. We can, however, bring those phenomena into the light. Creating value is nothing more than the simple act of working within the context of capitalist institutions. Workers create value every time their labor performs the roles capital assigns to it, i.e., creating commodities that are sold and on which a surplus value is realized, and, in the process, serving to keep people's lives centered on work, now and in the future. Preserving or transferring value refers simply to how useful labor, if it is performed competently, guarantees that the SNLT previously embodied in raw materials and machinery becomes part of the total SNLT required for the creation of the final product. Incompetent labor, or intentional sabotage, which results in wasted raw materials, broken machinery, or flawed products, not only fails to add new value but nullifies the previous labor that went into producing the means of production. In this chapter, as in Chapter 7, Marx further develops the fundamental dichotomy he set out in Chapter 1 between useful labor and abstract labor. Here it is the useful labor, the actual concrete processes of labor that produce a use value which preserves, through its competence, the labor already invested in prior stages of production. It is the additional characteristic of that useful labor as abstract labor, that makes it count as additional value. With respect to his comments on the repair of machinery, his point is a simple one: the labor it takes to create a machine and the labor it takes to keep it running are all necessary for its continued functioning and counts as value. However, his analysis of the labor that repairs machinery can be extended to the labor that repairs labor power. Later on, in chapter 23 of Capital, Marx offers some analysis of this issue, but we can at least notice it here. Repairing and producing labor power. In chapter 6, the labor required to reproduce the ability and willingness to work was defined as that embodied in the means of subsistence. The labor of repairing labor power, analogous to that which repairs machinery, raises new issues. Operating coffee machines at work to obtain the caffeine necessary to stay alert on the job is labor that obviously repairs and maintains labor power. But brewing off-the-job morning coffee to wake up, get to work and begin work, also renews labor power. Then there's the work of caring for those on sick leave, of patching up the psychological wounds incurred on the job. In short, much of housework contributes to the daily, weekly, and annual repair of labor power. This labor neither creates commodities purchased with the wage, nor does it create commodities that the capitalist purchases and then provides to the worker. Such labor, because it does not produce a capitalist marketed good, is not counted in the value of labor power. It certainly influences that value, as I pointed out in my commentary on chapter 6, but unlike the labor that repairs machinery, it is not counted in the value of labor power. Yet, the amount of work involved in repairing labor power is probably much greater than that involved in repairing machinery. When you count all the work done by individuals taking care of themselves and all the work done by other family members and friends, you have a tremendous amount. Unaccounted for in Marx's value theory, it also remains uncounted in capitalist measures of labor performed or of market value produced, example national product accounting that only tallies up the market values of sold commodities. Only when such work is done by professional cooks, housekeepers, cleaning establishments, prostitutes, psychotherapists, and so on, are the hours of work measured and the purchased service counted as part of the value of labor power. Against this almost universal refusal to recognize the importance and quantity of housework, some Marxist feminists have pointed out its essential role in the reproduction of capital and created an international wages for housework campaign of women demanding regular payment for their work of procreating, rearing, and repairing labor power. In some places, government pronatalist policies have indirectly recognized the validity of these arguments by awarding money to women for having children. In some recent divorce and separation legal cases, women and some hired economists have argued persuasively that such work has economic value. A few economists have argued that housework should have a value imputed to it and should be included in measures of gross national product. Chapter 9, The Rate of Surplus Value. Overview of Chapter. Section 1, The Degree of Exploitation of Labor Power. Section 2, The representation of components of value by parts of the product. Section 3, Senior's Last Hour. Section 4, Surplus Product. Preliminary Commentary. Partly, this chapter sets out some basic definitions that Marx utilizes in the rest of the text. Partly, he is explaining some of the implications of the last two chapters where he introduced surplus value, constant capital, and variable capital. One implication is how his analysis provides the basis for repudiating an argument by Oxford professor Nassau W. Sr., 1790–1864, against any reduction in the length of the working day. Section 1, The Degree of Exploitation of Labor Power. Outline of Marx's analysis. Surplus value, S, equals excess of value of product over value of inputs. Value of capital advanced, C, equals value of inputs equals constant capital, C, plus variable capital, V, equals C plus V. Total value of product equals C plus V, plus S. Constant capital, C, refers to the concrete fixed capital, machinery, factories, etc., plus raw materials used in production, but also refers to the value of investment in these inputs. Fixed capital gives up only a part of its value, C1, in each period. Raw materials, C2, are completely used up. So, C equals C1 plus C2. New value equals V plus S. V equals variable capital equals value of investment in labor power, LP. V equals value of LP. Equals value required to reproduce LP. Equals SNLT for production of C, MS, equals necessary labor time equals necessary labor. S equals extra labor time over necessary labor equals surplus labor time equals surplus labor. Rates of extraction of S. S/V equals rate of surplus value equals rate of exploitation equals surplus labor / necessary labor. S/C plus V equals rate of profit. Commentary. A redefinition, whereas up to this point, Marx has mostly used the term necessary labor purely within the context of the socially necessary labor time required to produce all commodities. In this section, with apology, see footnote 5, he narrows his usage of the term to denote the socially necessary labor time required to produce the C, MS, required to reproduce labor power. Henceforth, necessary labor refers to the labor necessary for the reproduction of this key commodity, necessary, he points out, not only from the point of view of workers' survival, but also for capital, because the continued existence of the worker is the basis of that world. 59. The most interesting thing in this section concerns the difference between two measures of the rate of extracting a surplus from the workers. The rate of surplus value, S/V, compares surplus labor time, S, with necessary labor time, V. With V plus S equals total labor time, ratio S/V measures the proportion of the worker's day given up to the capitalist versus the amount spent on self-reproduction, i.e., reproducing the value of labor power. This is very much a worker's view, because the focus is on workers' time and how much of it is appropriated by their employers with no compensation. Because theft is involved, Marx also calls the rate of surplus value the rate of exploitation. Clearly, the higher the ratio S/V, the higher percentage of the worker's day is being appropriated by the capitalist and the smaller the proportion workers are laboring to meet their own needs. The rate of profit, S/C plus V, on the other hand, compares surplus labor time, S, with the capitalist's total investment, C plus V. This measure, which, as Marx points out, dramatically underestimates the degree of exploitation, preoccupies capitalists, because it measures how much they earn in relation to how much they invest. Expressing the rate of profit in value terms reveals the exploitation hidden behind the similar, more familiar calculations of monetary rates of profit, net revenue/costs, calculated by business to measure their success. 60. The rate of surplus value is never calculated by capitalists for three reasons. First, it's impractical. Despite the way in which all capitalists carefully measure work time and labor productivity, the labor time required for each unit of output, to extract the most surplus labor possible, see chapters 12 to 15, such work time data is never available in forms that would make it possible to distinguish between V and S. 61 second, even if it were, both V and S are measured by SNLT, whose measurement would require that all producers keep and make available such data. Third, it would be too revealing. Capitalists are not inclined to make such calculations, because the results would draw attention to the distinction between the time workers work for their bosses versus the time they work for themselves. This of course is precisely one objective of Marx's value theory, to reveal what is going on from the worker's point of view, the reality hidden by capitalists' usual monetary calculations. In footnote 3, he points this out: the rate of profit is no mystery when one knows the laws of surplus value. But if one works in the reverse direction, one comprehends neither the one nor the other. 62. Section 2, the representation of components of value by parts of the product. Outline of Marx's analysis. Stage 1, C, V, and S. can be represented by proportional parts of the product. Because each part embodies a given amount of labor time. With prices equals values, assume 1 shilling, S, equals 0.5 hour SNLT. A total product, C, of 20 pounds of cotton yarn is worth 30s. Components of that value are C equals cost of constant capital equals 24s, of which 20 pounds of raw cotton cost 20s. Depreciation of the spindles used to produce the 20 pounds of yarn equals 4s. V equals cost of variable capital equals 3s, or 6 HRS of new labor. S equals surplus value or profit equals 3s, or 6 HRS of new labor. These values of 24s, 3s and 3s can be represented by 16 pounds, 2 pounds, and 2 pounds of yarn respectively. Stage 2, C embodies 60 HRS SNLT. 48 to produce C. 6 to produce V. 6 to produce S. Stage 3, temporal progression in production. Commentary. The purpose of this rather tedious section is to clarify the set of relationships used in the next section to debunk Nassau Senior's argument that a shortening of the working day by 1 hour would wipe out all surplus value. Marx's presentation progresses through 3 stages. First, he shows how the value of the various components of the final product can be represented by proportional parts of that product. Second, he then presents the amount of labor time involved in producing both components and final product. Finally, he traces the temporal sequence of that labor. Stage 1 corresponds to the title of this section, the representation of components of value by parts of the product. To illustrate how such representation can be done, he conjures up a hypothetical example, namely the production of 20 pounds of cotton yarn, requiring 20 pounds of cotton, spindles for spinning 63 and 12 hours of spinning labor. His example assumes both that the cotton yarn is a commodity being produced by workers for some capitalist who wants to turn his money into capital by extracting a surplus value or profit, and that monetary prices are equal to, and can therefore represent, values. This last assumption justifies his analysis of the value of the product and its inputs in terms of shillings rather than SNLT. 64. Assuming the value of the 20 pounds of cotton yarn when sold to be 30 shillings, 30s, and the cost of production consisting of the value of the cotton from which it is spun, 20s, the depreciation, value lost through wear and tear, of the spindles, 4s, and the wages of the spinners, 3s, that investment of 27s, 20s plus 4s plus 3s, returns a surplus value of 3s, 30s to 27s. Given the values of these components, the amounts of yarn that represent or embody those values are the following. The value of the constant capital, 20s plus 4s, is embodied in and can be represented by 16 pounds of yarn, 13 1/3 lb for value of the cotton, 2 2/3 lb for depreciated value of the spindles. The remaining 4 pounds of yarn embodies both the value of labor power, 3s, and the surplus value, 3s, so the value of labor power is embodied in 2 pounds of yarn and the surplus value in 2 pounds. In other words, we have the following correspondences. C equals C plus V plus S. 30s equals 24s plus 3s plus 3s. 20 pounds equals 16 pounds plus 2 pounds plus 2 pounds. Stage 2 begins when he switches from calculating corresponding values and weights of product to calculating the amounts of SNLT embodied in the various components and final product. This has, of course, been implicit in the assumption that prices, in shillings, are equal to values, but diving behind shillings into labor time leads to new revelations. The take-off point for this dive is the observation that the 12 hours of SNLT that produced the cotton yarn results in a new value of SIXS, 3s plus 3s, or 1 hour of SNLT results in 0.5 s of value. Therefore, assuming the correspondence between labor time and shillings has remained the same from the previous period, in which the cotton and spindle were produced, and the current period, when the cotton yarn is produced, The amount of SNLT required to generate a value of 30s is 60 hours. But only 12 of these hours are new, those expended to produce the cotton yarn. The other 48 hours of labor were expended in the previous period to produce the cotton and the depreciated part of the spindles. Stage 3 of his exposition imagines, as the production of the yarn proceeds, an association of additional hours of labor and value, with factors of production. Producing 1/2 lb of yarn per hour, 20 lb/12 HRS, in 8 HRS the spinner can produce 13 1/3 lb of yarn, which embodies the value of the cotton. As his laboring continues, the spinner produces more yarn, embodying the value of the depreciated spindles, the value of labor power and surplus value. Then, using the same example, Marx notes how the same components of value, C, V, and S can be represented in terms of proportional parts of the total SNLT employed in production, i.e., 12 HRS. In this case the values of C equals 24s, V equals 3s and S equals 3s, are the result of 9 HRS 38 minutes, 1 HR 12 minutes and 1 HR 12 minutes of labor, respectively. But while this accounting process correlates the amounts produced with the labor time expended on and by various factors of production, both old and new, it is a mistake one committed by capitalist sycophants such as Senior and debunked in the next section to associate particular hours of labor with particular elements of value, especially to think that only the last hour of labor produces surplus value and therefore cannot be cut without wiping it out. Section 3, Senior's Last Hour. Outline of Marx's analysis. Nassau Senior. Reducing the working day by 1 hour would wipe out all manufacturing profits, S. The component parts of the total value of the final product can be represented by parts of the time worked. i.e., C plus V equals 10.5 HRS, S equals 1 HR. Reduce work time by 1 hour 0 S. Marx's critique. In each hour of the working day constant capital is being used up. Reduce work time by 1 hour. Reduction of C. Less reduction of S. Commentary. This section builds on the previous one to elaborate Marx's critique of Nassau Senior, who supported the opposition of British manufacturers to the Factory Acts by arguing that proposed reductions in work time would wipe out profits, or surplus value, and destroy British industry. Here, he shows how Senior used the argument that the components of value can be represented either by parts of the product, or by parts of the time used to produce the product to oppose work time reductions. Marx's critique is simple enough. He shows the fallacy of Senior's reasoning by recalling that each hour of production processes elements of constant capital, raw cotton spun with spindles into yarn, and by demonstrating how that simple fact undermines Senior's argument. He concludes his argument in showing how the rate of surplus value will only drop from 100% to 82.6%. Some may find this argument troubling, however, not because it is wrong, in Marx's terms, but because it is not framed in terms of profit, or net profit, as Senior would have it. It is, however, easy to frame the conclusion in terms of absolute levels of profit, the rate of profit or the rate of exploitation. Restating Senior's initial example in Marx's terms, an 11.5-hour day gives the following results. C equals 115,000, total value of product. C equals 95,000, constant capital, including depreciation, and V equals 10,000, wages. So, investment costs equals C plus V equals 105,000. Assuming, as Senior does, that S/V equals 1, or 100%, 10,000/10,000. Net profit or S equals 10,000, C plus V, or 115,000 to 105,000. Therefore, the rate of profit, S/C plus V, equals 10,000/105,000 equals 9.5%. The results of a 1-hour drop in the working day, from 11.5 to 10.5 hours, can be calculated. C equals 105,000, assuming production falls proportionately, prices constant, 115,000/11.5 10.5 equals 105,000. C equals 86,739.1, assuming costs fall proportionately. 95,000/11.5 10.5 equals 86,739.1. V equals 10,000, assuming the wage bill remains the same. So, investment costs equals C plus V equals 96,739.1. Continuing to assume, as senior does, that S/V equals 1, or 100%, then net profit S equals 8,260.9, 105,000 to 96,739.1. Therefore, the rate of profit, S/C plus V, equals 8.5%, 8,260.9 96,739.1, and S/V equals 82.6%, as in Marx's calculations. So, we see in Senior's example that if the working day is reduced 1 hour, the result would be a drop in absolute profits from 10,000 to 8,260.9, or a drop in the rate of profit from 9.5% to 8.5%, both of which confirm the argument Marx is making that Senior drastically overstates the potential negative impact of the 10 hours law on profits. We can also note that in the more likely case that the wage rate rather than the wage bill remain the same, the reduction of 1 hour would drop the wage bill, V, from 10,000 to 9,130.4, C would still be at 86,739.1, and profits, C plus V, would therefore only fall to 9,130.5 plus, with a resultant negligible change in S/V and S/C plus V. The history of Senior's Hour, and of all other episodes like it, such as the one Marx cites in 1848, bespeak much more than false logic. The desperate arguments put forward by capitalists and their apologists to resist any reduction of work time reflect more than fear of losing profits. Their arguments, foretelling doom and societal collapse, reflect a deeper intuition that all reductions in work time threaten the social fabric of capitalism as a civilization built on the subordination of life to work. This can be seen in the argument by Andrew Ure, 1778 to 1857, which Marx cites in a footnote, that a life not structured by work would be both idle and immoral. 65 Marx's long footnote 11 provides antidotes to Ure in quotations from the inspectors of factories' reports revealing the immorality of capitalism, in the horrible working conditions in textile manufacturing. 66 Down the path of less and less work lies another kind of world, one in which capitalists as a class are completely superfluous. Section 4, Surplus Product. Outline of Marx's analysis. Surplus product equals the portion of the product that represents surplus value. Rate of surplus product equals surplus product / necessary product. Commentary. In this last, short section, Marx simply finishes his parallels between the distribution of value and the distribution of product. He emphasizes the ratio of surplus product to necessary product, i.e., the part that goes to working class consumption. For the same reason he emphasizes the ratio S/V, they both highlight distribution between the classes. In the final footnote of this section, number 13, Marx quotes T. Hopkins, who writes, to an individual with a capital of £20,000, whose profits were £2,000 per annum, it would be a matter quite indifferent whether his capital would employ 100 or 1,000 men. Such indifference characterizes only what I call narrow-minded, fetishistic capitalists who cannot see beyond their bottom line, those who think that the point of business is merely profit-making and self-enrichment. Such capitalists rarely rise to the level of policy-making because they cannot see that it often does matter whether 100 or 1,000 people are employed. Organizing society around the endless and universal imposition of work, capitalists collectively must worry about whether they provide enough employment to absorb the existing labor force and whether investment will create enough new jobs to absorb new entrants to that labor force. If they do not, and unemployment grows too large, their ability to control society is threatened. In the 19th century, worker uprisings tended to occur during periods of crisis and soaring unemployment. Example: the crisis of 1847 was followed by the revolutions of 1848. This continued into the 20th century, right up through the Great Depression that saw nationwide mobilizations of those unable to find jobs. In the post-World War II era, concern continued as policymakers sought to provide full employment to reintegrate returning soldiers and a new, baby boom generation of workers. It also preoccupied post-colonial regimes as local elites, replacing foreign ones, faced the familiar problem of providing jobs to control populations increasingly being driven from the land into cities. Development economists have worried about the issue of appropriate technology, i.e., the degree to which a given technology introduced into the global south by either local or multinational corporate investment would contribute to putting rural, urban migrants to work. In all these cases, the most threatening rebels have been the unwaged, angry at their loss of waged income or unable to find waged or salaried employment. 67 Such preoccupations led the International Labour Organization to warn of the need for the creation of 1 billion jobs by the end of the 20th century to absorb the growth in the world's labour force, or risk widespread unrest. More recently, wars in the Middle East and Africa and genocide in Myanmar are creating historically high levels of refugee migration, leading to more problems for capitalist policymakers of finding enough jobs to ensure integration into the labor force. Chapter 10, The Working Day. Overview of Chapter. Section 1, The Limits of the Working Day. Section 2, The Voracious Appetite for Surplus Labor. Section 3, Sectors of Industry with No Legal Limits. Section 4, Day and Night Work. Section 5, Struggle over extension of workday. Section 6, Struggle for the limitation of working hours. Section 7, The impact of English legislation on other countries. Preliminary commentary. The choice of a working day rather than a working week, month, or year was natural in a period where workers were working at least 6 days a week and day labor was common. 68 Today, in the US and many other countries, we more frequently speak of the working week, because decades of workers' struggles culminated in the creation of the 5-day work week, and thus the weekend, a previously unknown concept. This victory was followed by demands for shorter working years, more vacation time or paid holidays, and shorter working lives, earlier retirement. By the 1970s, after 2 decades of generally rising wages, the then standard working week of 5 days came under attack by rank-and-file unionists who demanded negotiations for a 4-day week or for the reduction of the 40-hour week to the 36 hours. More recently, since the early 1980s, by imposing serious wage cuts, the capitalist class has regained the initiative and has succeeded in imposing longer working days and later retirement, although the weekend is still largely intact. 69. Missing in Capital, but now mandatory, is extending Marx's analysis beyond the sphere of waged and salaried work to a working day that includes not only the work of producing commodities on whose sale a surplus value is realized, but also the work of reproducing life as labor power. This extension is required not only because capital has come to exercise its despotism beyond the factory in the home, family, school, and community, but because our struggles have also developed in these areas. The terrain of conflict over the working day has expanded accordingly. Section 1, The Limits of the Working Day. Outline of Marx's analysis. 1. The working day can be represented either by V plus S or by ABC, where AB represents those hours that generate the value of labor power, V, and BC represents those hours that generate surplus value, S. BC is variable, longer or shorter, depending on the balance of class power. 2. But there are limits. There is a minimum limit to AB for workers to reproduce their labor power. BC must at least result in the average rate of profit, or capitalists will withdraw from this form of investment. There is a maximum limit of ABC, which is a function of the physical limits set by workers' needs for sleep, food, etc. and a moral/social limit set by workers' needs for intellectual and social requirements. Both of these are elastic though within 24 hours. 3. In LP, M and M, LP we have two different perspectives on the exchange. Capitalists demand as much use of labor power, LP, as they can extract in exchange for wages, M. Workers demand enough time to both reproduce LP and live, i.e., a normal working day. For thus, capitalist rights as purchaser vs workers' rights as sellers, between equal rights force decides. Hence it is that in the history of capitalist production, the determination of what is a working day, presents itself as the result of a struggle between collective capital, i.e., the class of capitalists and collective labor, i.e., the working class. Commentary. Marx's analysis in this section, which sets the tone for the rest of the chapter, portrays two subjects in contention, the capitalist and working classes. Capital demands one thing, workers demand another. Capitalists demand their rights as purchasers of labor power and workers demand their rights as sellers. In the Hegelian language of Chapter 2, two wills or sets of wills confront each other, not just in the labor market, but throughout the sphere of production and, in extension, in the sphere of reproduction. The length of the working day emerges through struggle between opposing forces. True of work time, true of most of the key variables in Marx's analysis, they denote moments of class conflict and are determined by struggle. As with the circuit of capital, Marx constructs a visual representation of the working day. ABC. For a 12-hour working day, the first segment AB, 6 dashes for 6 hours of labor, represents necessary labor, i.e., that part of the working day during which workers produce the value necessary for the reproduction of their labor power, V. The second segment, BC, 6 dashes for 6 hours, represents surplus hours and surplus value, S, that capital extracts over and above the time required to produce the value they must render to workers in exchange for their labor power. While Marx, like the classical political economists, assumes the first segment is fixed at subsistence, the number of surplus hours can vary. How many extra hours capitalists can impose and the amount of surplus value they can extract will depend on how much power they have vis-a-vis workers. Varied too will be the resulting rates of surplus value, S/V, and profit, S/C plus V. The working day, V plus S, Marx insists, has a minimum limit because in general capitalists demand at least the average rate of profit, S/C plus V, equals pi, to continue a given investment. If pi falls below the average for very long, the capitalist will close shop. 70. As with the rate of exploitation, what determines the average rate of profit is the balance of class forces. This minimum, as Marx defines it here, is purely in terms of waged hours in production. With the unwaged hours of capitalist organized reproduction included in the working day, the minimum amount of working time, waged and unwaged, is still defined in terms of what is required for the reproduction of labor power and the generation of an average rate of profit under existing circumstances. In the case of the maximum limit to the length of the working day, we can see a shift in the balance of class power over time. Early on, capital pushed to maximize commodity-producing working hours and tried to minimize the times of reproduction, example meal times and sleep. The ferocity of that push provoked Marx to characterize capital in Gothic terms, vampire-like, capital lives only by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks. 71, see sections 3 to 5 below for detail on various aspects of those efforts. In response, workers resisted, and demanded enough free time to reproduce their labor power without having their lives shortened by overwork. 72 Within this history, what Marx calls the moral limits to the length of the working day have varied according to workers' ability to gain time for intellectual and social activity. When and as they have been able, workers have hammered down the length of the working day, Section 6, reducing the maximum limit. The reduction of the working day creates more and more time for the fulfillment of workers' own, self-defined needs. Yet, as I have previously noted, capital has invaded and colonized those ostensibly free hours in ways designed to reduce them to the mere reproduction of labor power, example by controlling children's time through educational institutions and that of adults through laws, cultural norms, and diversions. Every hour has become another time of struggle. Section 2, the voracious appetite for surplus labor. Outline of Marx's analysis. 1. Capital did not invent surplus labor. Surplus labor has been extracted in many class societies. 2. Where use value predominates, surplus labor is limited by the set of wants. 3. Where exchange value, capitalist market, dominates, a boundless thirst, whose aim is not use value and therefore not limited by wants. This comes with capitalist world market and production for export. Example: in the U.S., slavery transformed from paternalism to the using up of slaves' lives to maximize exchange value and profit. 4. Corvée labor. In the Danubian principalities, Règlement organique, 1831. A positive expression of thirst for surplus labor, positive because explicitly defined. Surplus labor is obvious, i.e., so many days of work on a seigneurial estate. 5. Factory Acts in Britain, 1850. Negative expression of thirst, negative because the Acts set limits to surplus labor. Limits set through the state, forced by working class struggle and exhaustion of LP. Capital responds with nibbling and cribbling at the working day. 6. Full-timers, half-timers, people defined as personified labor time. Commentary. Capitalism as endless work. Points 1 to 3 in the outline above add historical concreteness to an aspect of Marx's analysis we first encountered in Chapter 1's discussion of the expanded form of value, capital's tendency to infinity or limitless expansion. The existence of surplus labor, he argues, neither makes capitalism unique nor defines it. Ruling classes have imposed surplus labor in many different kinds of societies. Marx names several. It is the boundlessness of surplus labor in capitalism that makes it unique. In other class societies, example ancient slavery or feudalism, surplus labor was subordinated to useful labor, to the production of use values for the ruling classes, example a pyramid for a pharaoh, a palace for a Roman emperor, a forbidden city for a Chinese one, a castle for a feudal lord. In capitalism, it is the other way around. The imposition of useful labor is subordinated to surplus labor, i.e., the extraction of surplus value. This is fundamental to his critique of capitalism. Significantly, Marx discusses it here without regard to the value form. Form in capitalism is important, but not as fundamental as the content. Capital seeks endless amounts of surplus labor, but only secondarily through the commodity form, where surplus labor appears in the form of surplus value, and ultimately surplus money and profit. Marx even uses American slavery to illustrate capital's boundless thirst for surplus labor even though slaves do not receive wages, the most common form of domination in capitalism. 73. Because capitalism is not defined by the existence of surplus labor, the end of capitalism cannot be defined by the end of surplus labor. What must be ended to bring about a post-capitalist society, is the endlessness of surplus labor and the subordination of useful labor to surplus labor. We must reverse the relationship and subordinate surplus labor to our own multidimensional needs as we define them in post-capitalist society. Thus, post-capitalist society is not a no-growth society but one whose growth is subordinated to meeting needs and not the other way around. This can also be put in terms of the relation between work time and leisure time, or between production time and reproduction time. In capitalism, we see an effort to subordinate reproduction to production, to organize non-factory life so that it only prepares one to enter or re-enter factories, fields, or offices. This includes the subordination of culture to capitalist organized work and education as discipline and training for work. Thus, the reversal and overthrow of capital must include the reduction of work to one life choice among many, the subordination of production to cultural flowering, the recasting of education for lives worth living, not just for job training. Only through these reversals can work become one fruitful element of life, among others, no longer antagonistic because no longer a means of domination. In points 4 and 5, Marx juxtaposes Danube and corvée to the factory acts because although both involved set rules, in the former case the extraction of surplus labor is obvious, while in the second, it is hidden. Point 74. In both cases, the dominant class of boyars or of capitalists imposes surplus work. Eventually, the abolition of serfdom in 1864 undermined corvée labor. In the case of the factory acts, the working class successfully forced a reduction of work. Such steps in the right direction depend on workers' power to impose them. Nibbling and cribbling. Within the context of the waged working day, capitalists must use overseers, foremen and other forms of oversight to keep workers working as steadily and as long as possible. Point 75. Later, in chapter 15, he will discuss how the subordination of workers to machines can achieve the same end, but here it is human oversight, from harassment to threats of firing, that gets workers to start work, keep working, and return to work after breaks. Ex-railway worker Mark Anthony Priest, present professor of painting at the University of Louisville, in an appropriately titled work, has portrayed one such overseer yelling at a rail repairman, "Get back to work." Charlie Chaplin, in modern times, provides a comic critique of similar harassment along a factory's assembly line. But unsatisfied with making sure workers labor steadily during their contracted work time, capital also nibbles and cribbles at the working day, stealing a few extra minutes from workers here and a few more minutes there. Point 76. This 19th century pattern persists, notably in salaried work, where tasks are often assigned requiring extra minutes or hours, either inside or outside the office. In schools, many are the salaried, secondary school teachers who must take papers or tests home to grade at night or on weekends. Many are the professors who put in uncounted hours in their research. True too for unwaged students, many of whom have experienced classes running overtime and most of whom have been assigned homework to do outside school hours. Unfortunately, Marx's comments are very one-sided. He fails to examine the similar ways in which workers nibble at the time they are forced to give to capital, stealing back moments of their lives when they can, biting off big chunks when possible. The struggle over the working day goes on in this piecemeal fashion, just as it does at the macro level of collective battles over legislation setting working hours or vacations. Playing on the job, absenteeism, slowdown, sabotage, the conscientious withdrawal of efficiency, Veblen, are all ways in which workers seek to reduce the amount of their lives they give up to business. Point 77. Capitalists, of course, denounce employee time theft while ignoring how it just involves taking back the time they are stealing from workers. Point 78. Several illustrative examples of this kind of nibbling were given in a 1971 article on the auto industry, Counterplanning on the Shop Floor, by Bill Watson. Point 79. One recounts the use of sabotage to shut down the line to gain free time. Another describes the organization of rod-blowing contests for amusement and time-liberating sabotage. Such conflict goes on throughout the social factory, not just in commodity-producing work. When students arrive late or skip class completely, or text message during lectures, or blow off studying, this happens on a small scale. Point 80. When they insist on taking courses such as philosophy, or Marxism, or labor history as vehicles for their own education and needs instead of more practical courses that are job-oriented, they are nibbling at the time capital is trying to convert into reproduction time on a much larger scale. This kind of perpetual conflict characterizes life within capitalist society. When women resist having any, or more, children, they are often fighting for more time for their own life, including, perhaps, life with their husband, or existing children, and undermining the reproduction of labor power for capital. Such working class action is sometimes overt and aggressive, sometimes covert and passive in its resistance, but it is rarely absent. Oversight thus involves not only capitalist efforts to impose extra work but is often a defense against workers' efforts to work less. Section 3, Sectors of Industry with No Legal Limits. Outline of Marx's analysis. 1. The lace trade, children used up by being worked 15 hours and more. 2. Potteries, short lifespan, chest diseases, pneumonia, asthma, bronchitis, etc., function of long hours, poor conditions. 3. Lucifer matches, tetanus, lockjaw, long hours in rooms with phosphorus. 4. Paper hangings, no stoppage for meals. 5. Baking, adulteration and overwork related, sleeping on kneading boards. Workers organized and won the abolition of night labor in some areas, were defeated elsewhere. 6. Agricultural workers, long hours, formation of trades union and protests. 7. Railway men, accidents from overwork, failure of labor power. 8. Dressmaking, milliners Mary and Walkley, 20, death from overwork. 9. Blacksmithing, die at rate of 31 per thousand/year, 11 above mean. Commentary. In this section Marx reveals the consequences of long working days. He will do this again in chapter 15 on relative surplus value and speed up. There he will focus on the results of working too fast. Here the ill consequences of working too hard come from working too long. In these examples, we see not only the lengths to which capital will go in extorting absolute surplus value when the working class is too weak to resist, but also how, in their fetishistic pursuit of monetary profit, some capitalists lose sight of their social role of putting people to work and in their fanaticism result in putting people to death, undermining the very society they are trying to control and structure. Here fetishism is not simply failing to perceive social relations behind things but is a mentality and way of behaving which undermines the reproductive capacity of the system itself. Although he examines those sectors of industry where the working class is too weak to achieve reductions in hours, Marx does mention from time to time, e.g. bakers in Ireland and agricultural workers in Scotland, instances where workers are or have been struggling to change the situation. What we have little of here, as all too often in capital, is analysis of how some workers were successful and why others were not. 81 Here we have mostly the results. This section spells out a long series of horror stories about overwork, horrible working conditions and the consequences for both workers and consumers. Marx draws these stories from newspapers, independent studies, and government reports. From newspapers, he plucks anecdotes on a few dramatic cases, example the death of Mary Ann Walkley in 1863 or a railway accident in 1866.82 from government reports, such as those to the Children's Employment Commissioners of Parliament, or of the Royal Commissioner of Inquiry, he extracts a great deal more detail. In a few cases, studies, such as those of George Read on the baking industry, or by Dr. Richardson on overwork, provide him with the results of extensive independent research. Today, similar, and in many cases equally horrifying, information can be amassed from both public and private sources. One source that Marx did not use were the vivid literary treatments of such appalling conditions portrayed in 19th-century industrial novels. But those stories mattered. They played a considerable role in mobilizing broader support for workers' demands for shorter hours and better working conditions. For example, in North and South, Elizabeth Gaskell vividly describes an example of the kind of working situation Marx was writing about. 83 Bessie, a working-class girl whose health has been destroyed by working long hours in the textile mills, describes the circumstances under which she contracted what we now call bisonosis, by breathing in the fluff, tiny particles of cotton spun off into the air during production. 84. A half-century later, in his 1905 novel The Jungle, about the life and struggles of Lithuanian immigrants in and around the Chicago stockyards, Upton Sinclair, 1878–1968, provided equally shocking descriptions of the conditions under which workers were compelled to labor. After losing a better job on the killing floor due to an accident, the main character, Georges, is forced to work under conditions like Bessie's, only worse. Where Bessie was forced to breathe in fluff, Georges found himself in a job where he had to breathe in clouds of toxic dust from ground fertilizer. Sinclair describes the effects of the fertilizer on Georges, but he doesn't follow the stuff downstream. We know today that kind of poisoning continues as such materials are applied to the fields by agricultural laborers who, like Georges, are exposed to it for hours at a time. Moreover, as the 20th century has progressed, this situation deteriorated as even more toxic pesticides and herbicides have become common in modern corporate farming. The exposure and poisoning of both consumers and farm workers by lethal pesticides such as parathion have been well documented. 85 Farm worker organizations, such as the United Farm Workers in California or the Texas Farm Workers Union, have struggled against such practices for years. 86 When they succeed, often with the support of environmentalists and consumers, the corporations producing the chemicals often ship them off to other agribusiness operations in countries where workers are less well organized. Moreover, we now know that along with workers and consumers, the entire environment has become increasingly poisoned by the growing quantities of chemicals used in agriculture. From these observations we can derive a methodology for studying the extent of such problems and struggles around them, follow the material circuits of production, consumption, and resistance. In the case of Sinclair's beef industry-derived fertilizer, we would want to follow the toxic trail both upstream, back through the production and transport of phosphates and creation of beef waste, and downstream, transport, use in fields, effects on workers, consumers, and environment, and conflicts at each point. We could examine the hours worked, the conditions of work, the human and environmental costs incurred, and how workers have coped. In the process we discover the real costs of production, including all those hidden by capitalists so they won't have to pay for them, or labeled negative externalities by economists. This is not ancient history. In recent years, we have seen repeated exposés of the horrors capital is willing to impose, as long as they can get away with it. 87 At the same time, along these material circuits of capitalist valorization and devalorization, we also find paths of the circulation of struggle. As Georges moved from slaughterhouse to countryside and back to the city, carrying his experience with him, so have millions of others carried their experiences from one place to another, across boundaries of space, time, and moments of capital's circuits, drawing strength from old struggles to inform new ones. Even without workers moving, changes wrought by struggles can ripple along the circuits, circulating disruption and revolt, as in the case mentioned above of farm workers' struggles giving rise to consumer boycotts, or revolts in one area inspiring those in others, upstream, or down. Ripples can become waves and waves can become revolutionary tsunamis. 88. Where workers have the power, they have set strict limits to the time spent in dangerous jobs. For example, there have been jobs in steel mills where the temperature is so high a worker will only work for 10 minutes before being replaced. In the nuclear industry, workers also refuse to work for more than a few minutes when exposed to high radiation levels, another kind of heat. These are jobs where longer exposure will kill quickly. On the other hand, there are far more jobs like Bessie's, Georges's, and those of farm workers, which are ultimately more dangerous because the threat is less obvious and longer term. The killing occurs through poisoning, pesticides, or diseases, white or black lung, that shorten workers' lives but in ways that are not so transparently associated with a particular job. Because so many products of such production contain toxic chemicals, tobacco, food, etc., the poisoning continues downstream, to consumers. In all such cases business fights tooth and nail to deny any responsibility, even hires researchers and lawyers to dispute connections between working conditions and the destruction of workers' health. 89 In this, as in so much of what Marx analyzes about 19th century capitalism, we are forced to say plus ca change, plus c'est la même chose, the more things change, the more they remain the same. Book after book has been written on questions of job safety. Struggles to improve working conditions including the reduction of work time continue. The Occupational Safety and Health Administration, OSHA, was created as an outcome of these conflicts but not until 1970. This issue is highly pertinent today. As a result of attacks by recent administrations on safety regulations, wages, and employment, many American workers have been forced to accept not only substantial increases in the length of the working week, the first in decades, but also more dangerous working conditions. This situation has worsened with the election of Donald Trump, with his appointment of industry shills to many departments, such as ex-governor of Texas, Rick Perry, as head of the Department of Energy, a man who had previously argued for eliminating it, or Scott Pruitt, as head of the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, a man who had sued the EPA several times and has been systematically gutting the protections for which so many people fought. Adulteration, then and now. The subject of adulteration appears in this section as a byproduct of the focus on the long working hours of unregulated business. The effort to extract as much work as possible has always been complemented by capitalist efforts to minimize costs of both labor and the means of production to increase profit. Business has always fought both laws and their enforcement that would protect workers on the job and workers as consumers, because regulations increase costs and reduce profits. If the baking industry had been appropriately regulated such that workers had time to go home to sleep, there would have been no perspiration, discharge of abscesses, etc. on the breadboards. Had adulteration been banned and the law properly enforced, there would have been no chalk in the bread of 19th century London consumers. If chemicals toxic to humans were banned from agriculture, we wouldn't still be eating poisons, and organics would be standard rather than something available only to those with higher incomes. The increased costs in all such cases would be borne by the capitalists rather than the workers and consumers. 90. In Marx's time, in Britain the factory inspectors turned in reports, which amounted to exposés. 91 At the turn of the century in America, such writing by early investigative journalists was called muckraking. Sinclair's The Jungle is such a muckraking work, and alongside its vivid descriptions of horrid working conditions, it also details the adulterations common in the meatpacking industry, example in the production of sausage. His vivid descriptions spurred President Theodore Roosevelt, who read the book, to push through the Pure Food and Drug Act and the Meat Inspection Act in 1906. Not long ago, however, despite the meat inspection laws that resulted from Sinclair's novel, 60 Minutes reported that in American chicken packing plants as much as 35% of the meat is infected with Salmonella bacteria. Even more nauseating detail has been provided by Eric Schlosser in his book Fast Food Nation, The Dark Side of the All-American Meal, 2001. 92 Read it and you'll never again eat a fast food hamburger. Recent moves by the U.S. Department of Agriculture to allow meat processing plants to police themselves will only make matters worse. With pro-business forces in power in both the executive branch and Congress, the only institutions standing between us and a return to 19th century conditions of working and consuming are non-profit labor, consumer, and environmental groups who must appeal to the rest of us for financial support and pressure to stem current moves to roll back or remove the laws and regulations that protect us. Section 4, Day and Night Work. Outline of Marx's analysis. 1. Day and night relay shifts. Designed to avoid losses due to underutilization of capacity. 2. Mixed night work, men and women. Deterioration of character. 3. Night work especially bad for health. No sunlight. 4. Often sequential shifts. Incredibly long work days glossed over. 5. Children/adult hierarchy. Commentary. Much of what is described in this section still holds true. In some industries, children may no longer be used, hours may have been shortened, wages raised, etc., but the imposition of night work to maximize capacity utilization and hold down costs remains common. Even where there is no extra cost associated with daily shutdowns of operations, capital continues to seek maximum labor and surplus labor. 93. Night work has also plagued housework and schoolwork. In the home, child rearing, a notoriously 24 hours a day undertaking, has long been imposed on women, but in traditional extended families the work was often shared. In the nuclear family, individual women have borne the vast bulk of the burden alone. Even as women have succeeded in escaping isolation in the home and gaining access to jobs and autonomous income, they have found themselves doing double duty, la doble jornada, with no end to their working day. Although Marx provides no detailed account of housework, feminists have been providing the same kind of detailed descriptions of long working hours and difficult working conditions in the home that Marx marshaled for his critique of factory work. 94 As schooling has replaced factory work for children, their two-night work has been imposed, as the school working day has been extended into evening and night time in the form of homework, under the spur of piece rate grades or of the direct disciplinary power of parents doing the unwaged work of making their kids study. Not surprisingly, resistance has emerged in these unwaged domains, in favor of self-determined activity. Women have insisted that husbands and children share the work, students collaborate or cheat and plagiarize to shorten nighttime homework, or out-and-out refuse. Section 5, Struggle over extension of workday. Outline of Marx's analysis. 1. The struggle has two subjects. Capital, which increases work time as much as it can. The working class, which seeks time for education, for intellectual development, for the fulfillment of social functions, for social intercourse, for the free play of the vital forces of his body and his mind. 2. Capital will use up workers' lives quickly, if new recruits are available. If not, it may have them imported, example from agricultural areas or poor houses by flesh agents. True for slave labor, true for wage labor. 3. This excessive using up of human life. Not a question of subjective viciousness but one of competition between capitalists that keeps pressure on all. 4. The normal working day. The result of centuries of struggle between capitalists and workers. 14th to 18th centuries, to force the free worker to make a voluntary agreement to sell his birthright for a mess of pottage. Capitalists used the state to extend working hours. 5. Up to the epoch of large-scale industry, workers resisted giving up their whole week, were attacked as naturally inclined to ease and indolence. 6. This included attacks on idleness among children, and praise of Germany, where children were educated from their cradle at least to something of employment. Commentary. As capitalism spread like a plague through the world, its functionaries gained enough power over the state to enforce an ever greater imposition of work. In that period, the capitalists clearly had the initiative and people were fighting a defensive battle against the loss of their lifetime. Yet capitalist gains were not won easily. Marx points out how this new form of domination took centuries to impose. Even through most of the 18th century, workers still preserved some time free from capitalist control. This period reveals the kind of world capitalists shaped as they gained the power to arrange things according to their own ideas of social order. They created a world in which life was entirely subordinated to work, and the mere existence of any time for other activities was derided as a threat to morality and, more accurately, as undermining the submissiveness of the working class. Marx's comment about workers who could live on 4 days' wages not wanting to work another 2 days for the capitalists is reminiscent of his wonderful reference in the Grundrisse to a similar situation in the West Indies. The Times of November 1857 contains an utterly delightful cry of outrage on the part of a West Indian plantation owner. This advocate analyses with great moral indignation, as a plea for the reintroduction of Negro slavery, how the Quassies, the free blacks of Jamaica, content themselves with producing only what is strictly necessary for their own consumption, and, alongside this use value regard loafing, indulgence and idleness, as the real luxury good, how they do not care a damn for the sugar and the fixed capital invested in the plantations, but rather observe the planters' impending bankruptcy with an ironic grin of malicious pleasure. 95. The capitalist anger and racist hate inspired by the situation can be seen in comments by one of the would-be slavers' best-known apologists, Thomas Carlyle, 1795 to 1881. Writing much earlier, Carlyle penned an occasional discourse on the Negro question for the December 1849 issue of Fraser's Magazine. 96 Inspired by the renewed attention to the circumstances mentioned in the Times, Carlyle revised and reissued his essay as a pamphlet in 1853. There we find Carlyle raving against the high price of labor in the presence of sun and rich soil that makes people largely autonomous of the labor market. Far over the sea, we have a few black persons rendered extremely free indeed. Sitting yonder, with their beautiful muzzles up to the ears in pumpkins, imbibing sweet pulps and juices, the grinder and incisor teeth ready for ever new work, and the pumpkins cheap as grass in those rich climates, while the sugar crops rot round them uncut, because labor cannot be hired, so cheap are the pumpkins. The West Indies, it appears, are short of labor, as indeed is very conceivable in those circumstances. Where a black man, by working about half an hour a day, such is the calculation, can supply himself, by aid of sun and soil, with as much pumpkin as will suffice, he is likely to be a little stiff to raise into hard work. 97. While there is much else in Carlyle's pamphlet worth reading because of what it reveals about capitalist racism, ideology, and strategy, the point here is simply the relevance to Marx's discussion of wages. What the situation in Jamaica revealed, once again, is how natural circumstances untamed by the imposition of the social relationships of capitalist-imposed work may undermine capitalism. Therefore, the need to reimpose those relationships. Like Wakefield in Chapter 33, Carlyle discusses various strategies for doing so, from the reimposition of slavery to a dramatically increased importation of free labor to make land and pumpkins so scarce that free labor would be forced into the labor market, the effective imposition of near slavery. This phenomenon of workers making enough wages to want to work less, to have the time to enjoy the possibilities created by their wages, has been recurrent in capitalism, growing more common as standards of living have risen. Indeed, success in the wage struggle inevitably leads to intensified struggle over time because, from a worker's point of view, the real object of wages is to live, and life requires time. More and more money, and the wealth it buys, is useless if there is no time to put it to use. Even economists eventually came to recognize how income and leisure are complementary goods. Escaping work. When work is imposed, and the workplace an alienated hell, then escaping from it, with enough means to survive, means a flight to liberty and freedom. As Marx wrote in the Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts of 1844, when work is imposed, workers often feel outside themselves at work and only feel at home when they are not working. Thus, escape from work is not only a victory won, but a freeing of the body and, at least potentially, a rebirth of the spirit, a rediscovery of life for itself after life as work for capital. Of course, such escape and such joy of liberty can only be obtained by most workers for brief periods. Processes of primitive accumulation have removed the means of production from most people and thereby the possibility of sustained independence. Freedom can last only as long as available resources, saved or directly appropriated, permit. As those resources are used up, and in the absence of 19th-century poor laws or 20th-century welfare, workers are driven back to work for the capitalists who alone can provide the wages and salaries necessary for survival. Nevertheless, the joy of such escapes into freedom from work and into freedom to be and to do independently of the whims of any employer can be sweet indeed, no matter how short or how long. The fleeting opportunities of the weekend or the joys of vacation may not last long, but they can give a taste of freedom and the possibilities of self-valorization. The exhilaration of telling a boss to take this job and shove it, derives partly from casting off alienation, partly from the sweet taste of free activity it makes possible. Among American writers who have written in protest against the conditions of human life under capitalism, the themes of escape from the universal life sentence of hard labor and of the joy it can bring has been recurrent. In Jack London's short story The Apostate, 1906, the main character, a boy named Johnny who had spent all his life in factories, finally walks away from a life that had stunted and twisted him. What will become of him we don't know, but in the escape from work there is bliss. 98. In Sinclair's The Jungle, a very similar event occurs in the life of the main character Georges Rudkus, who flees the hell of working-class Chicago and briefly escapes from work and all its miseries. This event occurs late in the novel, after he and his family have been exploited and beaten down on the job and off, after all their hopes and dreams have been destroyed, after his wife has died in an unheated garret and his baby son drowned in an unrepaired street. After all this, Georges, like London's Johnny, jumps a train and flees the city and the horrors of his life. But in Sinclair's novel, unlike London's short story, we find out what happens next. Georges soon finds himself in the countryside, a countryside not so unlike what he had known in Lithuania as a peasant child before immigrating to America. Avoiding any pastoral romanticism, Sinclair has Georges soon learn that the American countryside is also a factory, only organized differently, in farms rather than in plants. He learns the ways of tramps but also of the migrant agricultural labor force with plenty of work and good wages for a few months in the fall and no work and no wages throughout the long months of winter. Thus, the escape into freedom proves only temporary, and as the story unfolds, Sinclair makes it very clear that such flights by individuals can only be temporary and fleeting. The momentary joys of the individual in these stories figure as evocations of the possibilities open to humankind through the transcendence of capitalism. No other modern film exalts such escape with as much humor as Ferris Bueller's Day Off, 1986. In this case the escapees are students, not waged workers, but the portrayal of their temporary escape from school incarceration and testing quickly became a beloved celebration of grabbing free time when you can. As Ferris says in the opening sequence, life moves pretty fast, if you don't stop and look around once in a while you could miss it. Stopping and looking around takes time away from work, whether in factory, office, or school. The struggle over free time. Although the working class was ultimately able to block the capitalist expansion of the working day, as Marx shows in the next section, and was eventually able to pass over to the offensive and successfully reduce its length, capitalists are forever trying to increase the amount of work they get out of workers, not only on the job, as this section discusses and as recent calls to delay the age of retirement illustrate, but also during unwaged hours. Sometimes, the effort to convert free time into a part of the working day is obvious, many times it is not. In many jobs, employers expect workers to use their free time for company business. Salaried corporate employees, for example, are often expected to take work home at night if necessary, as well as putting in long formal hours. One example I discovered at a Motorola factory in Austin, Texas, was an effort to convince techies to spend their time driving to and from work listening to recorded articles on the latest developments in their area of expertise. 99 Similarly, students are expected to use their free time for homework. And those with aspirations for higher education must also sacrifice free time to all kinds of extracurricular activities to beef up their future applications. As I noted in my commentary on Section 2, secondary school teachers are regularly forced, by the size of their classes and other obligations of their work, to take home tests or papers to be graded. University professors, whose promotions and merit salary increases depend upon publishing, inevitably convert many hours that might be free into work. All too often, hard-pressed, underpaid teachers, adjunct professors and students find themselves forced to seek extra, waged night work just to survive. Perhaps the most extreme example of such capitalist efforts to convert leisure to work has been the hope, so far disappointed, that through hypnopedia, or sleep learning, everyone could be subjected to recordings at night and go on working while asleep. Such have been modern versions of the capitalist fantasies Marx relates in the 17th through the 19th centuries. While Marxist cultural critics have elaborated extensive critiques of the capitalist colonialization of free time through the structuring of consumption, the most instructive of what has been written on this theme has been composed by women. For the distinction between work time and free time has always been nebulous for housewives. Unlike factory workers where work time and free time are ostensibly separated by the gates of the plant or the doors of the office, Women working in the home and community have no clear-cut division between housework and time for self. As any number of feminist writers have pointed out, much of what has been justified as fulfilling love and nurturing has often been work either for men or for capital or for both, with little or no self-fulfillment involved. 100 Shopping, house cleaning, childcare and even sexual activity can and often has been reduced to the work of reproducing labor power. The increasingly common observation that husbands retire but housewives never do, reflects this muddled boundary between work and freedom. We must also recognize the society of the spectacle, as the situationists have done, to see how workers' time is structured and diverted to merely restore the vitality necessary to work rather than infusing energy for struggle. Observations such as these lead us to see how the boundary between work and non-work has been obscured and often erased, as capital has structured non-work time to reproduce work time. However, unlike those who see only domination and no effective struggle in such spheres, who see, for example, only the instrumentalization of the wage struggle, wage-driven consumer demand contributing to the expansion of capital, we must also see the wage struggle often ruptures accumulation and causes crisis. One critical theorist, Herbert Marcuse, understood how the autonomous appropriation of consumption had revolutionary potential in the youth revolts of the 1960s. But, having written off the industrial working class as sold out, he failed to see how the rupture of the Keynesian productivity deal in the factories could also undermine capital and lead to the refusal of what he, following Freud, called the sublimation of libidinal energies into work. 101. We can recast the critical theorist's critique of consumerism by seeing not only how consumption is shaped by capital to reinforce a life based on work, but how this is resisted. Critical theorists have often argued that consumption has replaced work as the key category of advanced capitalism. 102 What they have failed to demonstrate is any reversal in the subordination of consumption to work. On the contrary, it is rather easy to show not only how most spheres of consumption are structured as spheres of the reproduction of labor power and how the desire to consume requires the ability to buy, and that ability depends on work. So, the most avid consumers end up having to do the most work in order to get the money they need to buy the stuff they want to consume. Consumerism leads directly to workaholism. 103. But there are manifold struggles against this subordination of free time to life as work. We must recognize how students have resisted being conditioned into dutiful workers. We must learn from feminist literature how women have fought against their subordination to men, and to capital. We must examine how the passivity inculcated by the spectacle has been repeatedly ruptured and people have taken the initiative in the shaping of their own and their communities' lives. We must see how people have either refused or taken and subverted the consumerist commodities through which capital has sought to structure our lives. We must listen to hear how music has escaped the limits of commercialism and fired resistance and revolt. We must watch to see how, even in Hollywood, films have reproduced and circulated people's struggles against their integration as passive pawns in others' games. All this involves extending Marx's analysis of the fierce working class resistance to the expansion of the working day to the class struggle over whether free time will really be free. The work week and popular music. In his pre-radio, pre-moving picture, pre-TV era, Marx illustrated the capitalist imposition of work and workers' struggles for a lesser working day with literary allusions and quotations. But rising wages and new technology facilitated the spread of popular culture from bars, coffee houses, vaudeville, and cabarets to jukeboxes, vinyl records, cassette tapes, compact discs, TV, film and YouTube. As a result, we can now complement